Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. As you can see in the picture today, we will start the story of what if Naruto becomes the 5th Hokage because of Fire Daimyo Part 2. Tsunade, with Shizen at her side, trailed in the back of the group as the elders and the ANBU were speaking with Jiraiya and Naruto. She wasn't sure why, but Naruto had on the most somber expression she had ever seen. It seemed the boy wasn't as cheerful as he led on to be. Tsunade-sama, it's good to see you again. It's been such a long time, Shikaka said as turned around to her with a smile on his face. She smiled at him as well. He was one of the many good people she had left behind in her self-imposed exile. You're that kid from the Nara clan, Shikaku, if I'm correct. It's good to see you as well, Tsunade said as they walked through the village. She and Shikaku struck a conversation, while Shizen had taken to try and catch what the elders were saying. Naruto-sama, Hiruzen's effects are being removed from the Hokage's office to make room for the things you'll be placing in there as we speak. The full populace count of the village is to be in attendance for your installation, Kohara said as she, Hamura, Danzo and Jiraiya walked beside Naruto while Dragon and Asuma took up the rear. Tell me, have we had any intruders or unwanted guests in the village? Dragon Naruto asked as he gazed backward while Dragon saluted him. No sir, Naruto-sama. The ANBU guards have not reported any trespassers, though there have been a few civilians attempting to sneak in with forged papers, Dragon said as Naruto sighed. Well then, you can tell your men and women they can be lax now. I'm back in the village, so there will be no need to keep up rigid guard. I know that we should, but even the ANBU need rest, we are all human after all, Naruto said as he crossed his arms and nodded to himself. Thank you, Naruto-sama, Dragon said before he vanished in a swirl of leaves. Now as for this coronation, can't we just skip the ceremonies? I think it would be best if, Naruto was saying before Koharu and Hamura gave him a look and sighed in unison. Naruto, we understand your wish to do so, but the village must know the face of their Hokage. Even if you are a Kage, it does not mean to literally be one. The village needs to reassert itself with a public face, and to know the face and name of your leader speaks volumes of respect, Koharu scolded as Hamura placed a hand on her shoulder to stop her. Listen, Naruto, you have been given I say you have earned the title of Hokage. You have earned it through your constant hope for a better tomorrow, and not just your own life, but the lives of everyone in this village. You have never stopped giving up hope and have an unyielding determination. This village needs that from you. It needs you to bear the burden as you have done for 13 years. It needs you to not give in to the insanity which that Gaara boy did in Suna. This village just plain and bluntly needs you for hope, for protection, for just being you, Hamura said as Naruto looked him in the eye. Though the man was not smiling and was giving him a stern face, Naruto could tell he was filled with pride and admiration. So why was it that Naruto still had those feelings of dread? Besides, I think this village has kept a few too many things secret, but has let the wrong things come to light. I told Hiruzen he was foolish in the decision to tell the people of your being a Jinchuriki. But no, he thought the people would be open-minded and accepting. I, unlike him, have always understood the darker side of human nature and how it toys with the mind. It creeps into the thoughts and fears, and brings them into situations in which we don't fully understand. That is why the people of this village avoided and isolated you, Naruto, because they fear and hate that which they don't understand, Danzo said snidely as Naruto turned a critical eye to him, just as everyone else did. What are you getting at, you old warhawk? Jiraiya asked as he narrowed his eyes at the older man. I'm merely saying that it's time the right secrets came to light. I told Hiruzen that if he was to tell the people of the Kyuubi being sealed inside young Naruto, then he should have told them that he was the son of the 4th. At least in that aspect the morale and loyalty of our shinobi would have risen to higher aspects. They would have seen that power of his father, and the Kyuubi were at his disposal. It could have gotten him so many things in his youth: acceptance, power, training, and love, Danzo said as Jiraiya was seething while Hamura and Kohara looked visible uncomfortable as they walked down the road, with the people giving wide space as they recognized the elders and Jiraiya. You know that Hiruzen did not want the boy spoiled, or harshed for his heritage. Hiruzen told the people of the Kyuubi so as to be sure that they knew from the beginning that Konoha had been protected by the Yondaime. Naruto, right after the Kyuubi was sealed into you, it was a state of panic. People were in mourning for their loved ones, and no one had an answer as to why the village was so suddenly attacked by the Kyuubi of all demons. Hiruzen couldn't tell the people why it attacked, but when they found out that the Yondaime had died, the last thread of sanity was cut, and total chaos ensued. He needed to make a difficult choice in such a small window of time. It was either tell the people that the Kyuubi had been amongst them the entire time, and that it killed both your parents, or that Minato and Kushina died sealing the most powerful demon into an orphan child, and that the boy who it was sealed into was a hero to be regarded as such. Hamura said scoldingly to Danzo, who had closed his visible eye, but then Hamura turned to Naruto as he addressed him. Hiruzen thought and knew that the latter of the two would be best and easiest. He had hoped that by mentioning that you were chosen by the Yondaime they might understand, but they did not. They had completely ignored the wishes and notions of the Yondaime, so Hiruzen created a law around you. It was decreed that from that day forth, anyone found talking about your status would be put to death with no second thoughts about it. Hiruzen was absolutely livid that the people he cared for and protected could be so cruel and ruthless toward a newborn infant. He also made that law so you could make friends with those of your generation, Kohara said, picking up where Hamura left off so the man could glare at Danzo. Naruto waved a hand dismissively as they neared the Hokage's mansion. He didn't want to think about that now. He had long since come to terms with the way his life was. He didn't need this, not now at least. I understand, and I can see what position he was in. I forgave him for what he did when I found out about the Kyuubi and became a genin. Though I'm curious, what did you mean by Kyuubi having been amongst them the entire time? Elder Hamura, Naruto said as he stopped in the middle of the empty street they were now on. Hamura stiffened as Jiraiya sighed and slumped his shoulders. Listen, kid, I promised not to keep any more secrets from you or to continue lying to you, so I'll tell you. Your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, was the second Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. She held it in her before you did, Jiraiya said somberly as Naruto's eyes widened. And no way, Naruto said as he froze to the spot. His mother, a Jinchuriki, the letter she had written to him made no mention, or even inferred that. She was a Jinchuriki, yet his father still loved her, and, if she was the second, that made him the third. So then, who was the first? Naruto asked quietly as he dropped his gaze to his shoes as they continued their walk. Tsunade's grandmother, and your great-grandmother, Mito Uzumaki. You see, it was found out a long time ago that only an Uzumaki can withstand and hold the power of the Kyuubi. Mito Uzumaki was the wife of the first Hokage, your mother Kushina Uzumaki was the wife of the fourth Hokage, and now you, Naruto, are the fifth Hokage, Danzo said nonchalantly as Jiraiya glared at the old man. Could he at least be sympathetic toward Naruto's plight? Jinchuriki means the power of human sacrifice. It is by this that you give up a normal life and carry the burden of the demon inside of you. But answer me this, Naruto, what would have happened had you not been born and made a Jinchuriki? But the Kyuubi still attacked Konoha, Danzo asked as he turned a sharp gaze to Naruto. This village wouldn't even exist now. It would be a stain in history books, Naruto said as his hands turned to tight-fisted. Danzo closed his eye and nodded as he hobbled down the road with his walking cane. Exactly, this village in which isolated you would be a barren spot and razed to the ground. Without you we would be dead and the Kyuubi would have gone on with its destruction. Don't you get it yet, boy? This village was in need of you from the very beginning of your life, since the day you were born. So stop your insistent sniveling and become the Hokage you were born to be, Danzo said as he casted his vision to the Hokage mansion. That seat of power may be out of my grasp, but I'll be damned if this boy doesn't become a leader I respect. I'll teach him the hard way, he thought as Naruto gazed at him intently. Yeah, you're right. Listen, I'm gonna go around the village for a while. Just send an ANBU after me when it begins, Naruto said as he turned away from his group of advisors and walked toward another street. Tsunade and Shikaku stopped their conversation as they both saw Naruto leaving. Tsunade shrugged it off as she walked up to Jiraiya. So you dragged me back to this place with the secret of making me Hokage. I know we couldn't talk much with the kid around, but why didn't you just tell me? Tsunade said as Jiraiya gave her a look. What the hell are you talking about? Jiraiya said as Tsunade's eye twitched. That was the real reason you came to track me down. Sarutobi-sensei died and the village needed a new Hokage, so you come find me because I'm the best choice for the job. It was only convenient that the kid need to find me too so I could heal some people here. By bringing the kid along you made your scheme less suspicious to others because the kid knew I was a healer. Tsunade explained and then smirked as she saw Jiraiya's dumbfounded expression. Okay, that's well, Jiraiya said as he scratched his cheek. If they were making her Hokage, that would have been a really good plan. He was glad he thought of it. So what do I have to do first? Tsunade said in a bored tone and sighed heavily. Jiraiya was mentally grinning. He wouldn't burst her ego right now. He'd do a Naruto and get back at his old friend for that drug she slipped him before their little tango with Orochimaru. I don't know, maybe you should speak with the elders, Jiraiya said as he could barely contain his mirth as she nodded and went after the elders, who had already disappeared inside the Hokage mansion. Shizen looked at the chuckling face of Jiraiya as she went after her master. She might not have caught whatever conversation he and the elders had with Naruto, but it couldn't have been that funny. Oh well, she shrugged as she went to catch up with Tsunade. With Naruto, he walked down another road of his village, his village, the same village that isolated him, that scorned him, and that he was now to protect with his life. He sighed, thinking, knowing that he had been doing that his whole life. He looked at the happy faces of his people. Well, some of them were happy until they saw him. He gave a group of them a smile, but they leaned into each other and whispered things as they stared at him. It wasn't filled with hate like they were about a year ago, but there was still fear and anger in their eyes. He could hear every word of what they were saying. I heard that thing was responsible for bringing back Tsunade-sama, something about healing Hataki-san and Uchiha-san. One of the women of the group whispered to another. The other shook her head. Yeah, I did too, but I'm sure it was all Jiraiya-sama's doing, the woman said as one of the men turned to them. That's Naruto Uzumaki, the guy was saying, and Naruto rolled his eyes as he was sure the next words out of the guy's mouth would be about Kyubi, the kid who won against that Hyuga prodigy. I also heard, from some of the ninja, that he defended the village from the Suna Jinchuriki, the man said, much to Naruto's surprise. Oh, I heard from a woman in the market that it was Uchiha-san. Are you sure? The woman asked skeptically as the man nodded his head. Yes, I overheard one of the ANBU tell this group of ninja and then they told me. Apparently the Uzumaki Gaki can even summon Gamabunta-sama. He must be a student of Jiraiya-sama like Yondaime-sama was. That must be why he left with Jiraiya-sama, the man said as the women stared at Naruto with less negativity and more keen interest. Well, if Jiraiya-sama believes in him, I guess I can as well, one of the women said as the other nodded. Naruto walked past them as he was still smiling. Maybe the people were starting to come around. Naruto, is that you? A younger female voice came from behind him. He turned and was tackled to the ground. What the Ino? Naruto cried out as he looked down to see Ino had tackled him with a hug. Now she was snuggling her face into his shirt. Weirdo. Naruto-kun, it's good to have you back. We just heard you were back. Hinata's with her team and Tenten's with hers, but they're both making their ways here, so we need to move quickly, Ino exclaimed as she literally dragged Naruto away. Naruto was far too shocked to do anything, but that didn't stop his mouth. What the hell are you talking about? What about Tenten? Why the hell are you dragging me? I need an adult, Naruto exclaimed as she dragged him into a dark alley. Ino put her hand over his mouth as she peeked out from the alley. She could see Hinata and Tenten searching for them. I know, I heard Naruto-kun's voice on this street. I was him. It was loud and obnoxious, Hinata said as she looked around timidly with Tenten's side. You're right, he was here, and so was Ino. She's not playing fair, being sneaky and keeping him to herself. That's so selfish, Tenten said as she stomped her foot while Hinata looked down, but then smirked. Ino was seriously scared now. Hinata smirking was never good. Hinata did a single hand sign and Ino was about to run like hell. The veins near Hinata's eyes became large and noticeable. Damn it, the Byakugan. She's in the alley 5 meters ahead, and she's suffocating Naruto-kun, Hinata exclaimed while she ran at Ino. Ino looked confused. Suffocating Naruto. She looked down at Naruto to see that he was blue in the face. Oops, she had put her hand over his nose and mouth. Oh well, gotta run. She leapt from the alley and hightailed it down the street with Hinata and Tenten in hot pursuit. The people on the street watched the spectacle with many reactions from jealousy and anger to fond memories of the youth. One guy was writing things down, but his wife snatched the notebook and slapped him upside his head. "Ino, stop this, he's supposed to choose us, not be kidnapped in broad daylight," Tenten said as she reached into her ninja pouch. Ino didn't even respond as she ran with Naruto tucked under her arm. "This is getting ridiculous. Ino, please stop. People are staring," Hinata said as she looked around at the people watching them. "I don't care, Mama wants him and Mama don't like to share," Ino said as she turned her head. Tenten sighed as she took something from her pouch and threw it in front of Ino. Ino ran before she lost her balance as she tripped over something. She let go of Naruto and both of them hit the ground with a thud. Naruto landed on his head, while Ino managed to twist just enough to land on her ass. Both of them got up, rubbing their, now bruised, areas. "Ow, what was that?" Ino said as Tenten and Hinata caught up to her. Ino saw something of a lion glimmer in the sunlight. "Ninja wire, oh that is so cheap," Ino said as she threw up her hands in frustration. Tenten smirked at her while Hinata was checking on Naruto. "Are you okay, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked meekly as Naruto rubbed his head. "Yeah, I'm just fine, Hinata-chan." "Wait, Hinata-chan," Naruto said as he finally came to thought and pointed a finger at Hinata. "I need to have a serious talk with you, Hinata-chan," Naruto said with a stern expression as Hinata's face went red. Hinata shook her head and gazed at Naruto. Now that she was really looking at him, she realized her Byakugan was still active and Naruto was under a powerful genjutsu. She couldn't see through it, but she knew it was there. "Naruto, why are you under a genjutsu?" Hinata asked, not even stuttering as Tenten and Ino turned to them. Naruto froze as he realized she was using her Byakugan. Damn, he was caught. He had hoped no one would know until after his coronation. That way he could hide the bounty of his power, also because of just how different he looked under the genjutsu. "Well, you see, I am fine, you caught me," Naruto said as they grew closer to him with every word he said. "What kind is it?" Hinata Ino asked as Hinata deactivated her Byakugan. "It's transformation style, he's basically under an extremely powerful henge that can't be broke unless he chooses to do so." Hinata answered as Naruto stood in front of them. "Well, drop it, Naruto. There's no need for that here, we're in the village," Tenten said as she put her hands on her hips. "Sorry girls, but I need it for a little while longer. Besides, this is the middle of the street, so, well then we'll just have to go somewhere else," Ino said as she and Tenten grabbed Naruto by his arms and picked him up. "Hey, wait a minute, don't I get a say in this?" Naruto said as all three girls shook their heads. "Sorry, Naruto-kun, but I'm curious to what you're hiding. Please forgive us," Hinata said as she followed them. Naruto sighed as he knew there was no way he was getting out of this one. Near the Hokage's mansion, Konohamaru was walking from the academy with his friends as school had been let out early due to Iruka-sensei having to do something. He could care less, he was angst right now. It seemed that everyone just up and moved on, completely forgetting about his grandfather. His grandfather, the Sandaime or third Hokage, had protected this village with his life, but everyone just seemed to forget that. He was so pissed right now. Then something caught his eye. Two Jonin were carrying things from the Hokage mansion, but not just anything, his grandfather's effects. Konohamaru ran at them while his friends were confused as to why. The two Jonin saw him coming. Damn, if their hands were full they would have shunned Shin-ed away from he kid. He wasn't much of a brat anymore, but damn could he grit nerves. "Those are my grandfather's things, where are you taking them?" Konohamaru shouted as the two looked visibly put out. "Honorable grandson, we am the one to the right side," Kotetsu Higain said as he knew they were busted. "I said where are you taking them? They belong to my grandfather," Konohamaru shouted as both men sighed inwardly. He's an emotional kid, they reminded themselves, he just need to vent. Well, these things are just in the way, you see, so we thought it would be best to put them somewhere safe," Kotetsu said as his partner, Izumo Kamizuki, shifted nervously. Though it was too small a twitch for Konohamaru to notice, Kotetsu could tell a mile away that that small twitch was him shifting nervously. "What do you mean?" just at the way Konohamaru asked as he looked slightly confused. But then that look contoured into anger. "You shouldn't even be touching that stuff, who gave you permission?" "Well, we have to make room for the next Hokage," Kotetsu said, trying not to be blunt as Izumo rolled his eyes. "The what?" Konohamaru asked as his face dropped and his body froze. "Yeah, it's done. The fifth Hokage is finally to be inaugurated. It's a big relief to everyone," Izumo said, speaking for the first time, as Konohamaru remained frozen. Now the one who's been chosen is moving, Izumo was saying until Konohamaru pushed his way past the two and almost made them fall. No way, it's too soon for a new Hokage, Konohamaru said in anger, as he glared down at the two from higher up the steps. My grandfather was everything to this village, he shouted as he ran off into the mansion. Kotetsu and Izumo shrugged as they continued on with their job. Konohamaru went into the door and crashed into something, but he really didn't care since it was soft and warm. He snuggled his face into it, because he knew it was on a woman, and a very well-endowed one at that. Soft bobbies, it reminds me of my baby blanket, he said dreamily as he snuggled into them more. Tsunade glared down at the kid, but said nothing since it felt good. Konohamaru's eyes opened, even though he didn't remember closing them, and then widened as he jumped off the woman he was enjoying. Who are you and what are you doing here? He shouted at her, as he blushed from his actions. What am I doing here? Well, what are you doing here, you pesky little runt? Tsunade said with a smirk as he blushed harder. Who's a little runt? I dare you to call me that again, he said as he was quickly getting annoyed with her. Tsunade only smirked more as she bent down to his height. Oh, so you're a glutton for punishment, huh? You're a pesky little runt, Tsunade said, stressing each word as he went red-faced. I'm warning you, if you call me that again, he screamed as Shizen walked up to them. Tsunade-sama, Shizen scolded as Tsunade gave her a look. You really should be going in now, the elders are waiting for you, Shizen said as Tante noinked in agreement. Alright, Shizen, Tsunade said as she sighed and tapped Konohamaru's head. You watch your step, little boy, she said as she walked away from him. I really wished you'd try and behave nicely, especially since I'm the one everyone comes and complains to, Shizen scolded as Tsunade rolled her eyes. Okay, Tsunade said as they walked down the hall to the elder's office. The two elders were standing at a window with their backs to the door. Genma, Koharu called as said ninja landed in a kneeling position behind her with a yes. Aoba the other appeared in the same fashion. Send out the word, everyone in the village must be made aware that today we will officially welcome the 5th Hokage, she said as the two nodded and disappeared as they came. Don't you think it's a bit soon for all that I just got here and all? Tsunade said as the two turned to her, giving her stone-faced looks. What are you on about? Tsunade Hamura asked with a raised brow. I mean, I just got to the village. Shouldn't I rest and relax before I'm inducted as Hokage? I hate this, I'm sore all over, Tsunade said as she rolled her shoulders while Hamura and Koharu exchanged a look. I take it that fool Jiraiya didn't tell you. He must have thought it a fun joke to be played, Hamura said with his ever-present scowl deepening. What do you mean, didn't tell me what? Oh, you mean about you wanting me to be made Hokage? Well, no, he didn't, but I figured it out. It wasn't too hard. I mean, who would really go out and search for me just to heal a few people, and then it was conveniently after the death of Sarutobi-sensei. It wasn't too hard to figure out, Tsunade said as they exchanged another look. How did you know Hiruzen died? Tsunade Koharu questioned as she and Hamura gave Tsunade a kunai-sharp look. Oh, well, news travels fast when the lords and nobles of other countries are present during an invasion. I found out about 2 days are the whole thing, Tsunade said as Shizen shifted uncomfortably near the door. I see, Hamura said as he closed his eyes, but then snapped them open to give Tsunade a stone gaze and a scowl. Tsunade, we thank you for that bit of information, but we must inform you that you've drawn your conclusions from nothing but thin air. You are not being made the 5th Hokage. This is why Jiraiya did not tell you anything about it, because there was nothing to tell. Now if you'll excuse us, he said as he and Koharu brushed past her and Shizen, we have work to do, and so do you. I would get over to the hospital if I were you. That was the whole reason you were brought back, just as it was messaged to you by Jiraiya. Hamura finished as they exited their office and left Tsunade standing there, frozen and speechless. She regained herself and went after them, catching up them as they were in the hallway. Well, fine, I'm not Hokage, and don't really give a damn, but answer me this, who is? Tsunade said as she got in front of them. They exchanged looks. She was really getting tired of that. You should know by now, you have been traveling with him all this way, Hamura said as Tsunade pulled a look of disgust. Jiraiya Kami, why would you senile old fools make that at old Toad Hokage? Now the kunoichi will be wearing nothing but belts and scrolls, Tsunade said as Hamura gave her a stern look, but it was as effective with his red cheeks. Koharu was the one to speak as she looked just as disgusted. Not Jiraiya Naruto, he was made Hokage almost a month ago, Koharu yelled as Tsunade looked confused. But then she gave them a weird look. Naruto, why would you make that brat Hokage? I understand he's powerful and quick on his feet, but he's just as half-assed as Jiraiya, Tsunade said as Shizen had finally caught up to them. He was chosen by the Fire Daimyo, and approved by the Shinobi Council and Jonin Commander. Naruto has shown that he is able to handle the job so far, so we have faith in him. Hamura said as Tsunade gave them a look, but then she smiled. Fine, I guess the brat deserves it, all the paperwork, the political headaches, and the boring meetings. Yup, he can have that, I'll just heal these people and be on my way. Tsunade said happily as she walked from the two elders. Not so fast, Tsunade. You've been away from the village for far too long. Hiruzen allowed you to leave because you were grieving, but now it's time to come back home. If you don't comply, we'll have to ask that you be marked as a missing ninja and hunted for abandoning the village. Hamura said as Tsunade froze with one leg still in the air. Excuse me? Tsunade whispered out coldly as the two were not affected. Shizen narrowed her eyes at the two elders. Naruto won't let this happen, would he? We will not repeat ourselves. If there is a problem with what was said, then take it up at the next council meeting, which you shall be attending as the Senju clan head and head of the medical corps. Koharu said as they once again brushed past her and out into the village. Tsunade-sama, they can't do that, right? Naruto has final say as Hokage, right? Shizen asked as Tsunade lowered her face. Yes, they can, and yes, he does. That's why we'll be forced to stay. Tsunade said as Shizen's eyes went wide. But Naruto, Shizen stuttered out as Tsunade raised a hand to stop her. Is Hokage now, and he must do what is best for the village as a whole. Having me back here instead of sending Anbu to their deaths is the best decision, Tsunade said with a sigh, but then struck a thinking pose. Besides, it's not so bad. I can finally get a drink and use my clan's money to pay off all my debts, Tsunade said after thinking it over. Shizen's jaw dropped as she stared at her master. Tsunade-sama, are you telling me that we could have used the Senju clan funds to pay off your debts, instead of hopping from place to place like we have? Shizen said as she lowered her face, making her hair overshadow her face. Yeah, I know, didn't you love it, the living on the edge, never knowing where we'd end up next, the running from near constant attempts of repayment? Tsunade asked with a thumbs up as Shizen chuckled, but never raised her head. Tsunade-sama, I have something to tell you, Shizen said as Tsunade looked curious. Oh, what is it? Tsunade said as she gazed at Shizen. I'm gonna kill you, Shizen roared as she dropped Taunton, who was frozen in fear, and made a chakra scalpel with her left hand. Tsunade's eyes widened as she did the most rational thing she had ever done. She ran for her life. With Naruto and the girls, they had dragged him all the way out to Training Ground 7 so they would have some privacy. Naruto was still a little put out about the whole thing, but they were using puppy dog eyes. Curse whoever made that unstoppable jutsu. Fine, but stand back, this isn't just your normal illusion. It also holds back a fraction of my power, so I'm not sure what'll happen. Naruto said as they did as they were told. They hopped back 10 feet just to be sure as Naruto pressed his palms together and exuded chakra. The very air around him began to swirl and twist into a torrent of energy as his chakra became visible to them. Hinata and Ino weren't surprised since they had been seeing him do such ever since they started the academy, but Tenten was in a state of shock. What enormous chakra, it feels like the air is pushing down on me, Tenten thought in shock as she struggled to stay on her feet. She looked over to Hinata and Ino and saw that they were barely affected. Has he always been this powerful? Kai, Naruto said lowly, but it rang out as he exploded in a flash of light and gust of wind that had created a dust cloud around him. When the dust had died away, each girl had the same look of shock and lust on their face, except Ino, who was just completely lost. In Naruto's place was a young man just a few inches taller than them. He had long spiky blonde and 2 bangs framing either side of his face. His cerulean blue eyes shined like a clear pool of water, but beneath that warmth and shine they could see cold and darkness, which proved he was a shinobi. He wore a long black robe shirt, black robe pants, and a white sash to hold them together, to which was tied in a loose knot in the front. A sword was held on his right hip by the sash. He wore a long white haori with long sleeves over his clothes. He also wore a white scarf around his neck that hid the bottom half of his face. He pulled down the scarf to give them a foxy smile. He stepped out of the crater his power had created upon release and walked up to the three stunned girls. So how do I look? Naruto questioned simply, but to them his voice was cool, smooth, and alluring. Woten breathed out as she blushed, but continued to ogle him. Mama really likes Ino said as she gave him a seductive smile back. Naruto's sweat dropped as Ino licked her lips at him. She was so weird. Hinata, what do you think? Naruto said in that monotone, yet sexy voice that made Hinata fight every fiber of her being to stay awake. You like wow, Hinata said shyly as her face she was the reddest of all three. If it wasn't for the fact her father was expecting her home soon, she'd jump him right now instead of sneaking into his apartment later tonight. Naruto sighed as he made a hand sign and turned back to normal. Okay, you girls have had your fun. Now if you don't mind I need to get to the hospital, Naruto said as he blurred sight. The three girls were now shocked and turned on. Was that the Shun Shinjutsu? Tenten asked as Hinata shook her head. Years of honing and train, not just the Byakugan, but her normal eyes as well told her the answer. He walked away, at instant speed. It was small, but before he completely disappeared I saw him stick out his foot. He took one step, and then gone. Hinata said as Ino's jaw dropped along with Tenten's. But that's impossible, right? I mean Guy-sensei is fast, but not fast enough to walk away at the speed of sound, so how is Naruto? Tenten exclaimed as she threw up her hands. He moved at the speed of light, not sound, and I think it was the use of chakra that did it for him. I'm not sure, but I know for a fact no one can move that fast without energy of some kind, Hinata said as she turned and began the journey back to the village. Ino started after her, but then gave Tenten a look as she wasn't following. I don't know about you, but I think I've come down with a case of love fever. I need to go to the hospital and have Naruto-kun cure it with his new and sexy self. Bye, Ino said as she placed the back of her hand on her forehead and fainted sickness. She wiggled her eyes and raced off toward the village as Tenten came out of her stupor. Ino, you leave Naruto alone, he's supposed to get to know us and choose to be with us, not raped by you, Tenten yelled as she raced after Ino. Ino only laughed as she ran. It's not rape if he comes back for more, she yelled back as Hinata thought it'd be good to start running while she still had a head start. With Naruto, he blurred into beside Shizen as the woman saw him and yelped, falling on her ass. Naruto, what have I said about doing that to scare me? Shizen whined as Naruto chuckled and helped her up. Not to. But your face is so funny, he said as he went into full-blown laughter. Do realize I'm still a medic ninja, and that you don't know everything about healing just yet, so you'll have to continue training under me, Shizen said darkly as Naruto paled and quivered in his spot. Why yes, Shizen-sensei, Naruto said through his chattering teeth. Shizen gave him a smile as she and he caught up to Tsunade. This must be the room. Sasuke Uchiha? Tsunade said as she entered the hospital room. May I come in? She asked as Naruto rolled his eyes. His eyes widened a fraction as he saw Sakura sitting beside Sasuke's bed. He looked around the room and saw that fresh flowers were in the vase on the other side. Those were picked just today. She must have been here quite often, he thought as he gazed at them. Don't worry, Sakura. She's here to make everything alright now, Naruto said as Tsunade went over to Sasuke. Hey Naruto, so she must be the one guy Sensei told me about, Sakura said as she turned and bowed to Tsunade. Oh please save Sasuke. Tsunade gave her a kind smile, with Naruto rolling his eyes again. Well, I'll see what I can do, she said as she put her hand on Sasuke's forehead and began using healing chakra. Well, I'll go see what I can do for Kakashi. Naruto, will you come with me? Shizen said as Naruto nodded and walked out, but not without catching a glimpse of Sakura's crying face. Maybe this was why the pervy sage had wanted him to give up on her, and why he did. Sasuke woke up feeling just as bad as he did in that damn coma, but at least now he wasn't seeing images of his family being killed in front of him. It was only Sakura and some lady. He was too tired to care that Sakura was hugging him. He'd let it slide this time, but next time physical contact is to be restricted to only a handshake. And now that he was awake, the first thing he'd do was corner Naruto and demand answers. Ow, stupid damn headache. Okay, new plan: first sleep and some medicine, then Naruto and answers. Shizen couldn't do anything for Kakashi, so they had to wait for Tsunade. She came in with a scowl on her face as she walked up to his bed. Naruto was stone-faced, a first for Kakashi to ever see. Tsunade healed him, but he was still in pain. Oh well, he figured that was his punishment. Naruto glanced over to see Guy was twisting the hospital curtain as he waited for Tsunade to finish with Kakashi. How disgraceful, to be taken completely out of the game by two low-life punks like that. I thought you were supposed to be the best. Tsunade said mockingly as Kakashi sat up, looking almost as bad as he felt. Sorry to disappoint you, Kakashi said as Naruto turned to leave from the room. Kakashi, once you're feeling up to it, be in my office tomorrow. We have things to discuss, you and I, Naruto said as Kakashi turned his eye to Naruto's back. That was so monotone and lukewarm. What had happened to Naruto while he was gone? Of course, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said tiredly as he fell back into bed. Tsunade only shook her head as she turned to Naruto, who had a smirk on his face for some reason. Only one more to go, Granny, Naruto said cheekily while Tsunade had the urge to punch him as Guy stopped twisting the curtain to point his fingers toward the next room. Rock Lee, he's right next door, Guy said as he continued to point. Naruto and Tsunade sighed in unison as they went to the room. No one was in there, but they did see Lee limping down the corridor with his crutch. Now that Naruto was looking at Lee, and knew a bit about healing, he could tell that the injuries Lee had gotten were more serious than any of them had thought. If anyone could heal Lee, it would be Tsunade. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he glanced back at Tsunade, who was looking at Lee with especially critical eyes. He could tell that she was analyzing him just from her experience with healing. Lee, look who's here to see you, it's Tsunade-sama, Guy said as he pointed dramatically at Tsunade, who was still stone-faced. Is this one of your students? Guy, Tsunade asked as Naruto rolled his eyes again if she couldn't tell just from Lee's looks. Yes, he's more than a student, he's like a son, Guy said as Lee looked up with an odd expression toward Tsunade. I see, Tsunade said as she gave a quick glance at Naruto, who caught it and nodded. I'll let you handle things from here, Granny. I've still some time before it begins, Naruto said as he walked away, but then stopped as he was passing Shizen. Be sure to tell me everything that goes on, Shizen. I have a feeling I'll need to know, Naruto said in a stern voice as Shizen stiffened. She had heard his voice in monotone, but never like just now. Yes, of course, Naruto-sama, Shizen as he nodded. No need for the sama part, Shizen-sensei, Naruto said as he stepped behind her and blurred from sight. Later, at the Ichiraku ramen bar, with Naruto and Irika. You're late, Irika-sensei. I thought tardiness was not part of your ninja way, Naruto said cheekily as he leaned against the wall of the ramen shop. Irika chuckled a bit as he came up to Naruto. Sorry, it's just all these preparations for the Godaime Hokage, Irika said as Naruto nodded while they went inside and ordered, but not before Naruto glanced at the corner Konohamaru was hiding behind. So, do you know who is to be made the 5th Hokage? Irika-sensei, Naruto asked with his eyes closed as Irika glanced over to him. Since when did Naruto have a poker face? No, I'm just a regular chunin, not one of the elite, so I wasn't told. Though I have heard it was someone young. Younger than me, and that's something, Irika said as Tsuchi served them. Naruto began eating with vigor, making Irika sigh. Some things would never change. Oh, and what do you think of it? Naruto asked, eyes still closed as he slurped down noodles. Irika put his chopsticks over his bowl as he struck up a thinking pose. Well, being that the person is so young with such a big responsibility, and so many people depending on him that could overwhelm just about anyone, then we have to think about how we look toward the other nations. By our Kage being so young, it suggests that we have very powerful ninja. If one half my age could become Hokage, they would be less tempted to go to war, Irika said as Naruto finally opened his eyes slowly. So you do know who the 5th Hokage is to be? Naruto said slowly as Irika looked nervous. And no, of course, and not I'm only chunin, Irika said as Naruto chuckled a bit. Irika-sensei, only elite chunin are made, and allowed, to teach at the academy. Besides, when you were a regular chunin you were in Kakashi-sensei's squad. I read your files, Naruto said as he drank his broth and put down his bowl. Irika sighed as he threw up his hands. Fine, you caught me. But really, Naruto Hokage so young? Irika asked, but stiffened as Tsuchi laughed gruffly. He's working hard, Irika. Besides, if not now, he'd have probably claimed the title 3 to 6 years from now, and that wouldn't be much of a change. Tucci said as he produced another bowl of ramen for Naruto. Oh, we are so making ramen Konoha's national dish, Naruto said as Tucci got real signs in his eyes. He could just imagine the money he'd rake in saying things like, "The Hokage always ate ramen here," or "Every meal the Godame Hokage was here, and if it's good enough for him, then why not should we go see him, and ask he might not be in a good mood if we do." Yeah, that would work. And Naruto, you can't just do things like that, that's abuse of power, Iruka scolded, but Naruto was ignoring him in favor of his ramen. Iruka gave up after seeing Naruto wasn't paying attention to him. "Tell me something, old man Tucci, how did you know I'm the 5th Hokage?" Naruto asked as he finished his noodles. Tucci crossed his arms with a smirk on his face. "I'm a retired jonin, so I still have the privilege of getting that kind of info." "Now eat up, ramen is on the house today," Tucci said as he pointed his wooden spoon at Naruto. Naruto's face lit up like he was getting free ramen, which he was. Suddenly an ANBU appeared in a kneeling position behind the two as they ate. Naruto sighed, not even turning around, as he placed his chopsticks over his broth-filled bowl. "What is it?" Naruto asked, annoyed as the ANBU bowed his head. "Sorry to disturb you before the coronation, Hokage-sama, but a problem has come up that needs your attention," the bird said as Naruto turned to him. "A problem? What is it?" Iruka asked. "Konohamaru Sarutobi has barricaded himself inside the library of the Hokage mansion. Tsunade-sama is trying to get in for medical research, and the village elders need to get in for your inaugural Kage robes which had been stored in there some time ago," Bird said as Naruto nodded while Iruka looked shocked. "Wait, what? Konohamaru wouldn't do something like this. He knows the village needs a new Hokage, so why would?" Iruka was saying until Naruto raised a hand to stop him. "He's angry and sad at the same time due to the village. He feels as if the village has forgotten his grandfather in its haste to get back to normality. I shall go myself and get him. Iruka, come with me, it'll be better if you're there with us," Naruto said as he got up from his stool and blurred away. Bird nodded as he disappeared in a plume of smoke. Iruka was shocked Naruto could use teleportation jutsu, especially one such as that. Naruto didn't even use a hand sign. "Right," Iruka said as he nodded a goodbye to Tucci and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. At the Hokage mansion, Naruto had been the first to arrive, followed by Bird and Iruka. He scanned the hall as he walked and found Moegi and Udan along with Izumo, Kotetsu, Shizen and Tsunade. Koharu and Hamura were stand along the opposite wall with deep scowls on their faces. "But Tsunade-sama, he's just a kid and the grandson of the 3rd Hokage." "What do I care? I'm the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, so I'm the one you need to worry about," Tsunade snapped back as the two Chunin flinched back. "What's with all the racket? It's barely even noon," Naruto said as he walked up to them all. "Sorry, Naruto-sama, but Konohamaru has blockaded himself in your library. We can't get him out without using force," Izumo said as he and Kotetsu bowed to him. Moegi and Udan looked in awe as Naruto walked up to them. "Thank you too, but I'll take it from here," Naruto said as he threw back his hand and a cherry blossom fell into it. The petal glowed as it transformed into a katana. It was a regular katana, with a simple cross guard, which is a simple open frame, much like a 4-pane window. It had a white-colored hilt and white sheath. This katana was Senbonzakura. He unsheathed it and threw the sheath to the side where it turned to cherry blossom and dissipated. "Naruto, what just happened?" Iruka asked as Naruto gave him a foxy grin. "That was a special weapon summoning. I learned how to do it when I finished my seals training. Jiraiya-sensei says that I've gained the title of Seals and Sealing Master after I pasted a test of his. I can do that summoning from a seal that's hidden in invisible ink on the right hip of my clothes," Naruto explained as Iruka only nodded dumbly with a look of awe and shock. "You've really gotten stronger, Naruto. To think that 1 month of training under Jiraiya-sama has done this for you," Iruka said as Naruto's grin grew. "That's not all, but right now I have something to do," Naruto said as he turned to the door. He pushed it, causing a panel at the top to release a bunch of metal pans. He slashed through each of them as they fell. He pushed the doors in and found that they had tables and stacks of books blocking them, so he added churka to his strength to get them open wide enough. He saw that ninja wire and exploding tags were strung up all over the room. He took down the tags and cut through all the wire, causing more junk to fall in front of his path. He punched it all out of his way and took a few more steps in. He heard a sizzling noise and looked down to see that an explosive tag had been hidden on the floor as well. Before it could explode, he stepped on it and grinded his foot into it, destroying the seal and stopping the explosion. A pair of kunai came at him, and he sliced it in half after adding wind churka to the blade of his sword. A boulder fell from the ceiling, and it too was cut in two by his blade. He kept walking as he had and dispelled Senbonzakura, seeing that the traps had all been destroyed. Konohamaru's eyes widened as he ran to the corner, but Naruto grabbed him by the scarf and yanked him. He dragged Konohamaru, kicking and screaming, from the room and walked down the hall with Irika close behind. As soon as they had made it out of the mansion, Naruto picked Konohamaru up, still kicking, but now crying, and they walked all the way to the academy in non-conversational silence. Once inside, they found Irika's classroom and locked themselves inside as Naruto dropped Konohamaru onto the wooden floor. Konohamaru looked up at them as he sobbed, but neither was in the mood for his whining as they gave him stern looks. Naruto, eventually, sighed and sat down at one of the student desks, faintly remembering his days in the academy. "What's this all about, Konohamaru?" Naruto asked as Irika kept up the stern look. He knew what Konohamaru was doing, but he wanted the boy to say it himself. Konohamaru stopped sobbing and dried his eyes as he sat on the floor of the classroom with Irika standing over him. Pretty soon, everyone's gonna forget about the old man," Konohamaru said quietly as he got up and sat next to Naruto with Irika leaning on another desk. "It wouldn't be long," Konohamaru said with a blank face. "They'll forget what a great ninja he was. And then they'll just toss his memory away like an old shoe." He finished as Irika gave him a stern but concerned look. Naruto was quiet for a moment, but then stood up. "You're wrong, I know for a fact he'll be remembered long after we're gone," Naruto said as Konohamaru's face contoured in anger. "Well, you're wrong," Konohamaru yelled as Naruto gave him a smile. "I'm not wrong, because I promise as the 5th Hokage that I won't ever forget him, and all the good that he's done," Naruto said as he blurred from the room. Konohamaru and Irika stared, with wide eyes, at the spot Naruto had been, but they were staring for completely different reasons. "Naruto is the 5th Hokage," Konohamaru whispered in shock as Irika smiled. "You really have grown up since you were in his seat, Naruto," Irika thought as he looked and smiled down on the shocked out of his mind Konohamaru. Naruto traveled at transcendent speed around Konoha, looking for Shizen. He stopped atop a building as he dropped to one knee. His breathing was hard and fast, but he was smiling nonetheless. "That's 10, and that's my limit, but it's a better limit than 3. I get it now. I don't pump it to my legs, but let small strings out as I walk. I'm glad I'm getting adjusted to this technique, but I still need a name for it," Naruto said as he stopped and sat on the roof of the building. "It needs the word step in it, I know that, since all I'm do is walking at high speed. Blur step, no. How about quick step, no. Light step, no. Flash step, perfect. I'm genius after all," Naruto said as he jumped up and down on the roof. "Tsunade-sama," was the scream that Naruto heard just down the street. Naruto jumped off the roof and ran to what sounded like Shizen. He burst in the door to find Shizen with a shocked expression. "Shizen, what's wrong? What happened to Granny?" Naruto said as he was already going through hand signs for an earth-style ninjutsu. "She's concentrating on SS studying," Shizen said as Naruto thought over her words and looked over to Tsunade, who was in fact studying a medical book. "Oh Kami, what's happening? Is this all just a dream or some story by a weird guy who thought this would be a good idea?" "You're studying," Naruto said, too shocked to do anything but yell. Tsunade gave them both an irate look as she sipped her sake. "I'm studying for Rock Lee's surgery," Tsunade said with a serious face as Naruto's eyes widened just a fraction. He had a feeling Lee would need surgery. "How bad is he?" Naruto asked with an equally serious face as he sat in the booth on the opposite side of Tsunade. "Some of his injuries are embedded deep into his spinal cord. The surgery, as it is now, only has a 50% chance of success. But if I can apply that jutsu Kabuto used to a patient such as Lee, then it could increase the chance of success, even if just by 1%. Tsunade said as Naruto looked deep in thought. He figured she meant the one Kabuto had done when he was hit by his Rasengan. So it was a jutsu and not a bloodline. How that means it could be used on anyone, so long as they had the power to use it. I'll see what I can do about that. Kabuto's jutsu was probably his own. I'll do some checking and tell you what I come up with, Naruto said as Tsunade nodded, but then looked at him in confusion. You plan to help with the surgery? Tsunade asked as Naruto nodded with a smile on his face. I am the 5th Hokage after all. I plan to do a lot of things to help the village, and I think it's a good start to help at least one of my ninja continue his dream, don't you? Naruto said as Tsunade leaned back in her seat and chuckled. Fine, I plan to begin preparations 2 days from now. Dig up whatever you can by then. Afterward, have Shizen here teach you about anything you may not know, Tsunade said, but as she finished, Naruto paled ghostly and Shizen was chuckling evilly with a dark aura around her. Naruto and I are gonna do our best, right? Naruto, Shizen said wickedly sweet as Naruto was trembling as he nodded. Why, yes, SSS Shizen sensei, Naruto said as he stood and walked out of the tavern. As soon as he stepped into the street, an ANBU dropped in front of him. The coronation is to begin, Naruto-sama. The elders and village require your presence, the female-born masked ANBU said with just a hint of disdain in her voice. Very well, let us go, Naruto said coldly as he turned from her and disappeared. The ANBU kneeled on the street, frozen in place by the frigid cold tone that struck her. He could have known she was against his appointment, could he? She shook her head as she needed to get to the coronation herself, and think about that later. At the coronation, with Naruto, Naruto adjusted his ceremonial robes and ran a hand over his new Kage hat, hoping the gestures would mask his own growing nervousness for his inauguration as Konoha's Go-Dame Hokage. Despite all his confidence in proclaiming that he will be Hokage all these years, it is a way different story when it was actually about to happen. You look fine, so stop your fussing or you'll rip those clothes to shreds, Jiraiya said as he leaned against the doorway of the ceremonial room. Naruto gave him a small smile as he took a deep breath. It was all so real now. So how do these things usually go? Naruto asked as he went over to Jiraiya. Pretty boring, but the only one I've ever seen was Minato's, so that may not be an accurate account. It's basically you standing there while one of the elders announces your life up until now. They may throw in a few things extra, but it's all basically a snore. Well, I'd better get out there. The village needs my good looks to survive, Jiraiya said as he disappeared in a plume of smoke. Taking one last look at his appearance in the mirror, Naruto stepped out of the room and looked out of a hallway window. He couldn't see the rooftop since it was above him, but he could see his people. He could see their faces, so he used his Kami Daigen to see them all clearly. He could now clearly see into the literal crowd of thousands. He saw Shikamaru standing beside Asuma with a smirk on his face. Choji was beside him, not eating, which was a first for Naruto to ever see. Ino was standing with Hinata and Tenten as they, like everyone else, was looking up at the rooftop. He saw Rock Lee there on his crutch standing along with Niji and Guy with a hand on each of his shoulder. He could see Niji was smirking, but he didn't know why. Then he saw that the Hyuga prodigy had his Byakugan active and was staring right at him. Naruto wanted to hide, but then slapped his forehead as he realized that made no sense or point. He just waved and Niji, along with several other Hyuga, waved back. Kurenai-sensei was standing with Kiba and Shino. Kiba had Akamaru atop his head as the dog was barking. Shino was just Shino. Enko, the crazy snake lady, was leaning on Kurenai-sensei. Naruto couldn't read lips, but he was fairly sure that whatever was being said was giving Kurenai-sensei that red face. He gazed through the crowd and saw something that made his heart both lighter and beat faster. His team was out there, right next to the special Jonin. Kakashi and Sasuke looked exhausted and ready to drop dead, but they were there nonetheless, with Sakura looking around and saying something. Kakashi put an hand on her head and said something that made her stop, but whatever was said gave Sasuke a thoughtful look. He saw many others from the village that he knew, Irika and other teachers with all the academy students, and Tuchi and Ayam from Ichiraku's ramen bar. The only people he didn't see were Tsunade, Shizen, the clan heads, the village elders, and Jiraiya. He resolved that they must have been on the roof waiting for him. It was then a loud voice, Koharu if he had to guess, began speaking. He had no idea Koharu could be that loud. Proud people of Konoha, we have been through much, and it has weighed heavily upon our village. We've seen, just recently, an invasion in which we were attacked by 2 villages. Thought we fought and won and persevered through it all. The heaviest of all was the loss of our dear Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. But we will not give up. He would not want that of us. He'd want you all to weather these tough times and the tough times ahead. That is why we have gathered here today, to welcome the leader who will bring us through those tough times, with determination and an unyielding spirit," Koharu said, and then stepped back as Hamura came up and went through hand signs. "We of the village have kept many secrets, not just from our enemies, but from you the people as well. We the elders and your newest Hokage believe that it is time for some, if not all, of those secrets to come to light. The village is a family, and we should not keep secrets from family. So here, in front of all that are gathered, shall we tell you of the truth around one Naruto," Uzumaki Hamura said as voices began to mutter to one another. Naruto could see Sakura turn to Kakashi and say something, but he must have told her to listen to the elders since she turned back. He saw that a lot of the younger people had turned to the adults, but they did as Kakashi did. Naruto Uzumaki, as many of you may know, was a genin ninja of Konoha. He was the village prankster and wanted nothing more than the attention of others. Though there are far more rooted things than you all know. He shall expose a truth now that was banned by law from speaking. Naruto Uzumaki is the Kyubi Jinchuriki of Konoha, Hamura said as the entire crowd gasped and went wide-eyed, even Kakashi. Naruto saw that several of the Jonin appeared beside each other, namely Kakashi, Guy and Asuma. Kurenai and Anko were having their own discussion, and Naruto knew that he was the topic of the muttering and whispering voices. What were they thinking outing Naruto like that? Kakashi said as Asuma shrugged, but did glare up at the elder as he waited for the people to calm themselves. "I don't know, but they had better have a damn good reason. Naruto could execute that old man for something like that," Asuma said as Guy nodded. "Perhaps that is the bad news to whatever other secrets they and Naruto feel must be exposed," Guy said with his voice serious as he gave Hamura a narrow-eyed look. "Hey Kurenai-chan, do you think Naruto would give that old bastard a public execution for this? I always wanted to see his old die." And then Danzo, Anko said excitedly as Kurenai was serious and frowning. "I don't know, Anko, but whatever's going on, it better move on quick before the civilians fill their children's heads with more demonic stories of Naruto," Kurenai said as she gave the old man a hard look. Hamura finally raised his arms to shush the crowd, and all was silent as he pressed on. "That is not the most shocking thing you will learn today. Naruto Uzumaki is a hero for containing the demon that would have destroyed us. If not for his very birth, we would all have been at the mercy of the Kyubi and its wrath. He is a hero of epic proportions, and shall be regarded as such. This was the wish of both the Yondaime and Sandaime, but you villains and heartless fiends disregard this wish, this last dying wish. Simply because you do not understand now, you shall learn of one of the most shocking secrets that has been kept from you for over 13 years. Once you learn of this, you shall wish to repent for your deeds against young Uzumaki," Hamura said, and stepped back as Danzo limped up to the front of the rooftop. His cold and stone face made everyone nervous, because even Danzo normally did not look that coldly at people. "You fools who had praised the Sandaime and Yondaime for their actions, yet you disregarded their wishes. I could point each of you out as a person who has wronged Uzumaki-san in one way or another. There are only a handful of people who would escape that identifying, though I suppose making you feel sorry now is of no real mirth. For once I have said what I plan to, each of you shall gaze upon the boy with new eyes and new-found shock and awe," Danzo said as the crowd was eerily silent when he took his pause. "Uzumaki is not just some common and useless name. It is one of his birth names. Some of you may know this, but I shall explain for those who don't. Naruto Uzumaki happens to be the last of his clan. The Uzumaki clan, to be exact. The Uzumaki clan was a prominent clan in Yuzushiogakure, or the Land of Whirlpools. They were also distant relatives of the Senju clan, and thus both clans were on good terms, an alliance that extended onto their hidden villages Konoha and Yuzushio, or the hidden in the Whirlpool village. Did you know that the Whirlpool symbol integrated onto our shinobi's uniforms and flak jackets, as well as on the shoulders of those uniforms, is a sign of friendship and goodwill between the two villages, and continues to do so to this day, in memory of our friendship even years after Whirlpool's destruction? No, I suppose not, but then again none of you could see the plain truth in front your eyes. That shall be the next truth I reveal unto you, the precious people of Konoha." The crowd was as silent as they could be. Naruto Uzumaki, the resident, the prankster of Konoha, and all-around annoyance, was the last of a clan that not only helped their village, but had a village of their own. The shopkeepers vowed to be nicer to the boy, give him a few gifts, and apologize for their past treatment of him. The shinobi, who didn't know, were shocked right down to their cores as they looked to the swirl symbol on their and others' clothes. That thing was just about everywhere in their village, and it was in dedication to a founding clan that Naruto Uzumaki, the #1 knucklehead ninja, was the last of. They couldn't believe it. True, they had been already seeing him as one of them, a true shinobi of Konoha, but to think that the kid had the power of a clan and was related to the Senju, it was enough to make more than a few of them faint. Luckily, some of their friends were there to wake them up. What was next? Him being the son of Kushina Uzumaki. Damn, they fainted again. I see some of you have already began to realize just what is next on the list of secrets to be revealed. Well, for those who haven't, allow me to do the honors. Naruto Uzumaki is the son of the only other resident Uzumaki this village has had since the wife of the Shodai Hokage Mito Uzumaki. That is right, Naruto is the great-grandson of the Shodai Hokage, the great-grandnephew of the Nidaime Hokage and son of Kushina Uzumaki, the red-hot-blooded habanero, Danzo said as he saw a few dozen more ninja in the crowd faint. Apparently they still remembered her quite vividly even after 13 years. As many of you know, there was only one man that was worth Kushina's time. That man and her became fast friends and even lovers. They married around 14 years ago and were found dead in each other's arms. That man gave Naruto his hair color, eye color, and skin tone. In fact, the resemblance between the two is so very noticeable that you'd have to be a complete nut to see it, Danzo said as the sound of many face palms came out across the crowd. He smiled and it made a lot of people give him a look. The sounds of idiots finally seeing the truth was always music to his ears. You don't think? No, it couldn't be, it's impossible, Kakashi was saying as Guy shook his. Calm down, Kakashi, it's alright. We all deluded ourselves from the truth because it was far too painful. We knew it was true, yet we decided against it, because if there was even a chance it wasn't, we'd all be far more depressed. Goose said as Asuma nodded. But he was my teacher, my sensei. The man was like a second father to me. I looked Naruto in the face so many times, and I just brushed the resemblance off as a coincidence, Kakashi said as Sakura and Sasuke looked at him and came over, along with all the other genin. I wrote it off as mere coincidence that he had the blonde hair, the cerulean blue eyes, the perfect tan skin, and the talent for ninjutsu. I said, there's no way he could be my sensei's son because they said he and Kushina sensei died and no child was found. I was a damn jonin. For Kami's sake, I should have known that my sensei would never use someone else's kid for that sealing. I should have known that my sensei would do something as stupid as to seal the most powerful demon into his own son, because it was the only way, Kakashi said hysterically as he dropped to his knees with tears streaming down his face. I could have done so much for Naruto. I could have given him a home, a big brother, better training, love, compassion, and a shoulder to cry on when he was alone. I could have been so much more than a guard at his window, or a half-assed teacher. I could have been Kakashi Nii-san or Big Brother Kakashi. I could have had a little brother to help deal with the sorrows of my own life. He could have imparted some of that never-die attitude onto me. It all could have been so beautiful, Kakashi said as his students and friends looked down at him. Guy and Asuma bent down and patted his back while Kurenai and Anko came over. It's alright, Kakashi, you've done more than you think. You've given him a great morale teacher, and that's very hard to come by in the ninja world. You've given him the ideals of teamwork, the importance of loyalty, and the love of a teacher. You said it yourself that he has the best moral beliefs of your team. That should count for something, because it was you who installed those beliefs into him. Guy said reassuringly as Kakashi got up and nodded. Why, you're right, Guy, Kakashi said slowly as he didn't even bother to dry his tears. They were his punishment and his pride. Danzo surveyed the crowd with his hawk-like gaze and found that they were quieting down. It was time for the final nail in the coffin. Naruto Uzumaki is the son of none other than Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, Danzo said as everyone in the crowd was stunned. The civilian population were dumbfounded and most of the ninja population as well. How the hell did they not see it? The sun-kissed blonde hair, the sparkling cerulean blue eyes, and the never-die attitude. Damn, he is the son of the Minato and Kushina. Even the civilians that hated Naruto to their very core couldn't scream out in protest. Even they couldn't delude themselves about who his father was. They knew their beloved Yondaime would never use any child for that sort of sealing, but his own. It was the plain, honest, An undeniable truth: Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. They hung their heads in shame for how they treated the son of their best and most powerful Hokage. They just hoped that never die attitude extended to forgiveness as well. The ninjas were still face-palming themselves all around for not seeing it earlier. How the hell could masters of disguise and secrets not have seen the plain and simple truth that ran past them every single day? He had to be the son of Kushina the way he got people back for ignoring them. He turned their ninja clothes pink for ignoring him. That was definitely a Kushina move. Danzo smirked as he saw more face-palming and even some going up to trees and knocking their heads against them. He looked out and saw some of the civilians were doing the same. He really loved this part of him, the part that could enjoy the stupidity of other people. It was the highlight of his week. Oh well, time to continue. That's right, your so hated Naruto Uzumaki is the son of your so beloved Yondaime. What's more, as you all know, the Namikes were one of the first clans to join and help build the village. The Namikes are why the Hyuga and Sarutobi clans joined the village. The Namikes clan was a small clan, but a founding clan nonetheless, and Naruto is the last of it as well. You who dishonored the Sandaime and Yondaime have dishonored this village and its founding. You have dishonored the Senju and its members. You have dishonored all the previous Hokage, Danzo said as almost everyone in the village hung their head. Danzo's smirk came back as he raised his arms. And you have done a great and terrible dishonor to your newest Hokage. At hearing that, everyone's attention was back on him and not their sorrows. They had already dishonored their newest ruler and leader, Okami-sama. Help them, what if the newest Hokage was Tsunade with her temper? They'd kill themselves before she got to them. What if it was Jiraiya? They had never saw him angry or displeased. But if the stories Orochimaru used to tell were true, they'd run to Tsunade before they'd let him get a hold of them. It didn't matter who the newest Hokage was, their asses were in hot water. Asuma-sensei, the Godaime Hokage won't do anything too bad, right? I mean, we're loyal followers, so we'd be alright, Hachoji asked as the genin turned to Asuma. Niji was shifted nervously as he gazed at one of the windows to the Hokage mansion. Naruto wouldn't do anything that horrible, right? Well, it depends on the mood the fifth is in. He can order us to basically slaughter anyone that did an injustice to Naruto and this village. If word gets out about how we treat ninja like Naruto, and then if word gets out about his heritage, all hell will break loose in the shinobi world. This village may be invaded just to get Naruto out of this hellhole. I know Wave Country would kill us after Naruto's saving their country. So, we may or may not have to kill off the ones that made Naruto's life hell. Just be prepared in case we're ordered to. Okay, Choji-sama said as the genin were wide-eyed at how conversationally he said it all. The other Jonin sensei and senior ninja rolled their eyes at his little over-the-genin head joke. Niji caught on to the joke, but still feinted shock as he mentally smirked. The fifth Hokage can't just kill people off for how they treated one person. That's barbaric, Sakura exclaimed as Kakashi turned to her. The Yondaime Kazekage used sand to assassinate his own son, Gaara. The Sandaime Mizukage used Miss Ninja and Anbiyu to try and kill off anyone with a bloodline. The Sandaime Reikage tried to kidnap Hinata from our village, and didn't care that his head ninja was killed. The Nidaime Tsuchikage killed off half his villagers thinking they were going to revolt against him. And Minato-sensei killed an entire army of rock ninja, even those who had surrendered or tried for retreat. You kids need to learn not to question your leaders, and simply accept what is said, especially today, Kakashi said as Sakura and the others gazed at him with shock. Hamura and Kohara had stepped alongside Danzo as they gazed over the crowd. They made a motion and an Anbiyu ninja with a cat mask nodded and disappeared. Naruto couldn't believe some of the things that had been said, but like everything else, he resolved to deal with it when he didn't have things to do. He could have an emotional breakdown after today was over with. Hokage-sama, it is time. Tora, the cat-masked Anbiyu, said as Naruto nodded and walked away from the window, his purple eyes fading back into cerulean. Thank you, Tora. Hey, I have a question. Why do you have a cat mask, but your codename is Tora, which means tiger? Naruto asked as he got to the doorway where Tora was standing. Well, you know that cat they make genin catch, Tora said as he shifted while Naruto nodded. Yeah, that damn thing is ferocious. It clawed my face up pretty damn good when my team had to catch it. That wasn't a normal cat, that was a demon in hiding, Naruto said as Tora nodded. That's why, Tora said as he lowered his head. Naruto raised a brow, but then his confused face turned to one of mirth as they walked down the hall. Are you telling me that you're the ANBU epitome of that cat? That's hilarious. You're supposed to be that damn cat. Thank you. You've made this whole thing a lot easier on my mind, Naruto said as he laughed and walked up the stairs. He patted Tora on the shoulder as he reached the top of the stairs. You're welcome, Hokage-sama, glad to be of help, he said as his shoulders slumped and he gave a pathetic look under his mask. Why couldn't he just be Fox? No one ever made fun of Fox. People of Konoha, your Hokage has lived a simple life. He was chosen by the Fire Daimyo and approved by the Shinobi Council. We, the 3 village elders, have approved his ascension as well, and the Jonin of the village have approved him as well. He has defended this village not only in the invasion of the Sand and Sound, but against the threat of Orochimaru regaining the use of his arms after the 3rd Hokage sealed them away. He has brought back Tsunade Senju and has promised to lead Konoha into better times, Hamura said as some of the people paled, thinking it was Jiraiya. Sasuke gazed up at the roof tiredly. He may have just come out of a month-long coma, but even he knew who they'd be naming. He glanced over to his fellow genin and saw that Shikamaru and Shino were elbowing each with grins. Wait, was Niji over there smirking? The Jonin looked to be about to laugh out loud and Sakura looked as confused as always. How could she not know it was so obvious? He figured it out when they started talking about Naruto. It didn't take the others long either, since Hinata's face was red, Ino looked like she was about to rape something, and that Tenten girl was giggling her head off. Hell, even Kakashi was smirking under that damn mask of his. Oh wait, yup, Sakura's face looked like someone just smacked her, so she must have figured it out. Kiba looked like he swallowed cat food, so he figured it out too, huh? No way, she whispered out as Sasuke humphed and smirked up at the Hokage's rooftop. The 3 elders moved apart and a figure, with his face hidden by the rim of the Hokage's hat, moved up to stand next to them. You did it dope and way earlier than anyone would have thought, but that doesn't change the fact that we're talking after this or that you're a dope and a dead last. But you certainly are a great one at that, Sasuke thought as he looked toward the setting sun, that just so happened to be setting behind the Hokage mansion and the Hokage faces. People of Konoha, we give you, your Godame Hokage, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, Kohara shouted as Naruto removed his Kage hat and let the wind blow through his spiky blonde hair as he gazed down at his people. Yeah, his people, that had a nice sound to it. The shinobi and some civilians were clapping and cheering for him, rather loudly he might add, especially Hinata. He had no idea she could be that loud. Yet, most of the civilians remained quiet, like eerily quiet. After the cheers had faded away and the silence remained, all hell broke loose. Cries of outrage and screams of protest, all that were heard. Many of the civilians yelled and shouted for it to be a mistake. And what did Naruto do, you might ask? The only thing he could do, he stood there and took it. He placed his Kage hat back on and let the screams, shouts, and yells wash over him as he held his peace within. But then things got crazy, like out the scroll crazy. Jiraiya, who Naruto hadn't seen on the roof with the others, had appeared out of nowhere atop Gamabunta in the middle of the village. The white-haired sage went through hand signs in a flash, and the partly cloudy even of orange sky turned into a storm of black clouds and roaring thunder. Everyone turned wide-eyed and shocked to the furious face of the Toad Sannin and resident sage of Konoha. His eyes were narrowed as he glared down at the crowd. His hands were balled up into fists that were clenched so tight his knuckles were white as his hair. His nostrils flared and his mouth was in the form of a scowl so deep and foreboding that even Hamura had to gape. This was the face in Orochimaru's stories. This was the beast of a Sannin that protected the village. This was one hell of a pissed-off Jiraiya, and his target was Konoha. You fools and how dare you screech in protest to my godson's being made Hokage, as if any of you should be. He has protected this village time and time again. He is a ninja of Konoha and has proved that with his blood, sweat, and tears he has endured more than any of you ever could in life. He has felt the sting of isolation, the pain of not knowing why he was hated, and the ache of learning the truth. You have no right to declare that he is unfit or undeserving of his title, so allow me to show you to hell, since you want to make his life a living one even after all that has been said. Jiraiya roared with unparalleled rage and venom in his voice as he slowly went through hand signs. Gamabunta's stomach began to swell, and Naruto's eyes widened at what he knew was to come next. Jiraiya-sensei, "Don't do this, they're not worth it, please stop," Naruto yelled as he gazed at his sensei. Had the man gone mad with rage? He threw his Kage hat to Danzo, who put it on his own head for safekeep, and jumped to the railing of the rooftop. He jumped off and straight toward Jiraiya and Gamabunta as if he was flying with wings. The crowd below watched as Naruto sailed at Jiraiya with terrified and panicked expressions. Naruto created a shadow clone with the two going through their own hand signs, and both inhaled deeply as Jiraiya did the same. Gamabunta unleashed a large torrent of oil that was quickly set aflame with Jiraiya's fire jutsu. The real Naruto unleashed his own flames and the clone blew out a twister of air. Fire-style toad flame bombs, flame vortex jutsu. The two jutsu collided together with Naruto's swallowing Jiraiya's own, and dissipating into thin air. The clone flung the real Naruto at Jiraiya and dispelled as the town man forming a hand sign with a smirk on his face. Naruto tackled Jiraiya as they were overtaken by a plume of smoke. They went skidding across a surface and Naruto flipped over Jiraiya to see that they were on the Hokage's rooftop. Jiraiya rubbed his head, but chuckled all the same as Tsunade helped him up and the elders clapped. "What the hell is going on here?" Naruto asked with a serious look as Jiraiya sighed and walked over to the railing to look at the people below. As soon as they saw him they recoiled back in fear, but he didn't care about that as Naruto stepped up next to him. "You people see now just how much this village means to him. He protected you, the ungrateful people that have tormented his life, from me, his own godfather and mentor. He was willing to put his life at risk for all of you even though my wrath would have been completely justified. He is willing to protect and lead all you. But are you willing to respect and follow him?" Jiraiya said as the crowd was silent. Then after a few more moments before a voice broke the silence. "We'll follow you, Naruto Hokage-sama," I am yelled from the middle of the crowd as Tsuchi nodded. "The Hyuga will support you," Hokage-sama Niji said as the Hyuga raised their fists in agreement. "The Jonin of this village are with you," Hokage-sama Asuma yelled as he and the other Jonin-level ninja all saluted in unison. "Konoha's torture and interrogation force are ready for your command," Hokage-sama Ibiki said as he gave a smile and saluted from the head of the crowd. "We believe in you," Hokage-sama Irika shouted with Konohamaru on his shoulder as the other children and teachers vocally agreed. "Give him hell," Hokage-sama Anko shouted out as she wrapped her arm around Kurenai's neck. As more and more people began showing their support, Naruto stood there with a shocked look on his face. He didn't even know some of the people that were now shouting for him to speak. "Wait, speak," they were all chanting for him to say something while he had been too shocked at the fact that some of the people who outright hated him, and with a passion he noted in memory, were now encouraging him to be their new leader. He shrugged. What the hell? He took his Kage's hat back from the top of Danzo's head, making the old man sigh sadly, but Naruto didn't notice, placed the hat on his head, and walked back to the railing where his people were cheering. "From this day on I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall protect and lead Konoha from the worst of times into the greatest," Naruto said as he took the hat off and the wind blew his hair and robes back. As the Godame Hokage, Naruto shouted to the cheers of many and the smiles of all. They may not have hated him anymore, and may not even like that he was their leader and ruler, but damn it was his determination and courage heart-warming. As the sun set over the Hokage mountain, right behind the faces of the third and fourth Hokages, a lot of the older villagers couldn't help but be reminded of seeing the other Hokages being inaugurated in the very spot Naruto stood. So if they had led the village so well despite what many had said about them, why could this young brat, they meant fine young hero, perhaps they would reach the greatest of times under his rule, just maybe. Naruto stood at the window of his office, overlooking the people of his village as they walked the streets and conversed with one another. He found it almost strange that some of them were the same ones that were calling for him not to be made Hokage yesterday, yet they were at peace today, and enjoying the repairs that were made by the wave constructors. He knew that they had no say in his appointment, but just how bipolar were these people to say he was doing great today, yet yesterday they were out crying that he was unfit. An ANBU Black Ops member appeared in a bowed position as Naruto looked at the wolf mask from over his shoulder. "Have you located him yet?" Wolf Naruto asked in a monotone voice as Wolf nodded yet stayed bowed. "Yes, he was overjoyed that you called for the meeting and is just arriving in the building as we speak, Hokage-sama," Wolf said as Naruto nodded and waved him off while he disappeared as someone knocked on the door of Naruto's office. "Come in," Naruto said as the door opened to reveal Tazuna. The man, and Inari, who was right behind him, smiled as they walked into the office. So, what we saw yesterday was true then. You really did become Kage of the Leaf Village. And I thought I only saw that because I was drunk off, Mitazuna said as Naruto's sweat dropped and leaned forward in his seat. Well, it's real. So what can I do for you two today? Naruto said in a friendly voice as Inari ran over and hugged him. Naruto hugged the boy back after getting over his surprise. Big brother Naruto, you really are a great ninja, Inari said as the door to Naruto's office opened again. Konohamaru stood in the doorway with wide eyes and his jaw dropped. But that didn't last long as his eyes narrowed into a glare, and his mouth formed a frown as he ran over to Naruto. Get away from the boss, Konohamaru shouted as he ran over, but tripped over his scarf once he was in range of them. Everyone in the room blinked at the sight. Who's this? Naruto? Inari asked as Naruto smiled and helped Konohamaru up. This is Konohamaru. He's the grandson of the third Hokage. Naruto said as Konohamaru jumped back. And who's this guy? Naruto, Konohamaru said as he and Inari began glaring at one another. Naruto and Tazuna sighed in unison and then looked at each other. I'm Inari. My grandfather is Tazuna the carpenter, and I'm his apprentice. What's it to you? Inari said as he got in Konohamaru's face. I'm Konohamaru. My grandfather was the third Hokage, and I was staring to learn under him before he died. Why were you hugging Naruto? Konohamaru asked as Inari and he glared at each other. 'Cause he's my big brother. He taught me what it means to protect those precious to me, and he defended and saved our country from an evil man named Gato. What's your story? Inari said as Konohamaru backed up from him and gained a proud look on his face as he held his head high and jabbed a thumb into his chest. Naruto's my big brother. He taught me the importance of hard work and determination in order to reach my goals, and he defended and saved our country from a psycho guy named Gaara. Konohamaru said as Inari glared at him. Well, it doesn't matter because he and I formed a special bond when he left Wave Country. Inari said as he crossed his arms and turned his head. Konohamaru glared and stomped his foot. Well, that doesn't matter because before that mission in Wave he and I had formed a more special bond when he first started out as a genin. Konohamaru said as Inari and he glared lightning at each other, and was back in one another's face. So, he likes me more because I was an emo brat that was also a coward until he changed my life, Inari said as Konohamaru growled. Oh yeah, well he likes me more cause I was a spoiled brat that didn't know the meaning of hard work and honor, Konohamaru said as Inari narrowed his eyes further. Oh yeah, Inari shouted as he and Konohamaru were face to face pushing each other. Yeah, Konohamaru shouted back. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, OW, they both cried as they were hit atop their heads by Naruto's two fists. They both crumbled to the ground, holding and nursing the large bumps atop their heads as Naruto sighed and gave them an irritated look, complete with a slight glare. What the hell is wrong with you two? I don't like either of you more than the other. You're both like little brothers to me, and if you don't stop giving me headaches with your little shouting match, then I'll beat the both of you around my village with a dull and rusty kunai. You got that? Naruto said in an irritated voice as Konohamaru and Inari both shot up and nodded vigorously while saluting to him. Sir, yes, Sir Hokage-sama, they both said as Naruto sighed and went back behind his desk. You two can go since Tazuna-san and I have business to discuss. Konohamaru, show Inari around the village or something, just be back here in an hour. Naruto said as the two younger boys nodded and walked from the room. As soon as they were in the hallway, Konohamaru turned to Inari with a frightened expression. Now you see why I call him boss. Konohamaru said as Inari nodded. Naruto was like a Yakuza boss when he was angry. So what is it that you wanted? Tazuna-san, my council has paid you and your people for your work, right? Naruto asked as he sat down and leaned forward in his chair. Tazuna chuckled as he stood in front of Naruto with a smile on his face. Yes, of course, in fact, I believe they've overpaid us for the repairs we've done. Tazuna said as Naruto smiled. Then that'd be the bonus I signed after I found out you were finished here yesterday. Naruto said as he leaned back in his chair and turned it slightly so he could gaze out the window. Why the bonus, kid? I mean, Hokage Dano, we only repaired a few dozen buildings and stores. Tazuna asked as Naruto chuckled and gazed up at him. Just Naruto, and it's because your country is still trying to get back on its feet. I've read the files from my mission. It seems that Gato's money, businesses, and all other things were handed over to Konoha since we were the ones to kill him. I'd like to give you some of the companies the man owned, and don't object, because it's my way offering an alliance between our two lands. Alliance, I remember something about that. So what did you have in mind, Naruto? Tazuna said as a chair came up from the floor. His eyes widened while Naruto had closed his with a smile on his face. Tazuna sat down and Naruto dug in his desk drawer for a document. I was thinking that since Wave is neutral in the wars that you could provide repair assistance to my village. We can also set up trade routes and other things, but that'll be discussed with the council later. Just know that I'm personal offering your country a percentage of the shipping company Gato owned. Let's say Konoha keeps 70% and gives Wave 30%. The only reason I say that is so other countries will have a percent, not as big as ours, if they join our alliance. So what do you say, are we open for these talks? Naruto said as he raised his hand to Tazuna, who was wide-eyed and frozen. He shook himself as regained thought and shook Naruto's outstretched hand. Yes, of course, I'm sorry, kid. But I never thought I'd be having this kind of talk with the same brat that couldn't even eat properly. It's amazing what a few months can do for you, ninja. Tazuna said as Naruto's sweat dropped again. Was he really that bad before Pervy Sage and Kyubi-sensei's training emotions, intelligence, and thoughts? No, well, maybe he did run into a wall those few times, and then there was him following that real coin for 6 hours at the amusement of some chunin. Okay, so he was that bad. Damn. You'd think people would look to the now. Naruto, you listening? Tazuna said as Naruto shook his head of his thoughts. Oh yeah, Naruto said as he accepted the scroll was apparently holding out to him. He looked it over and saw that it was an A-ranked protection and escort mission for the Wave workers who had been fixing up the village. Alright, everything looks in order. I'll send 2 jonin and an umbu on this by the end of the week. Please enjoy the village, and in about 2 days you and I will meet with the council to begin the alliance talks officially. Is your daimyo okay with all this? Naruto asked as he remembered that even Wave needed a lord to rule it. Tazuna puffed out his chest and polished his fingernails on it with his chin held high. I would think so, since I am the Wave country daimyo. After Gato left we were leaderless, and the country voted me its ruler since I was the reason you had come to the country and freed us in the first place. Tazuna said as Naruto's sweat dropped and muttered something about half-assed drunk old men. Naruto sighed as he got up from his seat and walked Tazuna to the door. By the end of this week have all your workers and whoever else traveled with you here at the main gate by sunrise. I'll have transportation waiting to bring you back to Wave via bridge route. Naruto said as Tazuna gave a chuckle and held up his hands waving them a bit. That's alright, we can walk back just like we got here. You don't have to spend all this on us. Tazuna said, trying to be humble, but his damn back was making it harder. Naruto chuckled as he opened his office door, giving Tazuna a smile with his eyes closed. It's no trouble, and who said I'd be spending any money? I'll be making your transportation myself. Naruto said as Tazuna looked at him in confusion, but shrugged it off as something Kage-level ninja could do. Tazuna had walked from the office and down the hall when Naruto was about to close his door. That was until he heard rumbling, Tazuna's girly scream of pain, and the multiple voices yelling and cursing at each other. Naruto walked down the hall to see what the hell was going on, and as soon as he turned the corner and was in front of the council chambers he saw a human dog pile of people. He could see most of them were his former fellow genin, Jonin-sensei and a few others that he knew. Get the hell off me, you cow! Sasuke shouted as Choji grew a vein in his forehead and an angry expression. What did you say, you stuck-up asshole? Choji shouted back. Ino pig, my back isn't a chair, Sakura shouted as Ino stayed seated atop her and crossed her arms. You're right, but that forehead of yours could be with the size off it, Ino said with a smirk as Sakura tried to get her off. Shino, can you please get your teammate off of me? Shikamaru drawled from under Kiba, who was unconscious. I would, but it seems as though I'm stuck under Niji-san and Lee-san, Shino said from beside Shikamaru. Lee, get off me this instant, Niji said with Lee atop him as he tried to get free. I would, but Tenten-chan and Hinata-san are atop me as well. Ladies, would you be as kind as to jump down? Lee said as Tenten sighed and Hinata fidgeted nervously. We would, but being at the top of these things is kind of fun, Hinata, Tenten said as she elbowed Hinata playfully. Well, Hinata said as she saw her sensei and the other senseis sigh from the sides of the pile. How did we end up on the floor? We're Jonin, we should have been able to avoid this. Kurenai said as Asuma shrugged from under her. I would have if Kakashi hadn't tripped over that old guy back there. Then I grabbed him and you grabbed me. Then Guy grabbed Shino and it all went downhill from there since we were running and whatnot. Asuma said as Kakashi was flailing under him. What the hell is going on here? Naruto asked as he stood in front of them with his Kage robes and hat on. They all looked at him with Hinata and Tenten hopping off the pile, being sure to step on each person as they got down. Naruto, they cried out as they ran for him. He merely sidestepped them, with them impacted into the wall directly behind him. Yeah, now what in the name of Kami-sama is going on around here? He said as they got out of the wall like nothing happened. The people in the pile began to get up one at a time as some complained about their backs and others were simply staring at him. Now that they were this close to him, they could see that he was taller than a month ago, much taller. He was now the same height as Lee and Niji. He had also let his hair grow out apparently, because it was down to the collar of his robes. So are you people going to tell me what's going on, or am I? Hokage-sama, so glad that you are this early for the daily council meeting. I hope we did not keep you waiting long. Hayashi said as he came around the opposite corner with Choza, Shikaku, Inoichi, and Shibi close behind. Naruto sighed as he looked from the people who were openly gaping at him to his council members. I was actually seeing what all the racket was in my mansion. It appears that they all had business of some sort in here. Naruto said as he gestured toward the ones who were in the pile, who had moved to side as more council members came down the hall. Then by all means, allow them in on the meeting. It would be good if some of them heard what is to be discussed today, especially since most of them are future clan heads and important ninja of the village. Choza said with a hearty chuckle as Naruto sighed and gestured them into the chamber. Naruto took his seat at the head of the council table. To his immediate left and right sat Jiraiya and Tsunade, who Naruto had chosen as his advisors. Behind him to his left and right sat the village elders, who were Koharu and Hamura. On Jiraiya's side, going down the left side of the table, sat Hayashi Hyuga, Asuma Sarutobi, Inoichi Yamanaka, Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, Suminazuka, Shibi Aburame, and Unkai Kurama. Behind them the group lined the wall as they waited for the meeting to begin. On Tsunade's side of the table, going down the right side, sat no one. Not one of the civilians had shown up. Naruto gazed down her side with a raised brow as everyone else was frowning. At the opposite end from Naruto were Dragon and Danzo, who were both ANBU leaders, Danzo of the Root, and Dragon of the regular ANBU forces. Both of the men were frowning, even though both hid it with either a mask or a stone-faced expression. Along the wall were teams 7, 8, 9, and 10. Kakashi, Kurenai, Guy stood beside them while, "Where are the rest of my council members?" Koharu-san, Naruto asked in a low voice as Koharu looked annoyed. "I believe they are running a bit late, but we can start with this group while we wait for them," Koharu replied as she gestured to the people lining the wall. Naruto sighed as he propped his elbow up on the table and held his head in hand while gazing at them with a bored expression. "Fine then, why are you all here?" Naruto asked as some of them looked at him like he was the weirdest thing they had ever seen. "Well, you see, we were just wondering," Choji said meekly as his father and everyone else turned to him. Kiba grew impatient, so he decided it was high time they stopped skirting around. "How the hell did a dead last like you become Hokage?" Kiba yelled as 3 different ANBU appeared with weapons to his neck, sternum, and a more private area. "Boar ox, Tora, that will be enough," Naruto said lazily as they nodded and went back from wherever they had come from. Kiba didn't look anything but annoyed, but on the inside he almost pissed himself. Kiba screamed in frustration as he grabbed at his own hair. "I don't get it, how could they make you Hokage? You were the dead last of our year, a grade A. And you aren't even that good as a ninja, don't get me wrong, you're my friend. But why you? I know it was your dream, and I knew it'd happen someday." But still, Kiba yelled out as everyone gazed at him with emotions ranging from anger to sadness. Kiba dropped to his knees as he continued his rant. "I just don't see how you could become Hokage when so many other ninja in the village probably weren't even considered. There are Jonin, Anbu, and hell, even some of us. But they picked you. Why? Please just tell me why. 'Cause it's driving me crazy," Kiba said as they all turned to Naruto, who still looked incredible bored. Shikamaru, Shino, Niji, and even Sasuke had to mentally applaud how he was able to look so when faced with Kiba's rant. "Kiba, You don't question the council or the fire daimyo. We chose Naruto-sama as Hokage, and that is how it'll stay. Your petty rivalry with him has no place in Tsum, Kiba's mother was saying as Naruto spoke up. That's enough, Tsum-san. He merely wants to know why I was chosen for Hokage when so many others could have and deserved to be picked over me, Naruto said, showing only a slightly less bored look as he gazed down at Kiba. To tell you the truth, I have no clue why I was chosen. They say it's because I've the will of my predecessors and that I can be molded into a great Hokage. But honestly, I think that was all talk, Naruto said, much to the shock of his shinobi council. They said some of the people that were considered for the job, so let's go through them. Jiraiya-sensei was considered, because of obvious reasons, but the daimyo knew he wouldn't accept the title due to his free spirit. Kakashi-sensei was considered due to him having been taught by my father, the yondaime, and his reputation, Naruto said as Kakashi's eye widened while everyone looked at him. You weren't chosen apparently due to you being too steep in the past and your own emotional baggage, Naruto said as Kakashi shrugged. It was true, besides he'd never take on being Hokage. Well, maybe, if it were a few years later and the village really needed him to be, but otherwise, no way in hell. Even Shikamaru was considered due to his outstanding performance during the Chunin exam finals, Naruto said as he cast a finger toward Shikamaru, who shrugged and yawned as the people beside him stared at him with wide eyes. But he wasn't chosen due to his laziness, and the fact that he'd find it too troublesome to be Hokage, Naruto said with a snicker as Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Why be Hokage when it's too much work and too many political headaches? What a drag. I'd much rather watch clouds than lead a village, Shikamaru said as Ino sighed in annoyance at his lazy attitude. Would the guy ever change? No, he'd probably find it too troublesome or too much of a drag to change. Like I said before, people who were greater than me and were more fitting to the title than me were considered, but in the end I was chosen. Don't really know why, and don't really care. All I need to know is that I will do everything in my power as Hokage to lead this village to greatness, Naruto said as they all smiled at him. Even the corner of Sasuke and Niji's lips quirked upward at the conviction in his voice. So was that all that you needed? Naruto said in a bored tone to them. Yeah, pretty much. The other stuff we wanted to talk about we can see you later in your office for that, Hokage-sama, Kurenai said, adding emphasis to his title with a smirk as Hinata nodded while some of the people in the room chuckled. Naruto sighed in annoyance as the civilian council members came into the room with an air of arrogance and superiority. Even Sasuke had openly frowned at them walking in as if they owned the place. Sasuke was sure that if he was Hokage they would have been gone on his first day of the job. Even Shikamaru dropped his bored expression to frown at them as they didn't even acknowledge Naruto's presence, or that of anyone else in the room. Naruto kept a stone face as the civilians sat themselves down in their chairs. Naruto realized that he had never known any of them by name, besides Sakura's mom Sayuri Haruno. He shrugged as he also realized that he didn't give a damn to learn their names anyway. So glad to see you could join us, civilians. Do tell why it is that you are so late for this meeting, Hayashi said as he leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. Hinata and Niji had to stop themselves from gasping. They had never seen Hayashi as anything but cold and rigid, but here, in that very room, he had become cool and fluent. He wasn't even glaring at them. He was simply gazing at them with a look of no interest. If you must know, Hyuga, we had important business that had to be done. Our children were joining the academy this year, so we had to find some ninja tutors for them, a burly man said 3 seats down from Tsunade. Oh, it isn't me that you really have to explain yourself to, Hikaitsuna. It is Hokage-sama who is looking for an answer. I would hope you didn't disappoint him with it, Hayashi replied coolly as everyone turned to Naruto. His hat was overshadowing his face, but they could all see the clear frown on his face. He put his hand on the rim of his hat and took the object from his head and set it down in front of his. His eyes were like two cold pools of ice the way they gazed at the hat, and then to the civilian council. They have disappointed me, Hayashi. I do not care if your children are joining the academy this year or not. When a council meeting is scheduled for 9 a.m., I expect you all to be here for 9 a.m. whether I'm here or not. You are my council, and if you want to remain on my council you will follow my rules. Is that clear? Naruto said in a harsh and cold voice as he gazed over the civilian council, who were trembling a bit, but still looking as defiant as ever. We are the council, boy. Just because you are Hokage does not mean that you can. A man near Danzo shouted out before he was silenced by a sudden pressure weighing down on him and his fellow civilians. Maybe you don't understand how this village works, civilian-san. I am the Hokage, which means my word is law. This village and all who live in it are mine to command and do with as I see fit. I rule this village, alone, not with this council. This council is only to inform, not decide nor rule. The laws and ways of my predecessors are nothing to mine own. If I so chose I will set fire to this village and build another on the ashes of it, and anyone I made stay inside it at my command. Naruto said as the pressure increased, making them grasp onto the table for support, while they all fell one by one. Sakura watched as her mother's eyes became wide and her breathing became heavy. She watched as her mother was the third to grasp the table, and was one of the last to fall from her chair to the floor. She couldn't believe that her mother was a part of that. That arrogance, that stupidity, that egotism. Her mom had always been so kind, sweet, and loving to her, so when did she become such a bitch? And Naruto, that cold voice, those ice-like eyes, and that hidden threat coupled with that weird killing intent. When did Naruto become so cold? He was like Sasuke when he used the curse mark for the first time. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Naruto being a cold ruler, her mom being a part of a group of complete bitches and bastards. What was next? Sasuke being sweet and goofy. OKEW, that thought was kind of creepy, but it was still just as wrong as what was happening before her. Naruto, please stop. They can't take much more of whatever you're doing to them, Sakura said as Naruto stopped immediately. He turned to the others of the room and saw a range of emotions, the most frequent being that of shock. His council looked a bit concerned for him. Sasuke and Kakashi looked a little afraid for him. Sakura looked ready to go to tears. Hinata, Ino, and Tenten gazed at him with mostly shock, but there was a bit of fear there. He hated that as he looked into the eyes of everyone else. They all had a small trace of fear in their eyes, but it was at him, but more of for him. They were fearful of how he would feel about his slight loss of control. True, they might not have known he had lost control, but he did, and he knew he had. In his trying to get his point across, he had let too much churka pressure on the civilians. While they shinobi in the room could have taken it, the civilians were untrained to deal with anything like that. He wondered what could have happened had he used killing intent on them instead of pressure. As the civilians got back into their seats with shaky breaths and trembling bodies, they glared hard at Naruto, but Naruto only gazed back. It was as if he was watching their dislike for him intensify twofold. He couldn't call their animosity hatred, because it lacked the pure loathing for it. It was more like a deep disliking of what he was as a person rather than just loathing him for who he was. He could tell their glare wasn't because of Kyuubi, and it wasn't because of him as Naruto. It was more like they were glaring at him for being a ninja and Hokage. You hate ninja, don't you? Naruto questioned lowly as he rested his head in his hand. The civilians were taken back by his question, but returned to glaring all the same. Yes, we do, Sayuri said as Sakura gasped. Her mom hated ninja, but then why let her be one then? Why? Asuma asked as he actually started paying attention to the meeting. Because all we hear every single day is ninja, ninja, ninja. Everyone wants to be a ninja, everyone has to be a ninja. Damn the ninja, you ninja aren't so damn great. People look at you all and see gods. But you're not, you're all human like the rest of us. Yet people hold you all in such high regards. Well, I've had it, Hikai shouted as he slammed his balled-up fist into the table. This was their chance to get everything out into the open, so why not use it? Yeah, he's right. And what of the people who can't become ninja, or who don't have what it takes? You throw them to us, making them feel worthless since they can't do what you all do. I wanted to be a ninja when I was a young boy, but I didn't have the churka to, so you know what I was told. Become a civilian, go work at a shop. You just don't have it in you to be a ninja. Do you know how much that hurt? Do you know how much I cried after that? My dreams were shattered and my hopes ruined, all because I simply couldn't do those damn jutsu you ninja use. I became a civilian alright, and a damn good one at that. I worked my way up to here, where I am today as a council member. The 1-2 seats from Danzo shouted as the genin looked at him with wide eyes while the jonin and other ninja looked away. And like Bashir just said, what do you do with those who can't become ninja? You throw them to us civilians and make use teach them a way to survive in your ninja world. You ninja think yourselves so important, but it's we civilians who are the important ones. We, who feed you, clothe you, make your weapons, and house you only for you to protect us from yourselves and those like you. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have a damn thing to stop you all from killing each other. That's why the feudal lords and daimyo are civilians. Because you shinobi are so damn battle-ready and bloodthirsty. Another, opposite Asuma, shouted as Sayuri stood from her chair. You may be asking why we let our children join the academy and become ninja or not. It's because we want them to at least try and have what we didn't. We want them to succeed if they can, but if not, then they'll at least have us waiting for them. We loved the Uchiha clan because the Uchiha had the most civilians in their clan out of all the ninja clans of our village, and so they were always understanding of us. When they were all killed, we rested all our hopes on Sasuke-sama to become like his clan had been, to become kind and understanding to the village civilians. We wanted him to love us, and to never forget our kindness. We wanted him to become a great and powerful ninja who would say that he got where he was because of the civilians in his life. Sayuri said, unnatural quiet, as she locked eyes with Naruto. Naruto never broke their gaze as he saw all the emotions go through her. The reason we seem so arrogant and egoistic is because we're proud to be civilians. We know ninja run this village, and we hate that. We hate the fact that the ninja, while mostly nice and understanding, still look down on us, if even in a small and unseen way. But what we hate most of all is the Hokage position, Sayuri said, ending with a slight growl that made Naruto raise a brow. Oh, and why is that, Sayuri-san? Naruto asked as he switched the arm he was resting on. The entire room was silent as they waited for her to speak. We hate it because it reminds us every day that ninja rule our lives. We hate it because you can order us to be killed by ninja, and no one can question it because you're the strongest ninja in the village. The reason we butted heads and argued with each of your most recent 2 predecessors is because we feel small. There, I've said it, we feel small. We feel as though our input doesn't matter. For example, in times of war, it always the shinobi council that is in charge, or how in times of peace the Hokage would turn to his shinobi council for any information. The only time Sarutobi-sama or Namikaze-sama would even speak directly to one of us is when it was about the shopping district, or was to take money from the civilian budget to give to the ninja, Sayuri said as she gazed around the room. Her eyes then turned back to Naruto quickly as she pointed a finger at him. Do you really want to know why the civilians of the village isolated you and called for your death? It wasn't because we feared Kyuubi, well, not really because of that, but it was a reason. It wasn't even because we know faith in Yondaime-sama. In fact, we believed in him more than anything. No, it was all because of what you would become, she said as Naruto sat up a bit straighter. And what would that be? He asked with a raised eyebrow. He was really curious as to why they had hated him for so long, yet praised the Yondaime, a ninja and a powerful one at that. We hated the fact that Kyuubi killed our loved ones, and it was stopped by a ninja, even if it was the Yondaime. We weren't mad over the death of our loved ones, because they died protecting the village, even the civilian ones died protecting someone else. We hated and isolated you because you would become the ninja we all had hopes and dreams of becoming. The ninja disliked you because they thought the Yondaime's seal would break or something around that, but we didn't care. We hated that you had chakra levels we couldn't be born with. We hated that you had the stamina that we didn't get blessed with. We hated you because had we not screwed with you education, by isolating you, you would have been a ninja to end all ninja. And look where we are now, you as Hokage. At the same age Itachi became an Umbu captain like Dragon-san. We hate that you're living the dreams we all had on our first day of the Ninja Academy. Sayuri said as Naruto's eyebrow threatened to disappear into his hairline as everyone else had shocked expressions. It was only thanks to Kyuubi that he was able to maintain his bored expression and not yell, scream, or shout about what was being revealed. Did you know that we civilians have control over the Ninja Academy? We do, and we use that control very well. Why do you think the academy is so easy now? A written test, some thrown kunai, and 3 easy as hell jutsu to pass and become a genin. It was all so our children didn't have to feel the sting of disappointment like we did. It was all so they could have the adventures as ninja that we didn't. It was all so Sayuri was saying until Naruto cut her off. You could live out your dreams through your children and have them nearly killed in the process. Naruto said as everyone looked at him in shock. Excuse me, Sayuri said in a low voice as she narrowed her eyes at him. You heard me. While I applaud you trying to save kids from getting their hopes and dreams crushed, there are consequences to what you're doing, Sayuri-san. Tell me, how much do you love my, now former, teammate Sakura? Naruto said as Sakura and her mom looked at him with wide eyes. What are you saying? Sayuri said in a scared, but firm voice. He wouldn't punish her daughter Sakura for her speaking out against him, would he? Nothing much. Did you know that we almost didn't become genin? Did you know that on our first serious mission that we almost died quite a few times? Did you know that during the Chunin exams we were almost killed by Orochimaru, and then by Gaara during the Sand-Sound invasion? Did Sakura ever tell you that almost each of those times that she could do almost nothing but sit on the sidelines, or almost get killed if no one was there to save her, when she could have had the skills to save herself? Naruto said, with no emotion, as Sakura looked away and Sayuri looked shockingly at her daughter. And no, I didn't know that at all, Sayuri said as she was shocked to her core that her only daughter had come close to death so many times. Did you know that unlike the rest of Team 7, Kakashi included, Sakura has not suffered any heavy losses during her childhood due to her sheltered life before the academy? Therefore, Sakura takes for granted things that we desired, such as family and friends. This also apparently stretches to the truths of being a shinobi, because she had no idea that we shinobi killed each other. When Kakashi tested us, he held a kunai to Sasuke's neck and told Sakura to kill me or he'd kill Sasuke. She was the most shocked out of all of us when Kakashi then told us that shinobi are sometimes made to kill others. Naruto said as Sayuri was gazing at her daughter's hung head with tears in her eyes. Had she really sheltered Sakura that much? Your actions as civilians and parents are, in a way, honorable but nonetheless stupid. We became ninja, and that academy was there to prepare us for the experience. The only reason most of the others are prepared is because they have families to help them. Sasuke knew because his family probably spoke to him about it when he first joined the academy, and I was told by Irika-sensei in my second year. Sakura, however, was not. You sheltered her and filled her head with fairy tales, but forgot to tell her of the evil she'd have to face that came with those sweet dreams and fairy tales. That is why the Ninja Academy is to be run by ninja and not civilians, and that is why I am taking back control of it, Naruto said as he leaned back in his chair. And another thing, don't hate ninja. Yes, I see how some of your points are valid and how you can all feel that way, but you're all being bitter. You've let that bitterness control you, but look at yourselves, members to the Hokage's council, and very successful people at that. Each of you have succeeded at an aspect of life and have made good livings. You may not be ninja, but that doesn't mean you're not important, Naruto said as he rested his hands on his stomach and closed his eyes. As you've said before, we ninja depend on civilians. We can't possibly be ninja full-time and grow and maintain our own food supplies, make our own clothes constantly, and create our own weapons all the time. Being ninja full-time is hard enough because we can be called away on an extensive mission anytime, but having to be civilians as well would cause the destruction of our village. I, for one, am glad to have civilians around, but you all must understand that ninja already deal with a lot of crap. Besides, if everyone was a ninja, then the world would have ended long ago, Naruto said as everyone hung on his every word. That was why the first Hokage built this village with Madara Uchiha, so the ninja and civilians could settle in a place. It was to keep the civilians safe inside a village where they could thrive, and so the ninja could protect the village, which were family, from all outside threats. That is why our village is for the idea of peace, while other villages would say there is no such thing. We hope that one day ninja won't be needed and that we can all have normal jobs. But until that day, we ninja will continue to lead and protect, while you of the civilian will continue to supply and help. That is the exchange, which is the cycle, and is the way of life in our village. I may lead and rule, but it is all of you ninja and civilian alike that makes this a village for me to rule, Naruto said as he opened his eyes, gazed at everyone and smiled. The civilians looked completely, and for good reason. Neither Sarutobi nor Minato had ever told them something as kind as he had. Sarutobi had always said the ninja were important because without them the village would be run over, and Minato said that the civilians were only there to ensure the stability of the village so that the ninja would thrive. While both were true enough, neither had ever said that without the civilians the ninja couldn't survive. While Minato was close, he had meant that civilians and children were used as impromptu ninja in times of war. Naruto had simply come out and openly admit to the direct need of civilians. Both former Hokages had been able to live for themselves and thought others capable, but they hadn't realized exactly what type living for themselves they were doing. They bought food at civilian markets, they tailored shinobi clothes and bought cloths from civilian shops, and the famous bow staff, the ones Sarutobi had before enema, and three-pronged kunai, the ones Minato used for his Hiraishin jutsu, were both made by civilian blacksmiths. I think we will not have this meeting today with things the way they are. Perhaps tomorrow will be a better day, Naruto said as he stood, grabbed his Kage hat, and walked out of the room placing the hat on his head. It was only 10 o'clock and he already couldn't take much more of today. It just plain ed. With Akatsuki, Pain looked out to the hologram forms of his Akatsuki members Itachi, Kisame, Sasori, Deidara, Kakuzu, Haiden, Zetsu, and Konan. Zetsu had just come to him and Konan with an emergency message from Konoha, and he had thought Itachi and Kisame had slaughtered everyone, yet didn't find the QB anywhere. Boy was he wrong on that call. He now owed Konan 20 ryo for making that bet even though both of them were way off on their calls. Apparently, the QB child had been made Hokage of Konoha. He didn't know how, but it really didn't matter. It was perfect. Now they knew the kid would be a much easier target for them to capture. Pain, had just finished explaining this situation to his Akatsuki members and well, Itachi, weren't you and Kisame just in Konoha? How could you not have heard of this? Kakuzu questioned as Itachi turned his hologram form to the older man's hologram self. We did, but we wanted to present the information directly to Leader Sama. Besides, our visit to the village didn't go exactly as planned, Itachi said in perfect monotone as Kisame nodded and chuckled sheepishly. Oh, what the happened, you crimson-eyed fag? Haiden said as Kisame gave him an annoyed look, coupled with Itachi's blank one. We were forced to fight not only Kakashi Hatake and a few other jonin, but also Hayashi Hyuga and Jiraiya of the Sannin along with the Kyubi Jinchuriki. We were defeated, but managed to escape. We are still recovering from the battles, Itachi said, as Kisame crossed his arms with an annoyed look. With Pain nodded, closing his eyes. All is well then, so long as you're both okay. You lived and will fight another day, so no worries, just be sure to report on the power the Jinchuriki had after this meeting, Pain said as Itachi and Kisame nodded. Kisame was secretly smirking as on the other end of their meditative jutsu he and Itachi high-fived each other. If the Elemental Nations had a Ninja Academy award for best performance and half-truth while staring directly in the face of your leader, then they'd have won it hands down. So, what do you all think of this problem, yet great opportunity? Pain asked as he looked around at his members. It doesn't matter, because he's not my target, Sasori said from inside his puppet, Hiriko. Maybe I could make him into a great work of art, yet Deidara said as he looked to his hands. Sasori sighed in annoyance, as he was really considering turning himself into that puppet of his former self. It was just sitting in his closet collecting dust, and if it made tolerating Deidara any more bearable, then he'd do it in a heartbeat. Itachi Kisame Kakuzu drawled out as the Uchiha turned to him. Allow Haiden and I to go after the 9 tails this time, Kakuzu said as everyone turned to him. And why might that be? Kakuzu Itachi asked in a bored tone as Kakuzu's green eyes landed on him. Because I have a score to settle with Konoha. As you know, I was defeated by the first Hokage, so I'd like to get back at Konoha by being the death of its 5th Hokage. Besides, I know that Konoha is the rich of the 5 great villages. They have many high bounty ninja, and even more bloodlines that can be sold to the highest bidder. It's a virtually gold mine for me, so Haiden and I will handle both the 9 tails and the 2 tails. In fact, with the leader's permission, we'll leave immediately while they're still in recovery from Orochimaru and the Sans invasion on them. Itachi entered with no problem, and I'm sure that Haiden and I can handle anything that's thrown at us, Kakuzu said in a completely gruff yet monotone voice, though each of them could hear the malice and greed laced deep within it. Pain nodded to Kakuzu's request as Itachi gave the Miss Nine of Waterfall a searching look. Naruto and the others in Konoha could definitely take him and Haiden on, maybe not kill them, but most certainly make the two take a tactical retreat. Kakuzu, I don't think you understand, the Itachi was saying until Kisame interrupted. Let him go, Itachi. I'm sure the zombie brothers can hold their own against Konoha, Kisame said with a shark-like grin as Pain gave him a blank look. Kisame-san, you should have more respect for your fellow Akatsuki. Pain scolded as Kisame only chuckled at him. I do, that's why it's a term of endearment, Kisame said as Pain resisted the urge to roll his eyes. No, he was to be the epitome of apathy, the poster child of blankness, so he couldn't show any form of emotion that included annoyance, though Itachi, Sasori, and the whole damn Aburame clan were giving him a tough run for the title of apathetic sovereign. Well, I think Deidara and I will head over to spy around Konoha until you arrive. Rendezvous with us when you two are near the border of Fire Country, Sasori said as his image flickered away. Yeah, Deidara said mirthfully as he gazed at his palms while his image too faded away. We will arrive in 3 days to Rain Country, Leader-sama, Itachi said as he and Kisame nodded to Pain and they flickered from existence. Come on, Haiden, we're moving out, Kakuzu said with authority as Haiden sighed and rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever, Kakuzu Haiden said as they both faded from the meeting place. All that were left were Zetsu, Konan, and Pain when a new image had appeared at the head of the fingered positions they were standing on. The 3 members nodded to the new one as it gave a curt nod back. How goes the plan? Pain the newcomer asked as Pain gazed at him. It goes well, Madara-san. Kakuzu took the bait as you said he would. He seemingly could not resist a mere opportunity to gain some of the riches that lay within Konoha. He and Haiden are leaving Lightning Country now and are making their way immediately to Konoha. If they go full speed with no stops, they should be there in 8 days. Sasori and Deidara have already offered to spy on the village and are going there as well. Since they are in Wind Country, they should be there by 3 days' end. Itachi and Kisame are on their way to report to my village now, Pain explained as the now revealed Madara. Uchiha chuckled darkly. Excellent. With Kakuzu and Haiden going after the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, he'll be crushed since Haiden doesn't die and Kakuzu is a very powerful ninja that even I would not take lightly. The two of them have near perfect teamwork, and since the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is rumored to a weak ninja due to the isolation of his village, he'll be taken down with minimal effort once Kakuzu and Haiden make quick work of the others in Konoha, Madara said as Konan nearly went wide-eyed at his analysis. Yes, but he was made the Hokage, and I would believe that is not without reason, Pain said in thought as Madara chuckled once more while his image disappeared slowly. Yes, not without reason indeed, Madara said with amusement in his voice as he completely faded from the room. Pain gave Konan a look and they both knew then that Madara had something to do with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki being made Hokage, but what they couldn't figure out was what part in it he played. The look the two had shared before fading away was so quick that when Zetsu had his eyes lingering to the spot Madara was in question of his statement, he had completely missed the look. Do you think it was wise of Madara to do what he did? The white half of Zetsu questioned as the black half scoffed as their image faded and they awoke outside of the hidden rain village. Of course it was. Madara has never made a plan he couldn't finish before, so why would his genius run out now? The black half said as they began to sink into the ground. They needed to discreetly inform the other villages that the Kyuubi brat had become Hokage, and that Konoha was now crippled. It wasn't true, but it would at least get the other villages up and on Konoha's case for a while, if not cause war, which was all the better for them and not Konoha. Yeah, I guess you're right, though I have a feeling that this is gonna come back and bite us. And the white half replied as the black half scoffed once more. You're imagining things, besides we don't have an ass, the black half said with mirth as they sunk completely into the ground. Yet little did the Venus flytrap know Madara had made at least 3 known master plans that had failed before. Oh well, it was time to get Konoha in a whole lot of trouble caused Toby, and they were all part of the Good Boy Guild. Alright everyone, that's the first chapter of the Kage's mission arc. Because this arc will have a lot of non-canon stuff in it, I'll be placing an omake at the end of each of these chapters. So here comes the first. Omake: how Naruto learned to sing. Naruto-kun, I know that you want to be left alone, but can you do something for us? Ino asked as she batted her eyelashes and played the cute girl act. Naruto gave her a look as he walked right past her on the street. Please, Naruto Tenten asked as she grabbed his arm. He gave her a weird look as he took his arm from her and kept walking. And Naruto-kun, please, Hinata asked as she had tears in her eyes. Naruto froze on spot at the sight. True, he really didn't care what they wanted, but he couldn't be so heartless as to let Hinata cry over it. Besides, what would his mother, Kami rest her soul, say if he did something like that? With the headache of his mom's spirit shouting at him and a sigh, he turned to Hinata as she sniffled tearfully. Yes, the meek and cry-shy act always gets people like him. She thought evilly as she mentally did a victory dance. Well, what do you girls want? Naruto asked as they came closer to him. Well, we just wanted to know if you could sing, Tenten said as Naruto nearly face faulted upon hearing that. No, I can't. Why? Naruto asked as they shrugged. Well, you should learn. That's how guys get all the girls when they sing beautiful songs to the ladies, Ino said as she turned on heel and walked away, with Tenten and Hinata close behind. Naruto looked at their backs with a tired expression that was bordering anger. They had bugged him for 40 minutes for that. He sighed as he turned around only to see Jiraiya on a stage with a crowd of women at the edge of said stage. Sing it again, Jiraiya-kun, again please, they screamed and shouted as Jiraiya gave a wave of his hair, sighed, and then hit himself in the nuts. Naruto, wide-eyed and worried, watched as Jiraiya suddenly hit a perfect high note and was singly like some pop star teen idol. Oh baby, if I sing you a melody, would toss me them panties, Jiraiya sang and danced like he was Justin Timberlake. Naruto had no clue who the guy was, but was pretty sure that who Jiraiya was trying to be. Just then a pair of underwear hit Jiraiya in the face. He took them off his face and studied them with a grin, but then his face turned to horror as he saw they were clearly men's underwear. He looked into the crowd and saw that some pale-skinned boy was sighing lovingly at him, yet the boy's face held no emotion at all. Jiraiya decided he'd just. I don't mean to be a boastful man, but I've done girls from here to aim. Oriheim, Hinatori, and Momo too, they all love the taste of my thick stew, Jiraiya sang as he wiggled his eyebrows perversely. Naruto was getting creeped out by the sight more and more as he slowly backed away. He'd definitely be summoning the ANBU to break this up. Come to think of it, I get so much chun. The only one left is Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya sang as he ripped off his shirt to reveal another that clearly read I love Tsunade Senju on the front. Naruto ran, and just in time too as Tsunade came charging past him. He didn't turn around as he heard the cries and wails of those unfortunate enough to get caught in Tsunade's path to kick Jiraiya's ass. But that singing thing did seem to be popular, so maybe he'd give it a try without the crotch bashing and weird emotionless teens. Naruto banged his head into his desk as Sasuke stood in front of him with a slight smirk on his face. Now why was this, you might be asking? It was because the Uchiha was but the first of the many meetings he was having today. After that meeting yesterday, everyone had bombarded him on his way to his office, and he kindly told each and every one of them that he'd meet with them all individual today. What he didn't think was that they'd all be camped outside his office when he got out of his room in the mansion. While his office was on one side of the top floor, his bedroom was hidden away within a secret underground palace. No, seriously, the freaking place was a palace, and it was all his since he didn't have any family to live with him. Well, it was only him until Jiraiya moved in, but the white-haired man wasn't really around much. Tsunade and Shizen had moved into the Senju clan compound, which was on the completely opposite end of the Uchiha clan. His palace of a home may have been underground, but it looked like it was at the top of the world by just how spacious it was. Jiraiya said it was made to house the Hokage's family in times of war, so since all the previous Hokages had clans for family, it was made to be something of a clan compound. Naruto really didn't care as the first question to leave his mouth about the place was, got any ramen? Well, there was no ramen, but back to the matter at hand. So, they were camped outside of his office, literally camped. Sasuke must not have left, because he was the only one sleeping without a blanket over his sleeping bag when Naruto had got there. He tried so hard to get into his office quietly and not have to deal with them, but that damn Ino and her sexy man senses had to ruin it. Oh well, kill Ino later, deal with Sasuke's crap now. So what do you want? Naruto said as he sat back and gave Sasuke an irritated look while the Uchiha only smirked as the door closed on the faces Kakashi and Ino, who had been directly behind him. Not much really, just to say that you may be our Hokage now, but you'll always be our dope and dead last, Sasuke said as Naruto's eyebrow twitched. He sighed though, as he had long since known that was Sasuke talk for congrats and I'm so proud of you, yeah. He knew the Uchiha bastard would die of sudden loss of ego if he said anything along those lines. So anything I can help you with? Naruto asked, but immediately regretted his choice of words as Sasuke actually grinned and got a really weird and dark gleam in his eye. Yes, you can. Now that you're rule of this village, we can finally do what the Sandaime wouldn't, take down Itachi, Sasuke said as he placed his hands on the edge of Naruto's desk. Naruto sighed as he sank into his seat. How was he going to tell Sasuke about Itachi without snapping what little sanity the bastard had left? Listen, Sasuke, Naruto started off calmly, as Sasuke interrupted. Wait, I know it's a stretch and that you have an entire village to run, but if you could just get me some training, Sasuke said quickly so he could persuade Naruto into giving him the training. He could take anything Naruto had to offer, even if it was a ankle man. Did that name send a shiver down his spine? Worse than Itachi. Sasuke, you have to understand. Okay, I get it. Maybe you could just throw a few jonin my way and have them train me on their off time. Plus, if I were to say bring Itachi's mutilated corpse back to the village, it'd boost morale, and, Sasuke, Itachi isn't. I know, he's not the main priority right now. But if he keeps roaming around as insane as he is, then he's bound to come back like he did already. He kicked Kakashi-sensei's ass, and now he's traveling around in a black cloak with red clouds on it. That just screams insane psycho killer. He'll probably come back to slaughter another clan because he's bored. Sasuke, he's not even. I know he's not even a real problem, but you've gotta let me have this, Naruto. He killed our entire clan for no reason. None at all, no rhythm or rhyme. He just went completely batshit on them. Do you even know what he's put me through? The last time I saw him, he attacked me with a duck, and then made me listen to him sing inside his Tsukuyami about how he killed our clan. I can still remember the words to his damn song. It was so horrifying, Sasuke said as he reached across the desk and grabbed Naruto by his robes and held him at least 2 inches from his face, with Naruto giving him a blank look as the ANBU in his office already had blades in position to strike or stab Sasuke's major organs. Naruto waved them off back into the shadows as Sasuke still held him. Are you going to let me go and tell me the damn song? Naruto said deadpanned as Sasuke blinked twice and let him go with a muttered apology. So, the song? Naruto asked as Sasuke shivered a bit. It was about how he killed our clan and he liked it. He said they were ever so gullible, soft skin, red eyes, so cuttable. He said that he didn't even know their names, and that they were just experiments for his Mangekyo. He said he got so brave, sword in hand, that he lost his digression. He sang about how he had been planning it for months. He's a psychotic family murder with a catchy beat to his madness. He must be stopped, Naruto, Sasuke said as he paced the floor of Naruto's office while Naruto only stared at him with a look. Okay, listen, Sasuke, there's something I need to tell you, Naruto said, leaning forward as Sasuke turned to him. Hold on a second, because that wasn't even the worst part of it all. He lied and said he was ordered by Umbu. Then he said that he was so confused about it all, and that he hoped that I didn't mind it. Oh, and then he said he did it to fuel a plot device. A plot device, Naruto, Sasuke shouted as he knew no one outside of Naruto's office could hear them. That, however, didn't mean they couldn't hear the ANBU chuckling in the shadows at his outburst. Damn the ANBU for seeing him have a nervous breakdown. Yeah, well, I don't know about the whole plot device thing, but I need to tell you something, Naruto said as a chair made of wood and molded from the floor and was in front of his desk. Sasuke only stared at it as Naruto motioned for him to sit in it. How did you? Sasuke asked as he looked at the chair with wide eyes. It's the senju in me, Naruto said as he quickly came up with something Sasuke would believe. After all, the elders did reveal that he was a distant senju. Sasuke simply nodded as he sat down. Plot Itachi's death first, question Naruto's abilities later. First, I want to tell you about what you'll become if you allow Itachi's actions that day to drive you, Naruto said as Sasuke had to blink to be sure it was Naruto. Hell, he even muttered a kai and activated his Sharingan to be sure to cool, calm, and collected person that was leaned forward with hands clasped together was really Naruto. Okay, what is it? Sasuke asked hesitantly as he mentally slapped himself. This was Naruto. But even so, how had Naruto gotten so mellow? Was he secretly working with Itachi? No, of course not. But what if Itachi was controlling Naruto's actions with the Sharingan? That would be impossible, yet, and still extremely easy. Hey, bastard, I'm talking to you, Naruto shouted as Sasuke jumped slightly. Okay, he was the real and un-Itachi controlled Naruto, alright. Now, as I was saying, yesterday I had, for lack of a better word, vision. Naruto began as Sasuke leaned forward, intent on hearing every word. Flashback yesterday, sometime after the council meeting, Naruto was walking through the streets as the people bowed to him or gave kind greetings of good evening, Hokage-sama, or how are you, Lord Hokage. He wasn't really sure what to say because he had never been treated so warmly by the same people that, just 2 months ago, would have called him so many variations of the phrase demon brat. He settled for waving back with a kind smile and greeting them as well. As he walked down the street, he felt more as if he was in a festival the way his people were clamoring to him. He chuckled slightly at the thought while 2 children ran past him playing some form of game. You won't win this time, big brother, I'll destroy you, ha, 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 the younger kid said as he chased after his brother. You can't beat me, I'll have your eyes, yeah, those, ha, ha, the older brother said as Naruto suddenly stopped, frozen in his spot as his eyes went from their mirthful cerulean blue to the distinctive light purple that was his Kamigayagan. Unknown area. Naruto wasn't sure where he was, but it was clearly a forest of some kind. The trees seemed to be that of Fire Country, but he wasn't sure where. Just then he saw someone, but his eyes widened at who he saw. It was himself. Okay, well, not exactly himself, but he knew it was him. He was the only ninja to go out in orange after all. Though this him was taller and hand on orange and black, it was still him. Damn, I look good, but do I really look like that in orange? I mean, it works for me, but I think I'll get a wardrobe change when this is over with. And to think, I was actually gonna get my kage robes in orange, or at least an orange haori. Naruto said as he walked up to himself, only for the guy not to notice him. Oh well, it had to be an illusion. After all, I was just the middle of my village. Though the other Naruto took off, and fast too. Naruto had blinked and the other him was already a good distance away, on normal speed, no flash step. I guess I'd better follow, Naruto pondered as he jumped to a tree and saw himself stick. That meant only people in this illusion couldn't be touched then. The other Naruto jumped down from a tree branch, landing steadily on his feet as he gazed around. Naruto had landed beside him just as he quickly hid himself behind a tree trunk while peering past the bark. Naruto didn't even bother to hide as he stepped out and looked. There was a pair of Sharingan eyes that stared out from the brush just a few meters away. As Naruto's eyes widened, Sasuke Naruto gasped as Itachi Uchiha stepped out into the clearing of the area they were in. Naruto's breathing caught in his chest as he thought Itachi had really heard him, but it seemed that wasn't the case as Itachi was staring at the tree instead of him. Come on out, Naruto Uzumaki, Itachi said in a sort of lazy monotone as the illusion Naruto gulped and stepped out from behind the tree. Let me guess, you're here to capture me, right? Naruto asked as Naruto didn't even bother hiding his surprise. He could easily tell this was some sort of future, but did that mean Itachi would betray him in the future? No, I just want to talk with you, Itachi said with a face that screamed calm, cool, and composed. The real Naruto actually snarled as he gazed at Itachi. Really? 'Cause it's never that simple, Naruto said, but then thought about things and calmed down. Actually, you never know in this world of shinobi, Naruto said with a slight chuckle at his own joke. 2 Naruto clones leapt down from the branches, kunai poised and ready to stab as they speeded toward the bored-looking Uchiha. Whoa, Naruto exclaimed as he gazed at the 2 clones now rushing Itachi. I didn't even notice them. When did he make them? Yet, with a small flash of movement, Itachi had flung 2 kunai, dispelling them both like it was nothing but a warm-up. Apparently, Itachi did, though Naruto deadpanned as he knew the Uchiha would have been on to such a plan. Yeah, right, Naruto snarled defiantly as he glared at Itachi. Like I'd ever trust you. Okay, now Naruto knew this was either a distant future or a parallel version of a distant future, because he was pretty sure he could trust Itachi to do just about anything for him. Hell, the guy killed his family in the name of peace and the village. Naruto was pretty sure Itachi would do anything to have just a sliver of Naruto's kindness. Though Naruto hated to admit it, he found out that he needed to manipulate most people to motivate them to do things, and of the people Itachi was no exception. Naruto really hated to force people to do things they didn't want to, but he figured why not give an incentive to make them think they were the ones who really wanted it done. His way of manipulating Itachi promises of his return to the village and reuniting him with Sasuke, along with killing Madara Uchiha, and revealing the truth of what was really going on during that time. Oh, didn't Chiyoba-sama teach you anything about fighting the Sharingan? You're all alone here, Naruto. You're supposed to run, Itachi said as he eyed Naruto with an extreme amount of disinterest, while he slowly raised his hand, making his Akatsuki ring visible. Now Naruto was sure that it was the future, because he had never in his life met anyone named Chiyo, especially an elder lady Chiyo, though he resigned to simply watching this confrontation before he killed the real Itachi for this if it were to happen. Whatever, Naruto cut in as his expression grew fierce and feral. I can become a number anywhere from 1 to 1,000, he yelled as Naruto simply rolled his eyes. Am I really that arrogant? Or was that just the old me talking? Naruto muttered as he gazed at Naruto. Yup, this guy is definitely what I would have turned out to be had my life taken a different path. Though what diverges the two I have yet to know, Naruto said as he stroked his chin and began thinking. Itachi simply observed him for a moment before speaking. You're obsessed with my brother. Naruto shuddered as he looked like someone had just smacked him. Okay, when you put it that way, it sounds a little weird, creepy, and stalkerish, Naruto said as he was sure that if Sasuke were watching this with him, the Uchiha would have been edging away until he could run like hell. Though if Kiba were here, he'd probably burst out laughing. Itachi simply ignored the look Naruto was giving him in favor of continuing. Why, he's gone rogue, abandoned his village and friends, and has even resolved to kill you. Naruto gritted his teeth as he gave Itachi a look, while whispering, to hell he will. Naruto's face tightened and his voice filled with conviction as he spoke. We may not be blood, but he's more of a brother to me than you ever were to him, he said as he charged Itachi with a roar. Naruto frowned as he thought this version of himself was a bit much. Really? Just charge? Itachi killed his whole clan in one night by himself? Uchiha, that was the plan this version of himself came up with. Really though, when he saw Itachi actually smile, he had a feeling it was a mixture of Naruto's words and a bit of that I'm about to make a fool out of you Uchiha spirit they all seemed to have. Hell, even Kakashi had it in him. With a flick of his cloak, innumerable crows sprang into being, surrounding Naruto in fluttering wings. Why is it always birds with him anyways? Naruto muttered as Itachi's Sharingan spun. You are already within my genjutsu. Itachi's disembodied voice said from every direction as his body reformed within the mass of crows seconds later. I'll say it again. I just want to talk. Itachi said as Naruto's eyes rolled. Then in a flash of speed a crow separated itself from the flock and flew into Naruto's mouth, and down his throat. Naruto's eyes widened a second as he had seen the whole thing. What the hell, it looks like he stored something. I saw a brief flash of chakra there, but what was that? Naruto questioned as Naruto collapsed, and Itachi dissolved into a cloud of black crow feathers which slowly disappeared. There was a bright light that engulfed everything within Naruto's vision, and then everything went dark. Another unknown area. Naruto blinked his eyes at finally having light again. He looked around and saw Itachi, face down on the ground. Sasuke, battered and tired just a few meters away, grunted, slowly drawing himself up from the ground as his Sharingan faded back into onyx black eyes. Naruto could easily tell this guy was Sasuke, because no one else had that hair, the kind they all secretly made fun of behind his back, the kind that looked like a duck was sitting atop his actually bald head. Though the clothes were different, and he felt evil and cold, Naruto knew that was Sasuke's duck hair a mile away. It's Doni, it's finally over, Sasuke said as realization finally dawned on him. Naruto had no clue what the crazy-eyed Sasuke, because of the evil and mad gleam in his eye, was talking about. That was at least until he took a look around the completely vaporized building, the destroyed land around the area, the plant guy watching from a safe distance while half sunken into the ground. Naruto sighed as he jumped and landed right next to the freaky plant dude. Yup, this place just screamed Uchiha Battle Royal. Naruto looked to see that Itachi was as good as dead, which meant that Sasuke had finally succeeded in killing Itachi. So why does he look so empty, evil, and cold? Naruto mused as he watched Sasuke. Is this the death you had imagined for me? Came a voice as all three watchers turned to see Itachi standing up. What? No way, Naruto shouted as he could practically feel the power of some kind of mega jutsu still in the air. It was like a god-level Chidori had been done, and if Itachi was hit by it, and it caused all the damage around them, then just what had allowed Itachi to survive? Or maybe the stories of super bad Itachi were true. Sasuke whirled around as Itachi coughed up blood while standing up unsteadily. Sasuke changed, the curse mark transforming him into something Naruto didn't know what to call except monster. How dare you live? Sasuke shouted out as a mirage of bones surrounded Itachi. The elder Uchiha brother smiled as he gazed at Sasuke. If I hadn't had this, I would be dead. You really have gotten stronger, Sasuke. Itachi said proudly as he stood tall. This time I shall show you my final trump card, the Susanoo. The god of storms. Naruto heard the plant guy whisper, or at least half of him, the black half. Naruto wasn't sure what Sasuke would do as he had paused and then screamed while 8 titanic snakes erupted from his body where the curse mark was. They were all hissing excitedly toward Itachi and his divine protector. What the hell? Naruto demanded as he gazed up at the thing, jumping in front of it to get a better look at the 2 giant bodies. Was this a battle or a freaking magic show? The way they were pulling out transformations and gods. Judging by the feel of it, that's Orochimaru's 8-headed serpent jutsu, Itachi murmured as the snakes attacked and Itachi had Susanoo decapitate all of them. It was so fast Naruto was sure that if he had blinked at that exact second, he'd have missed it. Though one of the heads, the main one if Naruto had to guess, slowly regenerated while opening its mouth wide, revealing a top-naked Orochimaru. Naruto was sure that that would be the stuff of his nightmares for a while. Finally, Itachi said triumphantly, yet still in monotone, it emerges. Naruto raised a brow at the statement. He had wanted to draw Orochimaru out, but why, and why was Orochimaru inside of Sasuke's curse mark anyway? Orochimaru simply laughed manically from inside the white snake's mouth as he pulled out his sword Kusanagi from his own mouth. This is it, this is what I've been waiting for. Thanks to you, Sasuke's repressing chakra is gone. Now I can take over this child's body, and Orochimaru said, sounding as insane as he looked to Naruto as he stared down at Itachi with a maddening gleam in his snake-like eyes. A stream of power struck Orochimaru through the chest. Orochimaru said as the blade of Susanoo was impaling him. Well, Sasuke, what next? Itachi asked, almost in a bored monotone as the blade of the Susanoo ed in Orochimaru and his snake body, sealing him for all eternity. There was silence for a moment just from the pure shock of what had just happened, but Naruto had gotten over it quickly. Well, Naruto said slowly as he blinked, that was anticlimactic. Seriously so. As soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto he felt the world speed up around him. He understood and remembered every single word that had been spoken, an action that was taken while in the state of fast-forwarding. He was just about to question if he was secretly do drugs in his sleep. The world went back to normal. Another unknown area. Naruto looked around to see that he was inside some sort of secret room. Sasuke was on the bed just waking up from whatever had happened, though Naruto surmised that it was probably his battle with Itachi that he was healing from. Naruto had to admit, though, that if he fought Itachi like that, then he'd need to heal as well. Sasuke's eyes slowly opened as a voice behind Naruto spoke. I treated your wounds? It said as Naruto turned quickly to where it was coming from. Sasuke bolted upright into a sitting position as his hand had already gone through hand signs. You won. The voice, clearly male, said as a man stepped out of the shadows wearing an orange spiral mask over his face and an Akatsuki cloak. Who's this we have here? Naruto said with narrowed eyes as he was sure it was the plant guy from earlier. I brought you here in order to tell you something, the man said as Sasuke looked away from him. Not interested, huh? What if I told you that it's about Itachi Uchiha? The man said as Sasuke's eyes drifted over to the figure. That's right, the man said. You think you know everything about your brother, but you actually don't. He spoke as he reached up to touch his mask. Oh, all right. Let me start with a self-intro. I am, like you, an Uchiha survivor. Naruto froze as his eyes narrowed, turning slightly red before he subsided his anger at knowing he could kick the guy's ass. Madara Uchiha. Naruto spat out venomously, but was surprised that he couldn't feel hate for the man, only anger and a small, yet heavy, amount of pity. The man's, Madara's, mask came halfway off, revealing a Sharingan eye, and the one who knows the truth about Itachi Uchiha. Madara said, almost smugly as Naruto rolled his eyes. Sasuke's Sharingan spun into existence, creating black flames that leapt onto Madara's arm, setting him aflame, while Sasuke gasped and clutched at his eye as it cried tears of blood. "Holy crap," Naruto blurted out, not having expected that. "Where did that come from?" Madara dashed into the darkness, panting heavily as Sasuke's Sharingan faded back to his normal eye. What was that?" Sasuke rasped out as Madara was still in the shadows. "The Amaterasu, which Itachi seems to have implanted in you," Madara said, almost as if pondering something while Sasuke's eyes went wide. Madara's hand reached down, grasping the mask as he re-emerged into the light a second later, reaffixing the mask to his face. "Leave it to Itachi to set a post-mortem trap. I can't believe how well he plans ahead." Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he gazed up at Madara. "What are you talking about?" Naruto, however, chose to frown as he couldn't see where this was going. "In order to kill me, Itachi placed a jutsu on you, or at least to keep me away from you. He probably said it so that the Amaterasu would automatically activate when you saw my Sharingan," Madara said as he glanced up at the rocky ceiling. "So that was Itachi's last trick. How too bad it didn't work." "What are you talking about?" Sasuke retorted as Naruto too was curious. "Itachi must have done something to you before he died," Madara said. Sasuke's eyes widened. "At the very end, he transferred his own ocular powers to you," Madara explained as Sasuke stared at him in shock. "What are you saying?" Sasuke asked as his mouth was going dry from his fear of the answer. "What exactly is your point?" "Don't you get it?" Madara demanded as he gazed at Sasuke. "Itachi did it to protect you." Naruto remained silent, but did remember that it was always Itachi's intention to protect Sasuke, so he'd wait and see how all of this played out. "I repeat, the masked man," that was Madara said. "You do not know everything about your brother." "You're lying," Sasuke said coldly. "I'll kill you." "You're not gonna making this easy, are you?" Madara quipped dryly as he held up his hands. "Understandable you don't trust me, you don't know me, but what I am about to tell you is the truth. Itachi did mention it. No, he was not alone that night," Madara said as he gave a graceful bow. "I am Madara Uchiha," Madara said, revealing his identity as Sasuke froze and Naruto rolled his eyes. "I know everything about Itachi. Even Itachi himself did not know so much," Madara said. Smugly Naruto noticed as the man walked up to Sasuke. Naruto also noticed Sasuke's hands clenched over the blankets, while an enraged expression took over his face. "Shut up, none of that matters, get out of here." Naruto was about to roll his eyes, but he felt the world speed up around him again. He didn't know or care why, but he was sure there was a reason to it, though he was quickly getting tired of it. Unknown cliff area. Now Naruto found that he was standing on a cliff with Sasuke, Madara, and 3 other people who Naruto couldn't place. Sasuke stood up on the rocks, watching the sunrise and the waves as they crashed upon the shore. He was alone. Naruto's head whipped around as he heard a disembodied voice over. He wondered where it was coming from. "Because he had to fight you and die in front of you." Naruto turned to Madara since that was the man's voice that he heard over him. That was what he truly needed, for the peace of Konoha, and most of all for you, Sasuke. He desired to die a criminal and a traitor. But it doesn't have to be that way. Accepting disgrace in place of honor, and hate in place of love, and Itachi still died with a smile on his face. "We can change it. He bequeathed to you the Uchiha name, still fooling you to the very end." "I'm not fooled any longer," Naruto heard from Sasuke, yet he knew Sasuke wasn't speaking, because the voice had come from over them and not Sasuke. Was that Sasuke's thought being broadcast to him? "Sorry, Sasuke." Was that just Itachi's voice? Wasn't he supposed to be dead in this vision? "This is it." Tears ran down Sasuke's face like a river as he stared at the sun with no emotion in his gaze. So Madara started quietly as he gazed up at Sasuke. "Now what?" Sasuke was quiet for a moment, but answered, not even bothering to look to anyone as he continued staring at the sun. "No longer are we Hebe, the snake. From now on we are the hawk. We are Taka," Sasuke said with conviction. Naruto smiled a bit, sure that Sasuke would be returning to Konoha, a hero like Itachi wanted. The wind blew, cold and biting, with Sasuke not even flinching as he stared aimlessly into the sun. Naruto was kind of hoping the bastard's eyes burned out with the way he was just staring like that. "Taka shall have but one motive. We exist," Sasuke started as Naruto was sure it was something to aid Konoha, to destroy Konoha. Naruto froze. Where the hell did that option even come from? Itachi wanted him to be a hero to the village, not go and destroy the damn thing. The Mangekyo Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes spun rapidly as he, Madara, and the three behind them leapt off the cliff. Naruto went pale white, while the world went dark. Suddenly he found himself back in Konoha, children racing down the street, adults and teens greeting him kindly, and old people yelling at the youth of the village. Just as normal as could be, except they all were in the same places they were when he had frozen to his spot. Did all of that really just happen? He needed a drink. End of long flashback. Sasuke, after hearing everything Naruto had said, slumped into his chair, eyes wide, glassy, and devoid of any form of emotion other than shock. Was it all true from start to finish? Naruto wasn't one to lie to him, and even if he did, Naruto was one of the worst liars in the history of the word. So Naruto was telling the truth, but, is it true? Itachi killed my clan because they were going to revolt against Konoha and Fire Country? Sasuke asked as his throat dried from fear of the answer. Naruto only nodded slowly as he kept a soft gaze on Sasuke. He was sure that just like he was when Hayashi and Jiraiya had told him of his father, Sasuke was being thrown out of whack and that everything he knew he was now questioning. Sasuke for the most part was trying to handle the information as calmly and coolly as possible. He was trying to wrap his head around all of it, from his supposed epic battle with Itachi, to his declaring war on Konoha. He went pale at thinking about how dark and cold Naruto had described him. It just couldn't be true, and yet it all made some semblance of sense and logic. Had he really been that blind to Itachi's real true? Naruto watched as Sasuke paled and clasped his head. He wanted to help the poor bastard, but decided that Sasuke had to come to his own conclusions about what he had been told. Sasuke, Naruto said as the boy slowly lifted his gaze to Naruto. I want him here. I don't care how it gets done, or who does it, but I want him here standing opposite of me so I can ask him myself. If what you say is true, then I want him back, if only to beat the hell out of him, but I want him back. Afterward I want the village to know, but for now I need some time to think, Sasuke said as Naruto only nodded absent-mindedly. How the hell could Sasuke formulate all that while he felt the way he looked, which wasn't too good? Tora, Naruto called as the Tora Anbu jumped from the ceiling in a kneeling position aside Sasuke. Take Sasuke home. He's had a rough day, Naruto said as he leaned back in his seat. Sasuke and Tora nodded as they disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Boar, Naruto called as the boar Anbu appeared from the corner shadow of his office. Watch Sasuke. He was unstable as it was, but now he's even more so. Be sure to inform Tora and Ox that they are to take this mission as well. Do not allow him to know you're watching him. Understood, Naruto said as she bowed. Of course, Hokage-sama, she replied as he gave her a look as stern as steel and cold as ice. She had planned to have the Uchiha find them due to his genius, but now that was not an option. The way his look promised pain unknown to the world yet. She teleported away before he could convey a threat to match his expression, much to his mirth. I'll have to deal with her defiance one of these days, but not today, Naruto said as he got from behind his desk and opened his door. Next please, Naruto said as Kakashi gave an eye smile to Ino, who had crossed her arms and pouted. Kakashi entered Naruto's office and sat in the wooden chair with a slightly shocked expression. Now as for you, Naruto began as Kakashi gulped quietly at the look that promised a word lashing for the copy ninja that was he. In Iwagakure, or the village hidden in the rocks, the sand-aimed Tsuchikage paced his office, barely listening as the ANBU gave their reports. His mind was on the file and photo he had received. Mysterious. And that's how it went, Tsuchikage-sama, the boar ANBU explained, trying with no great success to keep the surprise out of his voice. We tried our best to capture him, sir, the goat ANBU continued for his partner. He just kind of slipped through our fingers. That's right, his partner added. It's actually pretty amazing that he could get into this place like that, and with no one stopping him. The woman next to them muttered, causing them both to tense. Luckily for them, the Tsuchikage didn't seem to have heard, being so lost in thought. After several painfully silent seconds, he turned his attention to the woman. Kuratsuchi-chan, you've met Setsu of the Akatsuki in person before. Can you say with absolute certainty that it was him? that Tsuchikage asked as the woman shook her head. Unfortunately, Tsuchikage-sama, he disappeared before I could get a good look at him. Although I know that the Venus fly trap around his head was the same, and he did disappear into the ground, of that I can be certain. The girl, Kuratsuchi, replied as she put her hand on her chin in a thinking manner. The Tsuchikage sighed as he collapsed heavily into his chair and placed his head in his hands. He'd been waiting for this day every day for the last 15-odd years. The pleasure of knowing that he alone had been right all along was only outweighed by the even greater pleasure of getting to see the looks on the faces of his village council. Senile, they had called him. How senile, like a fox, perhaps. Of course, the fact that his most hated of enemies was not alive, but instead had a child that grew up to become a Kage at 13 years old did a fine job of dampening his mood. And you bastard Minato, the Tsuchikage mused as he, thinking that you could pull a fast one on me and my village being dead for all these years, while you actually had a son that became Hokage after you. Well, guess what, I just beat you at your own game. You little brat, you just couldn't keep your precious child hidden away, couldn't stand going so long without antagonizing me. Well, now you have nothing to hide behind. If it wasn't for that agreement between our villages, I'd beat your snot-nosed brat upside the head for all the headaches you gave me, you irrepressible little bit. Anoki-ji-sama. The elderly man blinked out of his mental rant as he looked up. What was that, Kuratsuchi? He asked as he gazed up at her. I said, before he vanished, I swore I heard him mention something about a ramen shop and then going to mist. She said as he jumped up from his seat and over his desk. Now that he was from behind his desk, we find that Anoki is an old man being roughly the size of 1.5 times his Kage hat. His facial features include a triangular beard and a mustache with angular corners. He has a big red nose and thick rectangular-shaped eyebrows. The top of his head is completely bald, although he has some white hair at the back and sides of his head, the back of which is tied with a yellow ribbon into a topknot. Anoki wears a unique green and yellow coat with a red collar. Underneath he wears an Iwagakure flak jacket. The Tsuchikage blinked as he yelled, a ramen shop. Kuratsuchi shrugged. That's what it sounded like to me. Though it was odd, Anoki wouldn't have found it so odd. He had studied Minato well, and in his study of him, and constant spying on the man, he found that the yellow flash brat had gone married to Kushina Uzumaki, who loved ramen, salt ramen to be precise if he remembered correctly. What if the boy had picked up on the love for ramen as his mother had? He still remembered why most of the village had needed repair. Damn Kushina and her violent nature over ramen. Sir, the goat Anbu spoke up. Is it at all possible that one of our men may have done something that would warrant the Akatsuki to bring this to our attention? The Sandaime hummed, having not thought of that possibility. It was true that before and after Minato's death he had issued several assassination attempts on him, and it was actually around the time this brat of a new Hokage was to be born. Maybe it was like one of those, look here, you've failed to kill my father, now here I stand as Hokage before you, and what are you going to do about it? God damn it, how he hated that cocky bastard Minato, and his destructive and cocky family. I think that's a question for the interrogators to be asking, Anoki said after a brief pause to rant to himself. I want them in my office in 30 minutes or less. After that, you're to round up the rest of the Anbu. Tell them I want positions taken up at all corners of the village at all times. If this Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki tries anything against our village, you are all to attack with extreme prejudice. Yes, sir, the two Anbu men replied, hoping against all hope that neither of them ever saw the Yellow Flash's son now or ever. And you, Kuratsuchi, he continued, turning his full attention to his only granddaughter, I want the members of the council notified at once. If they give you any grief over it, tell them it's an S-class situation. Kuratsuchi bowed her head as she grinned lightly. Understood, grandfather. As the three turned for the door, an afterthought came to Anoki, and send out an official edict from this day forward. Ramen is banned from Iwagakure until further notice. The three froze in place as they slowly turned to the Sandaime Tsuchikage with hope in their eyes. Does this mean we can finally reopen all of our yakitori and dango stands? Sir, the boy Anbu asked hopefully as his fellow two nodded. Absolutely not, that's exactly what he wants us to do, having a child who loves ramen. So we'll bring back his precious dango and yakitori. I'm not falling for that, Anoki said as he sat back behind his desk and chuckled evilly. He wouldn't fall for any of that Minato brat's traps and plans like the others were. The two Anbu and Kuratsuchi hid their disappointment as they marched out of the office of their Tsuchikage. Their village was slowly running out of places to eat at, and if the Hokage ever came around with a sudden craving for sushi or okonomiyaki, the village might just starve to death. In Kirigakure, or the village hidden in the mist. Is this true? Mei Terumi questioned as the shark-masked Anbu in front of her nodded. Mei is a slender woman in her 30s. She has ankle-length, auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back, a top knot tied with a dark blue band, and with 4 bangs at the front. 2 bangs are short, with one covering her right eye, and 2 are long, crossing each other on her chest, just below her chin. Her eyes are light green. She dresses in a long-sleeved dark blue dress that falls just below the knees. It seems to be closed at the front with a zip, and is kept open on the front right side from the waist down. The dress only covers up to the upper part of her arms and the underside of her S. Underneath, she wears a mesh shirt that covers more of her upper body than her dress, but stops short of covering her shoulders and still leaves a sizable cleavage. She also wears shorts in the same color as her dress and, underneath those, mesh leggings reaching down over her knees. Around her waist, she wears a belt with a pouch attached to the back on the left. Furthermore, she wears high-heeled sandals and shin guards reaching up over her knees. She also wears dark blue polish on her fingers and toes, and is usually shown with dark blue lipstick. Yes, it was verified by a member of Akatsuki, though we could not capture and question him. He said as Mei merely nodded as she flipped through the file. Apparently a 13-year-old kid, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, had become Hokage of Konoha just a month after the death of the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. This was a true testament to the power of Konoha, to have such a young teen as their most powerful ninja. He had to be stronger than that Itachi boy was years ago. He must be something special to have been made a Kage, so young Mei mused as she shut the file. But his ascension to that title must be contributed to him being from both the Uzumaki and Namikaze. Oh well, we need to plan our next move, and do it carefully. I think that whoever is controlling Yagura-sama is suspicious of us, Tsukumi-kun, Mei said as she stored the file away. Yes, I do too. But how long can we keep this up? We will need help, and maybe this new Hokage boy can be just that. Tsukumi, the shark-masked Anbu, said as Mei sent him a strong look. No matter what happens or how long it takes, this is our problem and we shall settle it ourselves. Yagura-sama has finally stopped the bloodline extermination war, but he's still lost. We, the ninja and people of Kiri, must be the ones to help him. Not anyone else. We will not use outside help, Mei said as Tsukumi remembered her saying the same thing to the Akatsuki leader when he offered them help. Right, Mei-sama, Tsukumi said as he smiled under his mask and went to see if he could break whatever was controlling their Yondaime Mizukage. If not, then in a little under 4 years' time they'd have to take measures into their own hands. I hope it doesn't come to that, Yagura-sama, Mei-sama, the shark-masked man said as he disappeared in a swirl of mist. In Kumogakure, or the village hidden in the clouds, the council of Kumo was in a deep silence as they had read the file that so suddenly dropped from the ceiling. After having Anbu check everywhere and everything, including the file itself, they read it. To say they were shocked was an understatement. Konoha, a village known for its teaching of teamwork and the will of fire, had chosen to be ruled over by a teenager. Oh, but not just any teenager. Oh no, it was a 13-year-old named Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. They knew exactly what that meant, that the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, and red-hot-blooded habanero, Kushina Uzumaki, had conceived a child before their deaths. They could only imagine what the boy was capable of given his parents and their abilities. The kid had to be some sort of orange Hokage by being their kid, yet they had their own problems to deal with before even thinking of Konoha. We must choose our own Reikage. We've been at this for months. And yet Konoha picked one. By the end of the same month their Sandaime Hokage died, and a shinobi councilman shouted as he stood up. And we'll stay at it until we find the perfect choice for the position. Konoha were fools for picking so hastily. The kid may be powerful given his lineage, but he'll have them in ruins before they even know it, a civilian councilwoman countered as she stood as well. Now, let's not have these arguments now. We still must take care of our own village, so let's get back to that. Another ninja, the head cloud ninja to be exact, said as he waved his hands in a friendly manner. Both counselors glared at one another as they sat back down. Now we must discuss the Anbu. In Sunagakure, or the village hidden in the sand, the Suna council was not pleased. In fact, they were almost the complete opposite, because they were scared crapless. The very boy who had defeated Gaara had become Hokage, and while some of them were less scared than others, they were all pretty sure this was an omen. He defeated Gaara, who right now is one of our most powerful ninja. Also, we have yet to give Konoha any sort of compensation for their mercy of not attacking us and allowing the alliance to stand. Baki, Gaara's sensei, said as the other counselors nodded. Then we must think of something. If this Uzumaki defeated Gaara, while the latter was in full Shikaku mode, then I'm sure he'll be most displeased to discover we were not trying to find a way of compensating his village. You all remember how the Yondaime Hokage got when our Yondaime Kazekage insulted his wife, Kushina, for being a Jinchuriki, an elder councilman said as they all shivered at the very thought of remembering. Kushina was scary, but with Minato right behind her and supporting her violent tendencies, it was all hell and every man, woman, and child for themselves that day in Suna. Wait, a female civilian councilwoman shouted in realization. Isn't he the last of his clans? I know for a fact that the Yellow Flash was the last of his. So, I have a plan, she said with a smirk as Baki felt his head and body shiver. Whatever she was planning was bad for his living health. We're all ears. Back in Naruto's office, Kakashi was right. This was a tongue-lacing worse than Minato's sensei had given him about the dangers of the Rasengan. Naruto had been going on for about an hour now, and only now was he calming down. And if I ever hear about you questioning anything I say, do, or even look at, you'll be do the Catch Tora mission until your grandchildren beg me, or my successor, to stop. Do you understand me? Naruto said as he was leaned over his desk and in Kakashi's face, even though Kakashi had tried to retreat backward into his chair. Yes, I understand, Hokage-sama. Now, can we actually talk? Kakashi said as Naruto gave him an unamused look, yet sighed and settled back into his chair. What is it that you want to talk about, Kakashi? Naruto said as Kakashi almost flinched at not hearing Naruto say sensei after his name. I just wanted to clear the air of any misunderstandings that may have been conveyed to you, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said as Naruto gave him an irritated look. You know, I may be really angry with you right now, but you can still call me Naruto, Naruto said as Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief silently. This was good. Naruto was actually open to what he had to say. Okay, Naruto. I'm sure that someone from our conversation reported it by now, but I'd like to clear the air of what was said. You see, in my weakened state I was a bit out of it. I said some things that might have been taken the wrong way, Kakashi said as Naruto nodded as he narrowed his eyes. Kakashi, I would hope you're not lying to me now. That's been happening to me since the day I was born, and now that I'm starting to get the truth, I'd hate to be lied to by my former sensei, Naruto said as Kakashi's heart sank at the word former. Of course not, Naruto. I have and always will tell you the truth, Kakashi said as Naruto gave him a searching look. Okay, then what do you think of me in these Kage robes and hat? Naruto said as Kakashi blinked his one visible eye. Well, that was unexpected. To be honest, they do you well. But if I may ask, why are you always wearing them now? Minato-sensei didn't wear his, Kakashi said as Naruto sighed. My elderly advisors said that the Hokage should be distinguishable from his people. That was why the first two Hokages wore their armor from the clan wars always, why the old man wore the robes, and why my dad wore that coat thing of his. Plus, I've been waiting nearly 9 years to put these on and sit behind this desk. Do you really think I'm giving it up so easily? Naruto said as Kakashi chuckled. I suppose not. Look, Naruto, I may have said some things, but they were either misinterpreted or my thoughts on them were far deeper than my words, Kakashi said as Naruto nodded. I understand, but you know what, Kakashi, you hurt me. When I was told that you thought I was unfit to be Hokage and that you thought Sasuke deserved it more than me, I was devastated. I thought you really did like Sasuke more than me. I mean, you can't really blame me for thinking along those lines with all the secret and special training, the lack of respect I got, and the fact that you never really trained me. Hell, you even trained Sakura in traps and first aid while I got nothing, Naruto said as Kakashi hung his head in shame. Naruto, I'm sorry if you felt that way, but it wasn't true. In fact, if I did have a favorite student, it would be you. You're the best student a sensei could ask for. You're always cheerful, ready to learn anything, always trying to do your best, and taking my teaching to heart and memory. The reason I trained Sasuke for that month was so he wouldn't die in his fight against Gaara, but also to keep him far out of Orochimaru's way. The reason I trained Sakura in first aid was to boost her confidence as a member of our team, and so she wouldn't feel like a burden on you and Sasuke," Kakashi explained as Naruto leaned forward and listened. "The reason I didn't train you was because Jiraiya-sama said to train Sasuke and that he'd train and look after you. I felt so proud the day he told me that one of my students becoming the apprentice to Jiraiya of the Sannin, and I do believe he's done a great job in training you. Also, the reason I never trained you specifically was because you never had a need for the things I was trying to teach you. 3. You understood every lesson on teamwork and love for your comrade. You understood what the will of fire was, and for that I was satisfied. I thought that, even before Jiraiya-sama, that you would make a name for yourself without my help. That was the way my sensei had taught me that it doesn't matter how many jutsu you teach your student, it only matters what life lessons they learn," Kakashi said as Naruto smiled from the praise. "I'm sorry if I hurt you, Naruto, but just look at where you are now. Without my help you're the Daimyo Hokage of Konohagakure. You did this, without a single jutsu from me. You made it here, using your own hard work and the life lessons I installed in you, and I'm proud to say that I'm proud of you, Naruto, I mean, Hokage-sama," Kakashi said as he got out of his chair and bowed. Naruto smiled even more as he heard that Kakashi was proud of him. That was all he really wanted, for his precious people to be proud of him, to acknowledge him. "Thanks, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said with a smile as Kakashi smiled back. He didn't know until then how much he liked hearing Naruto call him sensei. But Naruto started as he gave Kakashi a stern look. "If you ever, and I mean ever, do something like that again, or if you're even late when I call you for whatever reason, I'll have you clean the Akimichi clan toilets until even the Hyuga clan can't see a spot of uncleanliness. Do you understand me, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto said sternly as Kakashi paled. He had known someone the Sandaime had punished like that before. It was not pretty, or smelled well either. "Of course, Hokage-sama," Kakashi said as he scrambled to his feet and saluted Naruto. "Now get out of my office," Naruto said, pointing at the door. Kakashi literally ran from the office faster than even Might Guy knew possible. The people outside Naruto's office watched the dust cloud that was Kakashi in the distance with wide eyes as their eyes slowly trailed back to a now smirking Naruto in the doorway. "Next please," Naruto said as his smirk turned into a grin as Ino gulped and walked in nervously. "Oh, how payback was a bitch. Ino, you look nervous, please take a seat," Naruto said kindly, yet with a smirk, as Ino looked around his office. Her eyes landed on the wooden chair that was, for lack of better words, molded with the wooden floorboards. "Naruto, is that did you can use it," Ino said as she just stared at the chair and Naruto as he nodded. "Yes, now can you have a seat please, Ino?" Naruto said as he sat behind his desk and gestured to the wooden chair. Ino sat down in the chair as if it was fragile glass, which caused Naruto to quirk an eyebrow at the action. "Ino, that chair isn't going to break anytime soon. Kakashi-sensei sat in it just a moment ago, so please make yourself comfortable," Naruto said as he leaned back in his chair. Ino sighed as she did just that. She had to admit that the chair was quite comfy, warm, and soft despite it only being made of solid wood. She wondered if it was the wood or Naruto's doing that made her want to stay in the chair forever. "Right, so now that you're relaxed, what is it you wanted to see me about?" Naruto said as he turned slightly to the right in his chair. Oh, how he had grown to love his chair. It had wheels and the seat could spin, so he had spent a bit of time on his first days simply enjoying those features while his elderly advisors shook their heads at his childishness. "Nothing much, except to point out the fact that you're sexy," Ino said with a grin as Naruto groaned. It was happening again. "Ino, please," Naruto groaned out as she grinned wider at him and his exhausted expression. "What? Mama knows sexy, and you, my smexy man, are the very definition of the word," Ino said as she got out of her chair and leaned across his desk seductively. "Thanks, Ino, but I think we need to talk about that," Naruto said as she pouted. "Talk about what, sexy-kun?" Ino said innocently as she reached across the desk and played with his golden blonde hair that had been sticking out from under his kage hat. That mama thing too. What's gotten into you all of a sudden?" Naruto said as he gently batted her hand away. "I don't know what you're talking about," Ino said as she bit her lip with a worried expression while she turned her back to him. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he got up from his own chair and got in front of her face, gazing deeply into her eyes. Ino almost flinched back at the emotions that were plainly visible in them. Yes, you do. What happened to the Ino that wouldn't speak in my direction unless Sasuke was present? What happened to the Ino that would fawn over Sasuke like some star-crazed groupie? What happened to the Ino that wouldn't even look my way? Naruto demanded as she looked away from his eyes with tears welling up in her own. Naruto's gaze didn't waver a bit as she dropped to her knees and began to cry. He had long since learned how to keep a poker face. He wanted nothing more than to console her, since it was his fault she was crying. Wait, no, it wasn't his fault, because all he did was push what she was already feeling. Besides, she needed this, and he would be the one to see it through that she got it all out. She died. Okay, I hated that side of me. I gave him everything. I would have been there for him in a split second, but what did I get in return? Nothing. He wouldn't even look at me or the other girls without it being a bored stare or annoyed glare. We all wanted to be Mrs. Sasuke Uchiha, and we understood that if he got more than one wife we'd have to share him. But he was never interested in any of us. We all blindly followed him, and got nothing for it. Ino screamed and sobbed out through her tears as Naruto stood over her with his arms crossed. Then when the genin exams came, we did our best to prove to him that we were worthy of his attention. Did you know that I had the best overall grades in the academy for the girls? I had the highest grade in ninjutsu and assertiveness, and the second highest grade in taijutsu, genjutsu, cooperation, and class attitude. Although Sasuke had the highest grade in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu for the boys, he had the lowest grade in cooperation and the second lowest grade in assertiveness, next to yours, bringing down his average. When I found out, I purposely let my grades drop so he would have the highest average, though that meant I had to drop below Sakura, Ino said sadly as she wiped away her tears while Naruto had only quirked a brow at the confession. He had wondered why Sakura had been the top kunoichi when Ino had held it for so long. After the exam, I was placed with Shikamaru and Choji on Asuma-sensei's team. I was mad and jealous for a while, but Asuma-sensei pulled me to the side one day and said that I could always make Sasuke mine later on. I was happy that he encouraged me, and as our team bonded, went on missions, and spent more time together, my focus slowly drifted from Sasuke to being a better kunoichi. It wasn't until the Chunin exams that I started actually thinking about him again, and even then it wasn't that much. When Sakura and I fought, I knew she'd be doing it over Sasuke, so I, even though I meant it, did it as well half-heartedly. Even though Sasuke wasn't there, I knew that had he been, he would have looked at us like two crazies straight from the clinic. You know, when the finals came around, I and Sakura watched you be the underdog the entire battle. But even though only a few of us, mainly Shikamaru and Hinata, had believed in you, you still never gave up and kept fighting the good fight until you pulled out on top. It was like watching one of those cheesy movies about the kid who beats all odds, even when they're stacked so high against him, Ino said, with a slight laugh at the end as Naruto groaned and shook his head. His life wasn't like that, right? He didn't get much thought on it as Ino pressed on. But even though it was like that, seeing it happen for real made me smile and my heart light up. It made me think of you in a whole new way, and even though I never gave you much thought to begin with, I found myself wanting to get to know you, the real you, instead of what bad comments and acts you put on. I talked to Shikamaru during Sasuke's fight, and he had so many great things to say about you. He even said that he'd follow your lead until the very end, and I was a little shocked that the lazy had so much belief in you and your way that it had actually moved him to well move. Then the invasion started, and after it Shikamaru and I talked more, though this time Shino had joined us with Choji and Kiba. They all had such good things to say, but also a few bad, Ino said as Naruto listened while he nodded his head a few times. She was getting it all out. But did she have to be such a motor mouth? He knew he had heard that word somewhere. But where? Shikamaru said that you were the most determined person he had ever known. In his own words, Shika called you a troublesome blonde who makes me feel ashamed for being a coward when it comes to giving up. Shika, Shino, Choji, and even Kiba have a lot of respect for you, so I think that was when I began to have feeling for you, she said as she finally stopped gazing at the floor and looked up at Naruto, who in his shock dropped his arms and gaped. She really had feelings for him, but what kind was the real question. They all made me believe in you with each word they said. I felt like I had really known you for years the way they went on about you. They had so many stories to tell about you guys and your days in the academy, and I found myself wanting to hear all of them. It was like I was seeing you in a whole new light instead of the constant annoyance that we girls saw you as. I got to see the side of you that was the lovable goofball," she said as she began to tear up again, but Naruto noticed that these tears were accompanied with a smile. "When you left, Kiba saw you and told us. I had tried to think of other things, but you kept coming to mind. Then Sakura started talking about you and something inside me cracked. I got mad, and that was when I realized I had those feelings for you. I knew I couldn't act on them though, because Hinata had been after you for so long now that I'd have been buried under the guilt of taking you from her," Ino said as Naruto chuckled a bit and snorted like she was that damn good a catch that he would just be with her. She heard him snort and slapped his knee as she glared up at him. "I'm trying to be emotional here, damn it. Can you please?" Ino said in irritation as Naruto sighed and rolled his eyes, but nodded all the same. Ino got back into her character as she exhaled a tear in the corner of her eye while Naruto raised an eyebrow at the scene before him. "I resolved to talk to Hinata over the idea of you seeing if you could be with both of us, or at the least giving both of us a chance to win you over. When I finally did talk to her, she said her father told her that you had 2 clans to rebuild and that you'd need multiple wives. She also scared the crap out of me, but I don't even want to think about that right now," Ino said as she shuddered. Naruto was almost afraid to ask about it, but still decided against it. "Actually, Ino, I only really have 1 clan to revive the Uzumaki. I want to keep the Namikaze around as well, but the Uzumaki was an actual clan while the Namikaze was more of an over-average sized family. It was a clan, but not a big one or even a really notable one. The only 2 people who had made names for themselves in the world were my ancestor, Lelouch Namikaze, and my father, Minato Namikaze," Naruto said as Ino shrugged uncaringly as she went back to looking at the floor with sorrowful gaze. "Anyways, I was really excited that you'd be able to love both me and Hinata, but Hinata said we needed to find more people, since apparently her little sister and we 2 weren't enough. After we found Tenten and I found Moegi, I think that's her name, I put serious thought into. I didn't realize it before, but being able to actually have a shot at being with a person I have strong feelings for was more frightening than I ever thought. I thought long and hard about it all and I almost backed out, but a talk with my dad made me feel better about it. He said that I shouldn't be a fangirl to you and that I should ease into things, but I don't know how," Ino said as tears silently rolled down her cheeks. Naruto knelt down beside her, had offered her a pocket tissue as she nodded while accepting it. "Can you please stop with the crying already? I hate when girls cry, especially over me. It's like a weakness or something," Naruto said deadpanned as Ino glared at him through her tears. "What's wrong with you? I'm a girl, and therefore I retain the right to be as emotional as I want. Besides, where'd the attitude come from? I liked your old cheerful and childish one better," Ino said as she crossed her arms while still on the floor as Naruto stood to full height. "It came with the boost in intellect, I suppose? Sensei said that I would have turned out like this if I hadn't been isolated," Naruto said as he then grinned when she looked up at him. "But that doesn't mean I've changed completely. I'm still me, just smarter and calmer. Believe it," he finished as she rolled her crying eyes. "You really could stand to lose that," Ino remarked as he hung his head. He sighed as she went back to her performance, and he was seriously considering having her teach theater or children in the academy. "Like I was saying, I don't know how to be me. I don't know who I am. I'm not meek, yet courageous like Hinata, or strong-willed, yet gentle like Tenten. Hell, I'm not even smart and feisty like Sakura. I don't know who I am in this world. I just want someone to be there for me, tell me, and remind me of who it is that stares at me when look in the mirror. I'm so damn confused," Ino shouted as she cried with Naruto staring at her blankly. After a few moments of her sobbing, Naruto said the one thing that was sure to get him killed. "Your low-motor mouth, that's one thing," he said blankly as she turned to him with a look locked between shock, hurt, and anger. "You're kinda like what I heard about my mom, and I like that. Ino, you may not have watched me, but I did watch you and the others in the academy back then. You're confident, kind, outspoken, and not afraid to speak your mind at all. You're also bossy, rude, and a little weird, like with that mama stuff," Naruto said as she blushed and laughed nervously. "But you're Ino and you're one of a kind. I wouldn't change you for anything in the world. My mom was said to be a lot like me, but from what I've heard about her I'd say you two were more alike. You're both talkative and quick to anger, but both of you have kind hearts and love the people around you unconditional," Naruto said with a softer face as he knelt down next to Ino once more. "Ino, I'm not perfect. Hell, anyone who knows me can write an entire scroll on my faults, but that doesn't mean I give up trying to better myself. I don't know who I'm supposed to be either, but that doesn't mean I try to be everything that I'm not. Who knows, maybe you do have a personality like a fangirl, but that doesn't make you one. I know you'll find yourself, but as for now, why don't we get to know each other more before we tie any knots or light any candles?" Naruto said softly as she looked up at him, and before he could react she was crying into his robes while hugging him with all her might. He didn't really know what to do, so he settled for stroking her hair gently and occasionally giving her some more reassuring words. After a few minutes of the scene, Ino had stopped crying and said she'd be alright. Naruto didn't look too convinced as she was sniffling with her eyes being red and puffy. "I'm fine, I promise, and thank you for everything," Ino said as Naruto looked confused. "But I didn't do anything," he said as she sighed and shook her head. "You just don't know what you do to people, Naruto. You're a better guy than you'll ever know," she said softly as he sat behind his desk. "You say something?" he asked as he was sure she had muttered something to herself, but he wasn't quite paying attention. "No, nothing. I'll get out of your hair now." "See ya, Naruto-kun," Ino said as she bowed and walked toward the door. Naruto snapped his fingers as an ANBU dropped from the ceiling. "Please take Ino here to her home, please. She's had an emotional day, and I think it best that she get home without any hassle," Naruto said as the ANBU bowed and grabbed Ino's shoulder. "See ya later, Ino-chan," Naruto said as she smiled. The ANBU took her away via a swirl of leaves as Naruto leaned back and sighed. Today was becoming a long day, but it wasn't even noon yet. Oh well, the work of a Hokage is never done. Outside Konoha, just barely 50 meters away from the village, were Sasori and Deidara. Sasori, inside his Hiriko puppet, had stopped as Deidara looked at him questioningly. "Sasori, why have we stopped? The village is almost within sight, yeah?" Deidara said as Sasori gazed up at something through the puppet. "Deidara, use your scope to check out any defenses Konoha might have. Itachi didn't give us any information on it, so we may be walking into a trap," Sasori said through Hiriko's gruff voice as Deidara moved his hair bang out of the way to use his scope. As he gazed toward the village, Sasori saw his face go from shock to a large grin as he allowed his hair to fall back into place. "Nice going, Sasori, my man. Had we kept walking, we would have walked right into a detection-type barrier that would have alerted the village to our arrival, yeah? It runs underground too, so I don't know how Itachi or Zetsu infiltrated the village, Though I must say, yeah, that this will be the trickiest of things for us to get past without them knowing, yeah?" Deidara said as Sasori hummed in thought. "Zetsu becomes one with the earth as he moves around, so they wouldn't have sensed him, and Itachi is from this village, so he had to know some way to sneak himself and Kisame in. We, however, we use a more artistic approach at getting in," Sasori said as he continued to drag his puppet body toward the village. "How so, Sasori, my man? That thing can probably sense animals to inanimate objects," Deidara said as Sasori didn't even turn back to talk to him. "You better get to chewing clay, Deidara. We'll need your brand of art for this kind of spy mission," Sasori said as Deidara smiled, yet grinned as he dug his hands into the bags on his belt. "Oh yes, Konoha wouldn't know what hit them. Oh make. Why Naruto gave up on Sakura and went after Hinata. Some time before Naruto became Hokage, Naruto and Jiraiya had been walking down the street for a while, but then they stopped as Naruto saw that Jiraiya was gawking at something. Pervy sage, what child looking at?" Naruto said as he gazed in the direction Jiraiya was ogling. There was a woman on the street, standing there praying in front of a statue as she wore almost nothing. The dress she had on might as well have been dental floss, and Naruto loved it just as much as Jiraiya, but he wanted whatever the proclaimed super perv was giving him as a surprise before woo-ing the woman. "Naruto, why don't you go and walk around for a bit? I have work to do," Jiraiya said as Naruto looked over to him, taking his eyes off the woman's reluctantly. "Oh yeah, what are you wearing?" Naruto said as he turned to Jiraiya, who he was shocked to see had changed clothes. He was wearing the robes and beads of a monk as he held his hands in a prayer gesture. "I need to help this poor soul on the road of life. I must fulfill my destiny. She needs guidance, Jiraiya said as he clasped his hands together 3 times. What? Naruto asked as he was only more confused by Jiraiya's tomfoolery. I must cleanse her of her sins, young Naruto. For she is a sin, she's so bad. But I'm gonna feel so good doing this, Jiraiya said as he walked toward the woman, leaving a confused Naruto in his wake. What? Naruto shouted after the sage, but it was ignored in favor of talking with the woman. Suddenly 2 pair of hands grabbed Naruto, one by his mouth and the other by his arms, and pulled him into an alleyway. Naruto tried in vain to scream and get away as the hands didn't relent. He lost his sight for a moment as everything in the alley was dark. He really hoped it was some dude trying to have their way with him. He already had problems with the fact that his of a master wanted him to be a girl 24/7. Just then everything was bright again, and the hands that had captured him were gone. Naruto scrambled to his feet as he reached into his kunai pouch and got out nothing. Damn it, he knew he had forgotten something in his haste to get ramen. Dude, you got saliva on my hands, gross. Naruto heard the whine of one of his friends, Kiba. He looked around and saw that all the male genin were gathered in a circle street. It was empty and seemed to only be lit by the lanterns around them. Ah man, why'd it have to be you guys? If you guys rape me, I'll never forgive any of you, and then it's gonna be super awkward when we have missions together. I hope you all at least have a condom. And even then I'm not going down, or yuke, without a fight, Naruto said as he settled into a taijutsu stance. Thank God Sasuke wasn't there, or else there would have been, without a doubt, taking his innocence. What the hell are you talking about? Kiba asked as he was slightly green from the mental images he was thinking of. Naruto was so not his type because he liked girls. Damn fans and their dirty minds. Okay, then why am I out here? Naruto asked as he put his hands on his hips. Shikamaru and Neji snickered a bit at the pose Naruto was in. And he said he wasn't gonna be in yuke. It's an intervention, Neji stated calmly as Shino nodded. What? I don't need an intervention. I don't have a ramen problem anymore. We cleared that up. Remember, I'm good. I only eat ramen every 7 days for every meal. Now you have a problem, Naruto shouted as he looked around at their faces. I'm okay. It's actually about your love for Sakura this time, Shikamaru said as Naruto blushed in embarrassment. Okay, but I don't have a problem loving Sakura-chan, Naruto said as Neji walked up to him. Yes, you do, and we're here to help you out with it. Hit it, Shino, Neji said as Shino nodded and placed a disc in the radio. The thing began to play some form of music, but Naruto had never heard it before. Hey, 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 they all shouted cheerfully as they began popping up in random places around him while wearing suits. If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. Go for my personal point of view, get an ugly girl to marry you, they sang as they surrounded him. He had no clue what was going on, but he guessed he was expected to listen to whatever message they were trying to get to him. If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. Go for my personal point of view, get an ugly girl to marry you, they sang again as Shikamaru slung an arm over his shoulder. A pretty woman makes her husband look small. It very often causes a system fall. As soon as he marries her, then she starts looking for things that will break his heart. But if you make an ugly woman your wife, you'll be happy for the rest of your life. An ugly woman will put peels on that, and she'll always give you a piece of that, Shikamaru sang as Naruto raised an eyebrow. What did that even mean? If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. Go for my personal point of view, get an ugly girl to marry you, they chorused as Naruto grabbed at his own hair. What did marrying ugly girls have to do with anything? Kiba grabbed him and spun him around to face him before he could think on it with his limited brain power. Don't let your friends tell you have no taste. Go ahead and marry anyway. Her face is ugly, her eyes don't match. Take it from me, she's a better catch, Kiba sang with a cheeky grin as he elbowed Naruto playfully. Naruto was about to cry. This was all so confusing. If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. Go for my personal point of view, get an ugly girl to marry you, they chorused again as Naruto stroked his chin in semi-thought. So he was supposed to marry an ugly, but not a pretty one. It was then Shino and Neji turned Naruto toward them as they began speaking to each other in song. Say man, Neji sang. Hey man, Shino replied in song as Neji smirked at him. I saw your wife the other day, Neji sang as Naruto gaped. Shino was married, and he didn't tell him. Yes, Shino sung with a shrug. Yeah, and she's ugly, Niji sung as Naruto had to shrug to that. Shino was creepy after all. Yes, she's ugly, but she sure can cook, baby. Shino replied singingly as Naruto could feel the grin under Shino's coat. Yeah, Niji sang as he slapped Shino a high five. Naruto thought it over a little, and he knew for a fact that Sakura couldn't cook. If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. Go, from my personal point of view, get an ugly girl to marry you. They sang as Naruto thought it over. The more and more they sung it, the more and more it made sense to him. It was then Rock Lee grabbed him by his shoulder, spun him around, and then started dancing with him. Naruto realized that the others had stopped singing and were now passing him around as their personal dance partner, while the radio sung the chorus over and over. If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. Go, from my personal point of view, get an ugly girl to marry you. If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. Go, from my personal point of view, get an ugly girl to marry you. If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. Go, from my personal point of view, get an ugly girl to marry you. Naruto realized that the music was slowly fading as he finished his joyful dance with the final person, who had been Shikamaru. Naruto was really surprised the lazy genius was actually a good dancer. Who knew when the music had been completely gone Shikamaru had let him go, and one of his buddies turned to him as he looked back at the sheepishly. He really hoped they weren't reconsidering raping him after all this. So Naruto, do you understand now? Do you get it? Shikamaru asked as Naruto nodded back vigorously. You bet I've got. Give up on Sakura, Naruto said energetically as they all breathed a sigh of relief. And once I find the pervy sage, and he gives me my surprise, I'm gonna go find that weird girl Hinata and ask her out. There's no way it can fail, Naruto shouted cheerfully as they all gaped in shock. Well, that was one way of getting him off his Sakura addiction. Niji also noted that Hinata would be overjoyed to know that Naruto was finally after her like she had been after him for the past 6 to 8 years. Though it might put a damper on things, or get them all killed, if Naruto mentioned that he was after her because she was. Yeah, okay Naruto, but be sure that you don't mention anything that happened here. Ever, Shikamaru said as Naruto nodded with a large smile on his face. Promise I won't, Naruto said as he turned and jumped to a rooftop. See you guys later, Naruto shouted as he jumped from roof to roof with happy thoughts of making Hinata his wife so he and she could live a happy life. She wasn't ugly, but weird was just as good, right? Temari was not having a good day. In fact, either were Gaara and Kankuro. Why, you may ask? Well, it had all started 5 minutes ago when Baki team walked into their house and sat them all down to talk to them about something. You may be asking why she said bastard instead of teacher. Well, the talk they had caused that as well. Flashback: 5 minutes ago, a knock had come to their door. It wasn't one of those doctor knocks or even that of a friend, but it was familiar, so the Sand siblings looked at one another and all went to the door. It was Gaara who opened it while Temari and Kankuro was a mere meter behind him, posed to see who it was. It had been Baki-sensei. Hello Gaara, is Temari? And Baki asked as Gaara opened the door fully to show his slightly confused sister standing next to their eyebrow-quirked brother. Gaara stood to the side as Baki came in, walking straight up to Temari, and then looking to her brothers with a mixture of regret and pain. Listen, I need to tell all three of you something, but it pertains to you, especially Temari, since it affects you directly. Baki said as he locked eyes with her. She looked him in his eyes deeply, and could almost swear he was begging her with his eyes not to hit him in his lower regions with her fan. She wasn't sure why, but she shrugged it off and led the way to their living room. Now Temari, I need you to stay calm and open-minded about what I'm about to tell you. This is for the safety and good of the village, and was decided upon by the village council. While I personally protested against it, I am only one, and so are you. The village's needs and protection outweigh the both of us, Baki said as Kankuro rolled his eyes and Gaara kept up his blank, emotionless face. Will you please just get on with it? Temari asked impatiently while Baki swallowed the lump in his throat. It was a good thing he had bought that steel-plated crotch protector before coming over. It made the fan to his family jewels hurt a whole lot worse. End of flashback. Those bastards and bitches on the village council had told it be pleasant to simply marry her off to the new Hokage of Konoha. She knew it was her duty as a shinobi to do whatever it was to ensure the village was safe. But why did it have to be that she couldn't believe it, and neither could Gaara and Kankuro? That was why they were all marching directly to the council's chambers, with Gaara disabling any ninja that came within 2 meters of them. Surprised to say, Gaara had become a lot more serene over the past 2 months. But that didn't mean he would still be so when pissed off. They had made it to the Kazekage's mansion with the 2 Chunin guards getting ready to defeat them. That was until they were pulled into the sand beneath their feet by Gaara. They were literally buried up to their necks in sand, which said only one thing: don't piss off the person who could use the entire village as a weapon. They stormed up to the council doors, and burst through them while the council gave them all wild and shocked looks. Though those looks turned to fear of all 3 Sand siblings once they looked at Temari's pissed-off face. They tried to run, to get away as fast as they could, or to at least stop Gaara from killing them, but they quickly found that anything below their necks was encased in sand. What is the meaning of this? Release us at once, Gaara, a council cried out as Gaara looked over at him impassively while he tightened the sand around the man, making him cry out in agony. Anyone else want to yell at me? Gaara asked in his monotone voice as heads shook in unison. That's what I thought. Why are you 3 here? A senior ninja that had been on the council since Temari's birth asked. He knew that anything less direct would get them nowhere but oblivion fast. I came to inquire as to why I'm being used as a peace treaty between us and Konoha. Temari exploded with enough fury that made even Gaara step away from her. He may have been crazy once, but not that damn crazy as to piss off Temari. Now Temari-sama, we needed to come up with a quick solution to our problem, and since the newest Hokage to the Leaf happens to be the last of his clan, we thought a powerful kunoichi such as yourself could do well as his betrothed. A civilian council member said slyly as she gazed at Temari. Temari's mind stopped being furious just long enough to think about who the Hokage could be. As far as she knew, the only last of their clans Konoha had was Sasuke Uchiha. But that was impossible. Sure, the kid was a genius by Genin standards and had the Sharingan. But why would he be made Hokage? The kid couldn't have possibly gone from barely fighting Gaara to Kage-level power in 2 months' time. Then there was the fact that he was chosen by Orochimaru. She'd have to think on it later. I don't care what the reason was. My question was basically rhetorical because it doesn't matter what the reason. You married me off to someone I don't know. I'm too pissed off right now to care about the damn reason, Temari yelled as everyone flinched back. It was then an elderly councilman looked up at her. He had lived a full life, so if what he was about to say got him killed, he could at least say he led a full life. Actually, Temari-sama, you haven't been married to anyone just yet. The council still needs to meet with Konoha to see if all the terms are agreeable to both parties. You'll be allowed in and to have your say just like your brothers will, but you must accept this as truth. You are, at least for now, a kunoichi of Suna, and you will obey the council's words and decisions until a new Kazekage is chosen. The elderly man said as everyone fell silent. Temari's mouth was agape as the man just basically told her to it up and take one for them team. Gaara narrowed his eyes as he thought over what the man had said. He'd be doing some serious thinking tonight. Kankuro looked furious as he understood there was absolutely nothing they could do until the meeting with Konoha. Perhaps he, and mainly Gaara, could persuade the Hokage and his council not to marry Temari to the Hokage. Temari screamed in frustration as she stomped out of the room. Kankuro gave her a look, but followed nonetheless. Gaara looked from his furious sister to the pale and slightly shaking members of the council. He released his Sand's hold on them and bowed respectful before leaving out and closing the doors. If he wanted to change things, then he needed to start now. The members of the council looked at each other, and then at the eldest member, who had told Temari about the meeting with Konoha. They cheered for him, getting them not killed. It was a rare day indeed when Gaara or Temari didn't kill someone who they were pissed at. Konoha, with Naruto. He had just finished his meetings with Guy, Kurenai, and even Asuma. The first he needed earplugs for, the second he found out was just a simple conversation about more pranks using genjutsu, and the third was more of a congratulations than an actual meeting, though in each meeting they swore they'd follow him to the end, and that made it all worthwhile to him. Now he was ushering in the next of his meetings, Sakura. The girl walked into his office as if she were on death's list. He raised a brow to her behavior, eyes staring intently at the ground, feet fidgeting while she sat, and her hands pressed into her lap. From his months of being around her, he had learned the signs of her nervousness, and this was at least a class 5 on the scale. Sakura, why so nervous? It's just me, There's no need to get so worked up over seeing me, is there? Naruto said serenely as she finally looked at him. He didn't call her Sakura-chan, Hokage-sama. There's no need to call me that. We were on the same team before this, and as such you should be able to address me as you did back then. Naruto said as she exhaled deeply. He could practically see the tension roll off her when he said that. Had she been so worried that he'd be harsh to her? Did she think he'd be mean to her for some reason? Sure, she had been mean to him at a time, but that was all in the past. He had learned lately that whatever happened in the past should stay in the past, and not to get worked up over it. After all, you can't change the past, so why worry about it? Just deal with the consequences when they came to you. Naruto, I've done a terrible thing to you, Sakura said slowly as Naruto raised a brow. He then smirked as he thought of a way to get her to loosen up. He jumped up from his chair and leaned over his desk as his eyes went wide and his face filled with horror. As Sakura, you destroyed all ramen, how could you? You're evil, Naruto exclaimed as Sakura looked up at him in surprise. What? That's not what I meant, Naruto, Sakura said as she watched him fall back in laughter. Geez, Sakura, you need to loosen up. What's got you all nervous anyways? Just relax. After all, you're friends with the Hokage, right? Naruto said with a smirk, but his smirk faltered as Sakura's gaze returned to her lap upon the word friends. You think of me as your friend? She asked as he nodded. Of course, true, there were some bad times between us, but that's in the past, he replied as she gazed up at him with tears in her eyes. Naruto, I don't deserve to be your friend. I've demeaned you, hurt you, and used you as a punching bag for my frustrations. I'm a horrible friend, she said as the last straw holding back her emotions snapped, and she broke down crying. Naruto gave her a look as he thought over her words. True, she did demean him, but it was more of a joking thing to him. True again that she had hurt him, but it was more of emotional hurt rather than physical, even though the physical was seen far more. Once more true, she did beat on him a lot, but it wasn't like she had actually hurt permanently or irreversible. Now she was in his office crying like Ino had done. He rolled his eyes. Were all girls his age drama queens? Sakura, stop please. I hate seeing girls cry for stupid things, so let's just forget about it. Okay, you're not a horrible friend, not a great one either, but not truly horrible. You're just rough around the edges. Yeah, that's it, rough around the edges, Naruto said as she looked up at him through her tears. How can you still say I'm your friend? I haven't done one thing friendly to you since we've known each other. Sakura sobbed out as Naruto rolled his eyes. Yes, you have, you just don't know it. Remember when we were in the first part of the Chunin exams and you were about to raise your hand? Sasuke told me that you were going to do it for my sake. And remember in the Forest of Death how you took care of me and Sasuke until we were feeling better? That was friendly. In fact, it was downright I can't think of a word to describe something more friendly, Naruto said as he scratched the back of his head and chuckled lightly. Then suddenly giggles were heard. At first they were light, but then they had got louder and louder until they turned to chuckles and then full-blown laughter. Naruto looked up and saw Sakura had fallen out of her chair and was on the floor laughing, at what he had no clue. Sakura, are you okay? You haven't snapped, have you? Naruto asked while she quieted herself and returned to her seat. No, Naruto, I haven't gone crazy. It was just that you seemed so smart and calm, but you haven't changed a bit. You're still, with a ramen addiction, Sakura said between short bouts of giggles. Hey, I'll have you know that I'm getting help for my not so much of a problem. I've gone to 3 ramen anonymous meetings and have 4 patches on, Naruto defended as he raised the sleeve of his Kage robe to show her the 4 red patches with a ramen symbol on them. Sakura gave him a grin as she reached over and ripped one off hard. Naruto yelped as he rubbed his arm while Anbu Ninja jumped from the shadowed corners of his office and held weapons up to Sakura's vital organs. Naruto gave her a smirk as he stopped rubbing his arm and leaned back in his chair. Can't pick on me anymore, can ya? Naruto asked cheekily as she stuck her tongue out at him. Brat, she said as he chuckled. Hey, I'm older than you, and at least I don't have pink hair, he replied with a shrug while she gasped, and the ANBU returned to their positions in the shadows. I thought you liked my hair, she said as she touched her locks of pink subconsciously. I do, because it looks good on you, but seriously, if my kids, especially my son, came out with pink hair, then I'd be fully prepared to use a forbidden jutsu just to change their hair color permanently. Naruto said as Sakura gave him a look. You know, my grandfather had pink hair and was proud of it. Sakura replied as Naruto gave her a look. Was he a ninja? He asked as she shook her head. What did he do then? He was an actor for a traveling theater group. Sakura said as Naruto let out a snort of laughter. Let me guess, he played the woman, Naruto said as his face was met with a fist. The ANBU didn't even bother coming to his aid as they were too busy either sweat dropping or giggling in the shadows. I can hear you guys, you know, Sakura shouted to the walls as the giggling and snickering stopped upon her, turning her glare to the shadows of his office. Don't yell at my ANBU. It's not their fault your Gramps was made to be a girl, Naruto said, but then laughed at his unintentional joke. Sakura only sighed and sat back in her chair as he looked at her with amusement dancing in his eyes. You're never gonna let that go, are you? She asked with him shaking his head. Not a chance, he replied as she hung her head. It was silent for a few moments until she spoke. Thanks, Naruto, for everything, she said as she got up and hugged him quickly and ran from the room with a smile on her face. Naruto shook his head at just how bipolar girls could be. Next, outside of the Konoha barrier. Just outside the Konoha barrier were Deidara and Sasori, standing up and looking at the barrier, or at least Deidara was. So I've got the clay all ready for our infiltration, yeah? What's the plan? Sasori, my man, Deidara said as he gestured to the giant clay lump that was in his hands. We wait out until nightfall. By then the security will be more alert, and while they try and find me on the ground, you'll be able to fly high above the village and infiltrate the Hokage mansion. From there you can use your clay techniques to set up a spy on the Kage and the village, and then we make our escape. Sasori explained as Deidara nodded. Fine then, I had best get prepared then, yeah? Deidara said as he molded the clay with his hands and created a beautiful clay bird. I'll fly around a bit so they don't find the bird suspicious. Then on your signal I'll go through the barrier and alert them to my presence, yeah? Deidara threw the bird lazily, and in a plume of smoke increased the size of the bird tenfold. Good thinking, Deidara. I'll give the signal near sunset, so look for it, understand, Sasori said from inside of Hiriko as Deidara nodded and took to the skies on his bird. With the Tsuchikage, Anoki, the Tsuchikage, was known for many things. The most prominent tied in with his nickname Manoki, the Great Fence-Sitter, or the Man of Both Scales. He was widely known in his youth as a man who could have things both ways. He could be cold and ruthless to one person and then kind and considerate the next moment to another. It was this bipolar personality that made him a dangerous opponent to deal with at any time regardless of friend or foe. Another thing he was known for was having been the student of the second Tsuchikage Mu. As a young man, Anoki was a student to the second Tsuchikage Mu, who had taught him how to use the dust release techniques that he could to this very day. While the man had been a hard taskmaster, those teachings had made him the man he was today. It was later in young life that he himself wanted to pass on the teaching of his sensei to another. So, he became teacher to Deidara. Though he often implied that Deidara's ideologies and fighting style annoyed him, he was still proud of the brat for having been as talented as he was and was very proud to have been his sensei, even if all that brat ever raved about was that art crap. Anoki was also known for, at some time in the past, having fought Madara Uchiha, with him now being the only living Kage to do so. If that Hiruzen boy was still alive, then he would have been only the oldest Kage to have done so. Yet another thing he had been known for was his stubbornness. In fact, he was so stubborn and prideful that even despite his frailty of old age he still refused to retire and choose a successor as Tsuchikage. He insisted that he was still strong enough to continue to rule the village, and he was damned his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, would be quite proud, yet still annoyed, to describe him as a stubborn old man. So all that leads to the very meeting he was in. He had gathered the council and was now having yet another meeting at their request, the meeting being about the Namikaze brat that had been made Hokage of Konoha. While he had rubbed it in their faces that the fourth Hokage did have a plan after he died, he forgot that they were all annoying fools who thought they could just attack the world on a whim. We must do something about Konoha. If we don't, then this new brat of a Kage could come after our village due to past aggressions, a councilman shouted as a councilwoman banged her fist on the round table their meeting was discussed over. Fool, that would be falling into their trap. This kid wants us to attack so he can simply declare all-out war on us. This brat is just waiting for any type of attack to his village. They just beat back Orochimaru, and the Sand's surprise invasion. They have the Sand village at their mercy, and could easily take their territory for their own. If we act now, then we'll have the Sand and the Leaf to worry about," the councilwoman said as several of them nodded. "Then we must do something. Anything. This kid is a Kage-level ninja at the age of 13 years old. We've all seen great ninja of his age rise up, like that Uchiha boy that murdered his clan, and that Hatake kid who mastered 1,000 jutsu. This boy of a Kage, however, is on a whole another level. If he is anything like his father, or has access to his father's techniques, then this village may already be at risk." The councilman argued back as the room's sound exploded into a shouting match between them. Inoki rubbed his temples in a failed attempt to calm himself. Why must they be so hard-headed? It was like they were made of rock and stone. Oh, the irony. "Shut up!" Inoki shouted with unparalleled volume. Only one of those Haruno could best him in yelling. "Listen, and listen well, because I am not going to repeat myself, you blockheads. We are not attacking anyone, and no one is attacking us. You should all remember that after the Third Great Ninja War, I and the Fourth Hokage sat down and created a ceasefire that was to last at least 20 years. It has only been 18 years since then, so we are not attacking anyone," Inoki said with them being silent. Slowly, an elder councilman stood as he looked at his Tsuchikage. "Inoki-sama, perhaps a test of this new Kage's abilities to lead is in order," the elder said as Inoki glanced at him. "I'm listening," Inoki said as he leaned back in his chair. "Well, since they are so fresh from the invasion, perhaps we could help them keep up a strong face, and if they were not to survive, then there is no reason to be saddened for the inability of their Kage," the elder said as Inoki's eyes. Jiraiya walked through the halls of the hospital looking for one person. His intent on finding her was about as strong as she was. The reason he wanted to see her is because of the hospital policy, which he wanted to talk about. He was intent on finding Tsunade Senju, the head medic ninja and chief of medicine and surgery. Normally he'd wait a few days more to see her about this kind of thing, but this time it was of the utmost importance to him. She was now a part of the medical staff, and not just any part, but the head of it. Naruto had commissioned her just the other day during that meeting where the civilian council had finally said why they were always so pissy. Now that he thought about it, they did have a bit of a point, but he had to side with the ninja view of things on this. He was biased and he didn't care. If there weren't any ninja, then no training, protecting, or spying could be done, which meant that this village wouldn't be around anymore. And while on that fact, if it weren't for two ninja clans coming together, then the village wouldn't even exist. So there, Jiraiya sighed as he walked further into the hospital. He always had these things. They were like just saying, "Don't worry, you're just in a giant place where people are slowly dying around you, so get comfortable, because Yuri's gonna be here a while," and if that wasn't bad enough, these places had the N-words. "No, not that, you racist bastards, we love people from Kumo." He was talking about NN needles, those disgusting things with their impaling and penetrating. He'd be sure to make a lewd comment about that later, but right now he was needle-hating. "So Tsunade-sama, what is your diagnosis?" A voice was heard behind the door Jiraiya had just walked by. "Did it say Tsunade? I've never seen a case like that kid's before. There's just so much emo in him it's ridiculous. He doesn't show any emotions except for anger and contempt. I'd smack him if I thought it'd help." He heard Tsunade's voice. He turned around and looked at the door. On it was a plaque that read, "Tsunade Senju, Head of Staff, and Chief Medic Ninja." He smacked himself for not having noticed that at all. "Tsunade-sama, what's with that smile? Why are you so happy?" Jiraiya raised a brow to that. Was that Shizen's voice and Tanten's oink of agreement? "I don't know, I just feel like some idiot I know has finally had a realization about just how stupid they are." Tsunade's voice drifted out as Jiraiya grew an annoyed look, but then remembered why he was there. He pressed his ear to the door. "So what about this boy, Tsunade-sama?" Shizen asked as Tsunade hummed it over, meaning she was in thought. "I'll name it, and from there we'll have to find a cure," Tsunade said as Jiraiya shook his head. The poor sap was being made a test monkey for Tsunade. "What will we call it?" "I got it, little fag bitch pansy sissy syndrome," Tsunade said as Jiraiya had to use a silencing seal on himself just to laugh. The two others who were in the room with Tsunade laughed loud and long just as Jiraiya did, but then their laughs died down in a sort of awkward silence. You're not serious, are you?" Tsunade-sama, Shizen asked as Jiraiya could just imagine the look Tsunade was giving her. Yup, I sure am, Tsunade said in her mock Southern Fire Country drawl. Okay, Sasuke Uchiha is now diagnosed with little fag bitch pansy sissy syndrome. Oh god, why are you doing this? Tsunade-sama, Shizen asked after she had tortured herself through the name. Jiraiya could tell Shizen's face was red and that Tsunade was probably smirking up a storm. 2 reasons. 1. 'Cause it'll probably get the kid to be a damn kid instead of an emo Avenger. In fact, I'll diagnose the Hyuga and the Aburame with it next to get them to stop being some strict and creepy. The other reason, 'cause I'm the top cock around here, finally. I get to rub it in the faces of those old fossils finally. My plans to have a team of medic ninja and 1 medic ninja on every team will be in effect. I'm head bitch now, mwahahaha, Tsunade said as Jiraiya backed away from the door, hearing thunder and lightning as she laughed manically. Tsunade-sama, you still have to have it approved by Naruto-sama first. Plus, if he shoots it down, don't rain on my parade, Shizen. I'm having a good day, and I don't need your cynicism. Besides, he can be persuaded by the right forces. Tsunade said as Jiraiya pressed his ear closer to the door, whipping out his notepad and pen and writing feverishly. This would make the perfect scene. He had been having trouble writing 2 medic ninjas seducing their younger superior to win his favor and his children. Hee, perfect. Suddenly he was on the floor due to the door not being his support any longer. He looked up and was greeted with a sight that he loved to see, the panties of a pure and innocent nurse. Oh yeah, that one scene was going in the book. Kakashi was gonna bow down and pray to him for this one. The nurse cried out as she stomped his kunai and smoke bombs. Though those weren't really the items she had stomped, she still crushed them as well. Oh well, it was worth it. I thought I smelt a toad nearby, Tsunade said as she moved to look at Jiraiya. He was up in a flash as he stared at her. The very skimpy nurse outfit and lab coat making her look far more sexy than annoyed. Thank the heavens for this sight, Jiraiya screamed as he bowed down and started chanting that he wasn't worthy of what was before him. Tsunade gave him a look as she looked over to the mirror in her office. She struck a pose as she thought about just how sexy she looked, but then started glaring at Jiraiya. You can look all you want, but don't touch, you old tadpole, Tsunade said as she walked back around to her desk and sat behind it. I must admit though, at first I was against this thing when Naruto told me it was hospital policy and I was to follow, but now I think that I've become the wet dream of every male, and even some females, in this place when I walk around. Tsunade said with a smirk as Jiraiya thought to treat Naruto to as much ramen as the boy could eat for this one heavenly act. Though he was elated on the outfit, it wasn't the only part of the hospital's policy he had come to see her for. Sighing and putting away his notes, he gave Tsunade a serious look. Tsunade, seeing the serious face, motioned Shizen to shut the door as Jiraiya sat in the chair in front her desk. What is it, Jiraiya? Normally if you see me like this you're a perv for a bit longer. Something the matter? Tsunade asked as Jiraiya nodded. You sensed it too, didn't you? That strange chakra that entered the village an hour ago. It feel like old man Inoki's, doesn't it? Jiraiya said, his serious tone making Shizen uneasy as she stood by the door, taunton clutched in her arms while Tsunade nodded. Yeah, it does, but you don't think the old fart is hopping around, do you? From my sensory abilities it felt like it's in the air. Plus, last I heard the old man was still Tsuchikage, Tsunade said as she produced some sake from behind her desk. I know, my spies just sent me a message and fast too. The old man is planning something big from the looks of it. It involves a bunch of genin from his village. And really, Tsunade, having and drinking sake while in a hospital, Naruto will surely chew your ear off for that, Jiraiya said with a small smirk as Tsunade narrowed her eyes, but then sat back sipping her sake with a smirk of her own. If you don't rat me out then I'll share with you, especially when you're stuck in here yourself, Tsunade offered as she gave him a saucer and poured some into it. Then my lips are sealed, Jiraiya said at his unintended joke. Him a sealing master? Me, a sealing master? I bet the Sarutobi-sensei still didn't see that one coming, Jiraiya said as Tsunade nodded. Yeah, you were the dead last in the academy, but you had talent. Just not the type that blossomed in a classroom. So, what are we gonna do about this weird chakra? Tsunade said as Jiraiya sighed. Not sure, but I know that Naruto will need to be made aware of it if he isn't already. I'll call for an umbu team to come with me, but I have another question. Jiraiya said as Tsunade looked at him. Did you sense that other chakra as well? It wasn't as flashy as the one that's circling the village, but it's hidden itself another chakra. Jiraiya said with narrowed eyes as Tsunade crossed her hands and nodded. Yeah, I know. It feels almost like that old bat from the Suna, Chio. It's not as powerful as hers, but still as deadly and well controlled. If I hadn't been seeking out chakras to find that Lee boy, I wouldn't have noticed it, or the one like the old fence sitter. Though, this one is hidden within another body. It's almost like that abomination of a jutsu Orochimaru used to use back in our days as Jonin. Tsunade said as Jiraiya got up and walked toward the door. Can you fight? Jiraiya asked, not bothering to turn to Tsunade, as he rested his hand on the doorknob. Which will you take on if I can? Tsunade asked, not looking up from her saucer, as she toyed with it by making the contents swirl around. The puppet one. Naruto and the others can switch when we draw them close. Just like old times. Jiraiya said, and though he wasn't facing her, their mirrored grin said everything. Just like old times. You engage first, and I knock him down. If only Orochimaru wasn't a pedophile and a demented asshole, then he could knock him back up and we could start the process all over again. Tsunade said as Jiraiya let out a bark of laughter. Yeah, just like old times, he said as he walked out of the office, deep in thought over what would come next. With Naruto in his office, the Jonin and high-ranking ninja of the village lined the walls. All of them had come not 3 minutes after they were called, except for Kakashi, who had arrived the very second they were called. Naruto had to snicker at that. Fear got a lot of things done. So we're gathered here today to join this Nara and this Aburame in holy. Naruto began, but was interrupted by Kurenai, who had stepped forward to address him. Enko and the others were snickering, except Guy, who was muttering about the powers of springtime youth. Hokage-sama, that's not why we're here, Kurenai said with a sigh as Naruto looked at her. Then why are we here again? Naruto said as Shino and Shikamaru stood in front of his desk. I don't know, Hokage-sama, but that's not the reason. Kurenai replied as she stepped back into line. Naruto looked down at his desk and then he remembered why he had called both of them into his office after chatting with the mud. He meant Kiba, not that lovable dog Akamaru. Oh right, we're here today to honor one of the wishes of the old man, I mean the third Hokage. Naruto said as he got serious. He sighed as he continued on. Now, to be quite honest with you guys, I don't know what to do. As you know, with that invasion and the final exam being suspended, it was the opinion of many that none of the students should pass this time around, and that includes you too. Naruto said, his left elbow resting on the desk and his chin resting on the palm of his left hand. Shino and Shikamaru fidgeted slightly under the lazy yet steel gaze of the ruler they had grown up with. However, I know for a fact that the third held both of you in high regard, and I hear that he had nothing but the highest praise for your match, Shikamaru. Naruto said as he grabbed the ink brush that was in the ink tray at the corner of his desk and began writing in a blank scroll. He meant to recommend both of you for Chunin, mainly you, Shika. In fact, all those that observed the fights and your proctors felt the same as the old man did. Both in and out of the exam, the two of you have done well, and so in this case my opinion of the two of you, being lazy and weird, doesn't really matter. Naruto said as he looked up at them, a small grin on his face as they looked annoyed, yet were grinning back at him. From this day forth, I hope that you will strive to achieve a level of excellence worth of those headbands. Congratulations, as of this moment the both of you stand Chunin. Naruto said as the room was filled with light applause. Now I hereby award the both of you with an immensely practical and sexy jacket. Naruto said as Asuma and Kurenai had the two their Chunin vest. Enko snickered as the two bowed and walked out of the room. The others stared and shook at what was written on the back of the two jackets as the boys walked out. Naruto-sama, you can't just do that, Kurenai said as Naruto gave her a look and snickered as he went back to looking at the words painted in bright neon pink on the back of the jackets. What does that say? Genma asked to do as they read the backs. The Nara says I'm a lazy ass, so wait until I'm asleep to rape me. And the Aburame says I have a bug fetish, want to see my earthworm. Damn, I love our Hokage's work. Adu said as Genma nodded with a chuckle. You can't beat the classics, Naruto said as he wiped away a tear. Hokage-sama, that was highly inappropriate. You can't just do things like Kurenai began until Naruto gave her a look. Kurenai, Would you like to spend a year with Anko and Ibiki as a guest in their lovely little department? Naruto asked lazily as she looked at him fearfully. And no, Naruto-sama, I wouldn't. Then don't ever tell me anything like that again, or else. Now all of you get out. I have work to do, and just because all of you got a day off by accident doesn't mean you'll get another for a while. Naruto said as he waved his hand, dismissing all of them back to wherever. He then summoned 3 clones and had them deal with his tasks for the day while he ate ramen. It's good to be the Hokage, Naruto said with a comfortable sigh as he suddenly cut his vision toward a corner. Don't you agree, pervy sage? Naruto asked as said man came from the shadows with a grin on his face. I was hoping you won't have noticed me. How did you? Jiraiya asked as he came to sit in front of Naruto's desk. Naruto simply shrugged as he continued to eat his noodles. I've been around you for a few months, so I know your chakra, suppressed or not, like the back of my hand. I know Orochi teams because it's so dark and foul, it's like smoke in the clean air. I know Granny's due to the fact that it's so controlled and suppressed most of the time. It's the most controlled chakra I've ever felt. Naruto explained as Jiraiya nodded and reached into his shirt, tossing a yellow folder onto Naruto's desk. Naruto sighed as he sat aside his ramen and opened the folder. What is this? Naruto asked as he pulled out documents and files. It's basically what my spies have collected over the week. If I'm not here, then the ANBU will come to you with this stuff, so I want you to be familiar with it. Jiraiya said as Naruto scanned the papers with critical eyes, looking over every word with extreme care. Is this true? It can't be right, Naruto asked, not looking up from the papers as he handed one back to Jiraiya. Yup, IWA is planning some form of attack in the next 2 months. I'll be small-scaled compared to most of the things they've tried in the past. They won't try anything large due to the agreement Minato and Old Man Inoki had back in the Third War. Jiraiya said as Naruto sighed and leaned back into his chair. So what'll they do? What's this agreement, and who's Old Man Inoki? Naruto asked as he rubbed his temples. Why were everyone and their Aunt Susan attacking his village? Well, Old Man Inoki is the 3rd Tsuchikage and one heck of a powerhouse. He may be a stubborn old midget, but he's got the power to back up his flappin' gums. He's the legendary fence-sitter or Inoki of both scales, and holder of the legendary Dust Release bloodline. As for the agreement, it was when your dad was destroying rock ninja left and right with that jutsu of his. The old man had to call off the war on Konoha, but Minato didn't want just that. No, Minato went all the way to Iwagakure and stuck his seals all over the village. He then got in front of Old Man Inoki and told him point blank that if he ever attacked Konoha again that he'd slaughter the old man's entire village save the civilians. That's basically the real reason that IWA hates Konoha so much. They despise the fact that some of Minato's seals may still be there, and that we'll train another ninja to use that jutsu. Jiraiya said as he leaned back. Naruto raised a brow, which Jiraiya knew to be a basic sign of the kid gaping like a fish. Would my dad have really done something so barbaric? Naruto asked as Jiraiya shrugged. Times were much different 20 years ago. Nowadays you kids can go around with honor, dignity, and fight in the middle of daylight, but back when I and your dad were your age or older we had to take every advantage there was. Those were the days that we were true ninja instead of day-brawling fighters. Jiraiya said as Naruto stifled a chuckle. So, what are they gonna do to my village? Naruto asked as he summoned an ANBU. Tora bowed as he waited for his orders. Don't worry about that now, there are more immediate threats. Jiraiya said, his face growing serious as Naruto nodded solemnly. So you sensed it too, sensei? Naruto asked as he leaned forward while Jiraiya nodded. Not just me, but Tsunade as well. I'm not sure how many others have sensed it as well, but it's safe to say that only a handful of us can take on these opponents. Jiraiya said with a serious look on his face while Naruto nodded. I sensed 2 chakras that were far stronger than any in this village, aside from ours. Naruto stated as Jiraiya and he looked toward Tora. It's good to see ya, Tenzo. How you been holding up? Jiraiya asked as the Tora masked Anbu scratched the back of his head nervously. I've been fine, Jiraiya-sama. Tenzo said as Naruto raised a brow. You two know each other, and your name is Tenzo. You look more like a Yamato. Naruto said as he gazed back and forth between the two. Yeah, we know each other. He was one of the kids that Orochimaru experimented on when he found that criminals and prisoners were unvarying. Jiraiya said, showing only the slightest bit of sadness in his voice. As for the Tenzo part, that's his code name. You didn't know what kind of Hokage are you, brat, Jiraiya said, only to receive a paperweight to the face. I'm new at this. You shameless perv, excuse me for not knowing every single thing right now while I've been trying to deal with all these happenings in my village, Naruto said as Jiraiya clutched at his nose. Anyways, these 2 chakra signatures in the village, I'm sure they're Akatsuki. Jiraiya said suddenly as Tenzo's head shot up and Naruto remained calm. I figured as much, but what bothers me is that they showed up as if they knew I was Hokage or something. Naruto said calmly as Jiraiya nodded. We can only assume that they do. We can also assume that the other great ninja villages do as well. It would stand to reason with Iwa's sudden want to attack and why the sand is moving so quickly to meet with you. Really now? Naruto asked with a raised brow as Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, they plan to set up another alliance between our 2 villages. They'll be here by the end of the month. Okay, so about this Akatsuki threat that invaded my village. Actually, I'm a bit surprised that they made it past the Konoha sensory barrier. They couldn't have known how to move past it like Itachi did, because only elite Anbu for our village know how to do that. Jiraiya said in thought as Naruto's left eye twitched. Konoha barrier? Naruto asked as Jiraiya blinked at him. Yeah, you know, the barrier sphere that covers the entire village, above and below the ground in a complete barrier. It's really difficult to get past, because the thing senses anything and everything that moves past it that has chakra in any form. Itachi got past it by using information on it, which was the fact that the barrier stops to witch out at high noon. These 2 Akatsuki, however, couldn't have possibly known that, especially since Itachi attacked. They start switching out at midnight instead. Jiraiya said as a vein in the high right corner of Naruto's forehead began to pulse and throb intensely. They are so fired, literally, Naruto muttered as he stood up. I'm sure you and Granny have some form of plan to deal with them, so just tell me. Naruto said as he placed his Kage hat on the desk. Yeah, we do. Listen, me and Tsunade can't fight the one above the village, but you might be able to with your dad's jutsu and the others you learned while we were tracking Tsunade. Do you think you can? Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded. Yeah, but they don't seem to be moving in just yet. They'll probably wait until nightfall. I'll take Tenzo with me, while you and Granny handle the one that's on the north wall. Naruto said as Jiraiya nodded and disappeared in a plume of smoke. Naruto turned to Tenzo with a thoughtful look on his face as the Anbu fidgeted a bit. Tenzo's a codename, right? Yes, Hokage-sama. And I, as Hokage, can change it any time I want, right? Yes, Naruto-sama. Then from this moment on your name is Yamato. Naruto said as he pointed dramatically at the man, while the latter's sweat dropped at him. Why yes, Hokage-sama. Let's go, Yamato, and switch into a Jonin uniform. I need to go see Irika-sensei. Naruto said, turning on heel and walking away as the ANBU that were still in the shadows snickered at Ten Yamato. Better get going, Yamato. A female ANBU snickered out as Yamato glared directly at her position. Shut up, he muttered as he hung his head and followed after his Hokage. With Sasuke, he sat at the table of his home in complete silence. He didn't really know what to do. What could he do? He could go to Orochimaru for the power that he was promised. But if he did that, then he'd end up just like Naruto's vision. He could still remember Naruto doing his impression of Itachi. To unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan, you must experience major emotional trauma. Like killing the person who is most precious to you, your best friend or brother. Naruto had explained that by him having killed Itachi he got the Mangekyo, but at what cost? His brother had been the good guy all along, and his clan was the bad guys. To have revolted and planned against the village was something that would have caused so much trouble that no one would have survived. Was Itachi really the good guy instead of the evil asshole he had been made to believe? Of course he was. But should that stop him from killing Itachi, the only family he had left besides this Madara character? Speaking of Madara, everything was this bastard's fault. Apparently this bastard had left the clan, only to come back and kill it. But he didn't and helped train Itachi to do it for him. Then Itachi had to leave, with his only wish being that his little brother never being told the truth. Well, that was stupid. I'm gonna murder Itachi, Sasuke muttered to himself as he glared at the table. I have a right to the truth. I should have been told from the beginning, and if you had a voice said as Sasuke didn't even bother with it since he knew Naruto had ANBU watching him. Hell, if he were Naruto and Kami, how bad did that sound? he'd have ANBU watching him too. Things could have been different from what Naruto said of the future, Sasuke said, still glaring at the table while the boar-masked NBU dropped to his side and sat on his table. Why can't they be different now, Uchiha? They will be. But I'm saying that the future that Naruto saw could have been different as well. So what are you gonna do, kill your brother, go to Orochimaru for power, or are you gonna stay and make things right? I don't know, I still hate Itachi for killing our clan. But I also hate our clan for wanting to revolt. Loyalty is key. Yet loyalty was put over family life. Everything I knew to be true is falling around me as lies. I hate the council for ordering my clan's death. But they did it after the peaceful way was disbarred by my father. My own father wanted to revolt against the village, even after he would tell me to be loyal to it no matter what. What the hell is true anymore? Sasuke screamed out as he clutched at his head and writhed out on the floor, slowly going out of his mind as it shattered and rebuilt itself. Your friends for one. And don't give me that bullshit about how they aren't your friends, because I know they are. Did you know that after your clan was eliminated I was assigned to watch over you daily alongside the previous Boar said conversationally as Sasuke sat up. No, I didn't, Sasuke said, stating it as if he wanted her to get straight to the point. Well, it's just that while I watched over you I saw everything, even that which you didn't show others. I know more about you than most people. I know that you hate when women and girls either try to mother you or get you on a date. I know Naruto was your first ever true friend, because he didn't care that your clan was killed or that you were the last Uchiha, but still treated you like a real person and not some kind of fairy tale. I know that you and him, as kids, used to play with the Nara boy and the Aburame boy. I know that as you grew older you thought more and more about the death of your family and how you came to hate Itachi, she said as she crossed her legs while Sasuke simply stared at her. I know that you secretly cried at night because you'd wake up from nightmares about Itachi coming back and killing Naruto. I know that you started to act cold and indifferent toward Naruto to drive him away so Itachi wouldn't come back and kill him. I know that you started to do this to everyone to shut them out because of the same fear. I know that it didn't work on Naruto, and you started thinking him an idiot for still being around you. I know that when the academy started that you put every waking moment into training so that you could kill Itachi, and one day have friends and family. I know that at the end of your first year of the academy you came home and wrote down your life plan. I know that it consisted of killing Itachi, adopting Naruto as your new cooler brother, having an average wife who wouldn't fawn over you, having 2 kids, and becoming an ANBU captain. I know that. I get it, you know my entire public and private life story. Is there a point? Sasuke shouted as Boar didn't even move at his shout. The point is that I know you, and the true Sasuke has already made up his mind about what he's gonna do. So what are you gonna do? I don't know, and you don't know me. Oh, but I do. I know that your very first crush was on Naruto, because you thought he was a tomboy the first few weeks you knew him, due to him having uncut hair and a thin figure, she stated cheekily as Sasuke glared at her, his cheeks slightly red. That will never leave this room, he growled out as she chuckled lightly. Sure thing, kid. Now again I ask, what are you going to do? First, I'm gonna kick Itachi's ass, get this curse mark off of me, then I'm gonna make that family I always wanted, and get some goddamn rice balls with dried tuna and tomatoes. Good, Brat Boar said as she sweat dropped and got off the table. She began walking toward the shadowed corner of the room. And remember, if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm always here, she finished as she walked into the shadows, but right before she stepped into them he called out to her. Wait, what's your name? Sasuke asked as she tapped the bottom of her mask as if it were her chin. You can call me Inoshi. See you later, kid. And remember what I said, she said, finally disappearing as if she were never there. She knew she'd have to answer to her Naruto about her actions, but maybe it was worth it. Yeah, I'll remember, stalker, Sasuke said, knowing now that he had an ear to always hear his cries. She giggled to herself as she resumed her position of watching him. Should she have mentioned that she also knew that he still had the small crush on Naruto? Nah, she could use that for blackmail material. With the Anko, Kurenai, Asuma, and their genin, they had all gone to Yakiniku-Q, the favorite Korean, Gyukaku-style yakiniku restaurant of Team Asuma. The restaurant is large with wide windows, multiple green-seated booths, though some tables allow customers to sit down on the floor with green cushions as their seats, menus plastered on the walls, and due to their Gyukaku style, each table has a charcoal brazier built in the center, and is equipped with tongs for cooking, since the gyokwaku form of dining is when the customers cook their own food after they ordered the food raw. Anko, Ino, and Choji were laughing aloud. Kurenai, Asuma, and Hinata were chuckling as they sat back while Kiba crossed his arms and grumbled underneath his breath. Shikamaru was getting annoyed while Shino took it in stride as they both had finally got the pink messages off their backs. Damn it, don't laugh, Shikamaru groaned out as he placed his head in his hand, refusing to meet the eyes of ours. What's wrong, finding it too troublesome to be raped in your sleep? Anko said as Kurenai smacked her arm playfully. Anko, Kurenai admonished as Anko continued to snicker. I'm just glad it wasn't permanent. Shino stated blankly with a slight blush as everyone laughed at the mere thought. I'm just glad those old ladies stopped hitting you too, and calling you and freaks. Hinata said quietly, yet they heard her and laughed more as Kiba slammed his hand on the table in annoyance. Man, it's not fair, how come you two got promoted and not any of us? Kiba shouted as Kurenai groaned. Kiba, you lost to Hokage-sama in the preliminaries. Be glad to can say that Akage beat you, Kurenai said as Anko snickered at the dog boy. Yeah, besides these two helped out in the invasion and went beyond what they had. Shino defeated that puppet kid, and Shikamaru helped stall an entire squad of sound ninja from killing Naruto-sama and his teammates. Anko said cheekily as Kiba banged his head on the table. Ino and the other genin looked at Shikamaru and Shino in awe as the two looked away slightly. Ino broke out into giggles with Choji chuckling heartily. Damn it, don't laugh, Shikamaru said half-heartedly under his breath. We can't help it now, all of a sudden even you seem respectable, Shika. Ino said as Hinata blushed and hid her own giggles at Ino's statement. Alright, that's enough picking on them. Anyways, let's celebrate their promotions like we came here to do, Asuma said as he raised his glass. The others did the same well except for Choji, Anko, and Kiba, who took over half the meat from the grill. Choji, Kiba don't eat now, we're about to make a toast, Ino scolded as the two had already stuffed their mouths while Hinata and Kurenai nodded to her words. Kurenai rounded on Anko, who was stuffing the last piece into hers. You as well, Anko. You should set a better example for these kids. Kurenai chastised as Anko swallowed her food and gave a grin. Why don't you do so by sticking your tongue down Asuma-kun's throat? Kurenai-chan, after all, these two are gonna need lessons to bag Hokage-sama. Anko said as she gestured to Ino and Hinata. Asuma, who was drinking anyway, spit it out all over Kurenai, who had been sitting across from him. Kurenai gave a deadpan look as she wiped the drink from herself while she, Hinata, and Ino were blushing. Cheers, Asuma offered weakly as he held up his glass and everyone toasted. Cheers, they all said just as weakly as they toasted glasses while Anko sat back and snickered. Her work there had been done. Later, with Iruka and Naruto. That seems like a lot of scrolls, Naruto. Are you sure you'll need them all now? Iruka asked as Naruto's clones were walking out of the Konoha Ninja Archive with a scroll each. Naruto glanced at Iruka, who was beside him, as he nodded and continued to direct his clones. Yeah, Iruka-sensei. I've only got the bare basics down for my elemental churkas and just about everything else. The only things I have mastered are seals. I still need a lot of help with everything else. Jiraiya-sensei told me about a private training ground reserved for the Hokage only, so tomorrow I'll be there while a clone is helping you hand out missions. Naruto said as Iruka nodded in understanding. Right, and that reminds me, why weren't you at the mission hall today? I waited over an hour for you to show up and unlock it. Then an umbu comes out of nowhere telling me you won't be showing up. What happened? Oh, I was dealing with meetings all day today, but don't worry, things will calm down after today. At least, I hope, Naruto said as the last of his clones left the building, him and Iruka right after them. Oh, what else is gonna happen today? Iruka asked as Naruto frowned in deep thought. Iruka was almost taken back by the sudden action. Naruto had very rarely frowned, and when he did it so openly, all hell was gonna break loose. Iruka-sensei, I want you to tell the head of the academy to send all the students and staff home for early today. Understood, Naruto said with a serious edge in his voice. Why yes, Hokage-sama. Iruka said as Naruto waved his hand, dismissing immediately. Iruka nodded quickly and disappeared to do the task. Whatever was about to happen was enough to worry Naruto, and that was more than enough to worry him. Ginma, adieu, Naruto shouted into the air as he walked down the street, the two named ninjas suddenly appearing at his sides. Send out the message to every ninja of every rank to get the civilians off the streets. I want all those who are not of ninja rank in their homes in less than 20 minutes. Yes, Hokage-sama, the two said as they saluted and jumped off to do as they were told. Izumo, Kotetsu, Hokage-sama, the two said as they appeared before him. I want an alert to every jonin and umbu within the village. Tell them that they are to safeguard the villagers and take up defensive points to do so. I don't care how they get it done, but if I hear of even one civilian causality, Naruto said, leaving the threat hanging. Kotetsu and Izumo nodded as they leapt off to spread the word. They were getting tired of being errand boys. Yamato, Naruto shouted as the aforementioned man leapt behind him. Hokage-sama, Yamato asked, dressed in full jonin garb aside from his Konoha headband that was more like a face guard. You're with me for this one. I had a clone in my office read your file. I'm impressed. If things get too out of hand, then I'll need you, Naruto said as Yamato blushed from the praise and faith Naruto had in him. Yes, Hokage-sama. I await your orders. Let's get going, the night is already upon us, Naruto said as he walked toward the Hokage mansion, Yamato trailing right behind him. Naruto glanced at the nighttime sky with narrowed eyes. He could already see an unusual bird in the sky, circling over the village. With Sasori, he slinked out of an alley with practiced stealth. Glancing around, he could see that no one was on the streets or in their businesses. It seemed as if everyone had curfew. Of course they would. They did just have an invasion a short time ago, Sasori said aloud to him from inside Hiriko. He continued to slink away toward Training Ground 7, completely unaware of the two figures watching him. Now or later, Tsunade asked from atop the building Jiraiya was standing on the side of. Later, he's going to one of the training grounds, so we'll fight him there so we don't endanger anyone. You heard what Izumo said? Jiraiya replied with a slight grin. Yeah, that kid seems like he'll enjoy punishing people. It's like a big prank that he can get away with, without question, Tsunade said as she and Jiraiya jumped into the night sky and continued to trail Sasori, though all of them were unaware of the girl who had spotted all of them. Sakura watched as Tsunade and Jiraiya leapt after the hunched-over figure. Whatever was going on, she was gonna find out. With Deidara, he had his bird high over the village as he used his scope to watch the Hokage in his office. It seemed as though the guy was pretty busy. He was stuck behind his desk doing paperwork like any other Kage would. Deidara almost felt sorry for the kid being 13 years old and having to deal with that kind of enemy was inhuman. Oh well, perhaps if Kakuzu wasn't going to kill you, I could have brightened up your day by showing you some true art. Yeah. Deidara saw the boy yawn and leave his desk. He saw the lights of the office go off as the kid was obviously going to bed like the rest of his village. Apparently the village was on curfew, but that's to be expected. Orochimaru did invade them just about 2 months ago. It looks like they've recovered well, but they probably still have a ways to go. Oh well, Deidara said as he formed a hand sign. Take me down, he said as his bird followed his command. He jumped off and landed on the roof of the Hokage's mansion, no one in sight. If he was gonna spy on the Kyuubi boy, then why not get some Konoha secrets in the meantime? Infiltration complete and successful, yeah? Deidara said, but then his eyes widened as he dropped to his knees, a heavy pressure in the air as if some kind of weight was in the air itself. I think not, came a cold yet firm voice. Deidara lifted his head, the voice sounding much younger than it should for someone with so much churka that they could affect the very air around them. Deidara looked up and saw that it was a boy like the one in the office, yet this one was dressed like a noble samurai. He even had a sword at his side. Right behind the boy was a Konoha jonin that wore a face guard instead of a headband. I'm not getting out of here easy, am I? Deidara asked with a grin working on his face. Perhaps he would get the chance to show this kid, and all of Konoha, his art. You're not getting out of here alive, Naruto stated as he slowly began to draw his sword. With Sasori, he was faced with a problem, and not just any problem too, of the legendary Sannin. Now he may have killed a Kage, but these two would be trouble. I don't suppose you'll let me go, Sasori said. After all, their job was spying, not combat. Sorry, but you've crashed our party, Jiraiya started as he gathered his churka. So we're gonna crash your face, Tsunade finished as she punched her open palm, churka already prepared. Sasori gazed at the two of them from within Hiriko. He sighed, as he readied his puppet's weapons. If there was no way out of it, then prepare to be added to my collection, Toad Sage Slug Princess, Sasori said as he made Hiroko's tail come forth. All opponents locked eyes and they began. The battles were on, but who would be the victors? Make Naruto, behind the scenes, directly after the end of the chapter, and cut. Good job everybody. Great work today, Traban said as Naruto and the others dropped their stances and battle-ready faces. Deidara rose to full height while rolling his shoulders. Man, oh man, this next episode is gonna be murder. Sasori, how are you holding up? Deidara as Sasori fell out of the puppet gasping for air and sweating. Kakashi was with Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, and Sasuke as they sat on a couch. Wow, those last 2 chapters went off well, don't you think? Kakashi said as Naruto nodded. Yeah, people really liked the scenes with Ino-chan, Tenten-chan and Hinata-chan, Naruto said as Hinata hid her blushing face behind her script. Are really? Hinata asked as Sasuke smirked, coming up with an evil plan already? Yeah, Hinata, they did, especially when you yelled at Naruto. Isn't that right, Sakura? I mean, you must have had plenty of time to observe, seeing as you only had 3 whole scenes in the last 2. Sasuke said as Naruto turned to Sakura with a smile, but backed away as he saw the dark aura she was emitting. Sakura-chan, Naruto said hesitantly. I don't get it, Sakura screamed as she threw her script to the floor. I'm closer to Naruto's character than Ino and Tenten. Hinata I can understand because she's always had a crush on Naruto, but those two, why the difference in treatment of heroines? Because your character is pretty much useless right now. You have to go train with Tsunade or something before you get any attention, Sasuke said bluntly as Sakura turned angry eyes on him. What's got you so high and mighty? Sasuke, your character barely has any lines that aren't emo or angst in the last 2. Sakura asked as Sasuke smirked. Because I'm probably gonna have a super battle with Itachi, Sasuke said with a shrug as Kakashi nodded. Yeah, you know how much the fans love to see 2 emo geniuses go at it, Sakura, Naruto said as he put an arm over Hinata's shoulder. Yeah, but when do we get a chance to shine? I mean, I only appeared once in this one, Sakura complained as Orochimaru, Madara, Itachi, and Minato walked up and sat down. Well, at least you appeared. I haven't since episode 9. I know my character is in recover or something, but still, Orochimaru said as Madara nodded. Yes, I mean my only so far was 5 minutes of evil scheming. Can I at least get in on the Omake? Madara said as he crossed his arms childishly. Yeah, well, at least your characters aren't dead. Kushina and me won't even get a part until Naruto deals with Kyuubi or until someone does a flashback about us. Do you have any clue how rare that is? We're practically letting Naruto pay the bills at home 'cause he's the only one getting paid regularly, Minato said as Itachi patted his back. Don't worry, it's the same with me and Sasuke. He's the only one who gets regular pay right now, so he's had to pay a few bills, though I got a job on the side, Itachi said as Minato sighed. Kushina's working at that new ramen place, but we're actors, not waiters. If it weren't for the fact that my name appeared in this episode, one won't be getting paid today, Minato stated as Naruto and Hinata began to comfort him. So, what's the next episode about? Sasuke asked as all the other members of the cast joined around with their scripts. Okay, let's see here. It's mainly about battle between Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Sasori. There'll be bits of Yamato battling Deidara with Naruto, and a little Sakura, Orochimaru said as Temari, Tenten and Ino joined Hinata around Naruto. So who's all gonna be in it? Tenten asked as Sakura sat in Lee's lap. Let's see. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Sasori, Sakura, Kakashi, Naruto, Deidara, Orochimaru, Kakuzu, Haiden, Sarutobi in a flashback, Minato in flashback, Shizen, and me, Kabuto said as Minato looked a bit happier. Okay, let's practice a bit. How about the scene where Sakura runs onto the battlefield? Naruto was saying until Traban skidded to a stop in front of everyone. Stop, we're still rolling. Damn guy kept going, Traban shouted out as everyone looked shocked. What, they all screamed as Traban pulled out a sign and stuck it to the screen, blocking your view of everyone. So, did you guys hear? Konoha has a new Hokage, and get this, it's Minato and Kushina's kid Naruto. Turned around from his seat in the bar like everyone else as they listened to the head Cloud Jonin as he brought news from the council. It had only been a few months since the death of his father, the third Raikage. Everyone had assured him that the title of fourth Raikage would be his no matter how long the Shinobi Council deliberated on the matter. He, like everyone else in the bar, was in a state of shock. They had all known the Yellow Flash had a child, no matter how long Konoha had tried to hide the fact. They had seen the boy during the Chunin exams, and the feudal lords and clients had spread the word of the last Uzumaki boy. It wasn't very hard for the ninja to connect the boy with his late mother, Kushina Uzumaki. If you had ever heard anything about Kushina, then you would know three things right away. One was that Kushina was not a woman to be messed with, unless you were suicidal. Two was that she harbored an intense love for Minato, and a burning hate for any woman trying to get her man. And lastly, three, Kushina screamed at the top of her lungs that she and Minato were having a child. Truth be told, that was when everyone, living and dead, found out that she was the loudest woman in the history of the world. Now when she ran from village to village telling everyone the wonderful news, in which Konoha, Anbu and Minato had to stop her, they were all extremely worried. But then came the unexpected Kyuubi attack, and the death of both mother and father. The world had mourned, and yet celebrated the death of both. Hey, don't look at them like that, they were enemies of Konoha after all. It wouldn't be for another 12 years that the world would hear from another Uzumaki. The tale of Naruto Uzumaki, savior of Wave, had spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world. The villages had grown worried since they knew no orphan kid would just be named Uzumaki without a good reason. They had all done digging and found out that the boy was born on the very day his parents died, and that he was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. It would be a few months after the boy's saving of Wave that he'd reappear as gossip again for his supposed battle against Orochimaru in the middle of the Chunin exams. Though they had all brushed that aside as gossip, they had gotten a rude awakening to the boy's growing power when he defeated Niji Hyuga, a supposed prodigy within the Hyuga clan, and later that same day Gaara of the Desert, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. They did more digging and found out that he was indeed the son of Minato and Kushina, so the village had grown wary of battling Konoha. It would be another 2 months when the rumor of the boys defeating Orochimaru alongside the other two Sannin would surface. They had all taken that rumor more seriously since seeing the boy in the Chunin exams, so now with the news of the kid becoming Hokage, they were shocked, but not surprised. So the brat really is just as powerful as his parents, then I wonder if those other rumors are true, one of the Kyumo ninja in the bar said as he only grunted and downed his sake. Well, I hope not. It'd be tough dealing with a kid that had Kushina's churka chains and the elemental star abilities. Another ninja said as he stood up. The kid's nothing special, I'll crush him just like his dad if I ever get a hold on him, he exclaimed as one of the nearby ninjas scoffed. You couldn't even catch Minato, Asama. What makes you think this kid isn't faster, the ninja said as he turned to him. Because his father was a failure, and the kid would be too. Snapped as sighed. Let it go, eh? The kid's got nothing to do with that, said solemnly as they glared at the man while the rest of the bar grew silent. The whole reason we pulled out of the Third War was because that bastard Minato was supposed to be the savior of the world, but where is our savior now? Dead in a grave with his wife while his child is playing Kage. Jiraiya told us that Minato was supposed to be the child of prophecy, but the only one I see is a dead one, he shouted as the others in the bar lowered their heads, their spirits damped as they stomped out of bar. When the time comes, I'll test that brat myself. If he's our real savior, then he'll live to fight another day. We'll put our titles on the line, but if he's not our messiah, then is the fourth Raikage, which by that time I will be, I'll crush him and Konoha, and become the light myself, he exclaimed as he walked out, small smiles on the faces of the people inside the bar. Asama is gonna test the kid. We better hope he ain't dull, then the ninja next to said as nodded with a smile of his own. Yeah, dare we better hope not, said as one pair of eyes locked on the two, writing down some lyrics that had just come to mind. Konoha, how bothersome, I was hoping to avoid conflict since this was supposed to be a simple spy mission. Tell me, how did you discover me? Sasori said in the gruff voice of his Hiriko puppet. You didn't even bother to conceal your churka signature. There are only 3 puppet users in the history of Konoha. Your churka, it's sharp and perfectly controlled to the point that I just couldn't help but take notice of it. It's perfect for medical techniques. Tsunade said as Hiriko's head nodded. Truth is that I have no talent for medical ninjutsu, so I didn't bother with anything more than the basics of it. I do, however, love learning about the human body. Let me show you, Sasori said as Hiriko's mouth opened, only to fire off a barrage of poison needles. Tsunade Jiraiya said as he flashed through hand signs. Tsunade had already jumped to his side as his hair came around them and hardened into a protective barrier. Humph, well, that didn't work, Sasori said as he stopped firing, conserving needles for later in the fight. Jiraiya opened his hair barrier as Tsunade shot forward, only to jump to the side to avoid getting poisoned by the kunai from Hiriko. She brought up her heel and let a quick kick to stop another one from stabbing her, making the kunai spin in the middle of the air. She spun around and kicked the kunai back at Hiriko as the tail from the puppet batted the kunai away. Do it, Tsunade shouted as Sasori grew slightly confused. Sasori said as he checked all around him, only to find Jiraiya coming down at him with a Rasengan in hand. Damn, Sasori said as he moved his puppet's tail at high speed, catching Jiraiya in its grasp only to throw him at Tsunade, who begrudgingly catch her teammate. Damn, are you heavy, Jiraiya? Tsunade said as she dropped him to the ground. I resent that, Jiraiya muttered as he got up, everyone back to where they started from. So before I die, how about a little art show, Deidara said as he slowly rose to his feet. Naruto raised a brow as Yamato got into a stance. Art show, Naruto asked as he fully unsheathed his blade. Yes, you see, I'm an artist. I travel the world showing everyone I encounter my special brand of art, Deidara said as he reached a hand into his pouch, only for his eyes to widen as Naruto's blade was at his throat. When had the kid moved? I find that hard to believe, but I'm curious. Show me this art of yours before I lop off your head, Naruto said as Deidara got out some clay. It's just clay, my dear Hokage-sama, sir. I told you I'm an artist, not a fighter, Deidara said with a grin as Naruto backed up a bit, but Yamato stayed on guard. Deidara cupped his hands together and moved them around, shaping the clay. He uncapped his hands to show Naruto and Yamato a small clay butterfly as Naruto smiled lightly. That's very beautiful, Naruto said honestly as Deidara smiled back. Thank you, Hokage-sama. You're the second person to ever say something like that. Now watch this, Deidara said as he formed a hand sign. The small butterfly began to flap its wings and take flight. It flew to Naruto and around his head a few times before it landed on his finger gently. My, that's very impressive, Naruto said, curious as to how Deidara had gotten the clay animal to move. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Deidara said as the clay butterfly flew back to him. He cupped his hands together, and the butterfly became bigger and more detailed as Naruto watched Deidara closely. A gift from me, to you, Hokage-sama, Deidara said as the butterfly gently floated over to him. Right when it was in front his face it began to glow. Yamato's eyes widened as he moved to reach his Hokage, but he won't make it in time, pretty, Naruto said before the butterfly exploded in front his face. Hokage-sama, Yamato shouted out as he saw the explosion take place. Art is an explosion, Deidara said with a grin as the young Kage was engulfed in the boom. This is getting tedious. We're not getting anywhere, and none of us are striking to kill, so why don't you just let me go, Sasori drawled as Jiraiya grinned. So, who are you anyway, Jiraiya asked, completely ignoring Sasori as Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Jiraiya, that's not his true appearance, it's puppet shell. You've already seen that it's got plenty of traps and functions. If even one of its many weapons nicks your skin, you'll die from the poison each of them have on them, Tsunade said as Sasori narrowed his eyes inside Hiriko. How did you find all of that out, Sasori asked as Tsunade smirked at him. I saw the jaw contraption when you attacked us the first time. Then from there when you launched those kunai at us. When I had kicked the first I saw small amounts of poison come off of it and into the air. You're a puppeteer, so I made the assumption that you use poisons. And since that scorpion tail came out just to stop Jiraiya, I knew that wasn't your real body. You've shown me a lot in just this short time, Tsunade said as Sasori's eyes widened at her deduction. Jiraiya simply regarded the stoic puppet warily after hearing that word he hated so much. Poison, Jiraiya trailed off, feigning fright as he suddenly burst into action, releasing a volley of shuriken. Tsunade merely lifted her foot and impacted the ground, making a large amount of earth come up, to which she kicked at Sasori's puppet. Sasori's completely ignored the shuriken flying at him, merely shifting the position of his puppet so they hit armor rather than the joints. The puppet's tail shot out a great metallic tip moving with undue speed, flashed in front him, destroying chunk of earth that was sent at him. It broke right through it and kept going. Jiraiya jumped in front of Tsunade and blocked the poison tip with his hand guards. Before Sasori could pull back, Tsunade grabbed the tail and ripped it from the puppet. Sasori had heard many tales of Tsunade's strength, but for her to rip apart steel ball bearings, that was monstrous. Tsunade threw the tail away as Jiraiya picked her up and spun in place, throwing her lowly at Sasori, who was still in shock. He got over his shock as he saw her coming at him. "How foolish, I can see through your ploy, Sannin," Sasori said as he launched a hail of poison needles towards Tsunade. Tsunade spun in midair as the needles came at her, impacting her fist against the ground to send herself into higher air. Sasori didn't even bat an eyelash at the move as his needles continued toward Jiraiya, who was made to dodge them in a rather comical manner. Sasori, while Jiraiya was distracted, took the opening and sent his tail at Tsunade, who was midair and no way of dodging. The tail impaled her through the midsection as Jiraiya and her both showed great surprise at her even being touched. Before Sasori could do anything else, however, he felt the bottom of Hiriko begin to crack from some form of attack. The giant puppet Hiriko jumped away just as a figure burst from the ground, their fist having already impacted the bottom of the large puppet. The puppet's underbelly began to crack and fall out as Sasori ejected himself to the right side of the cave, shrouded in a black cloak. Tsunade landed next to Jiraiya, dirt-ridden and out of breath. Jiraiya grinned, but then he noticed something. Tsunade was cut. He scanned the area, and saw that there was in fact a small needle near where Tsunade had burst from the ground. "Tsunade," Jiraiya said, building his churka as Tsunade nodded. "I know, but there's nothing I can do about it right now," Tsunade replied as Jiraiya shook his head. "I can't do anything to him without you at my side, but there has to be something you can do about that," Jiraiya said as Tsunade clutched at her side where the cut was. It was small, and if not for the poison racing through her, then she would have healed it before she had even reached the ground again. "Tell me, how did you do that?" Sasori said just as the remains of the mud clone fell to the ground near his Hiriko. The puppet itself disappeared in a show of smoke as Sasori sealed it away, wanting to make repairs and improvements for later. "The moment my fist impacted the ground to shoot me in the air, you lost sight of me due to the uprooted earth. That was when I made the clone and started digging," Tsunade said as the cloak. Sasori nodded, seeing the genius of the plan. "Exactly what I'd expect from the Sannin, though I can still tell none of us are fighting at our full capabilities," Sasori said as he threw the black cloak away to reveal himself. Jiraiya and Tsunade gasped upon seeing his face, but then they both burst into laughter while Sasori's eyebrow twitched. "Ha, it's just old Lady Chiyo's grand boy. I thought we had some real trouble like the old bat herself," Tsunade laughed out as Jiraiya slapped his knee. "I thought it was old man Hamura's son. Oh boy, thank Kami it's just little Sussy Poo," Jiraiya said as Sasori's face contoured into annoyance. "What the hell's so funny? I'm more dangerous than either of those relics, especially that decrepit old hag that calls herself my grandmother. Both of them pale in comparison to my skill in the puppet arts," Sasori yelled as either two stopped laughing. "Listen, kid, you might want to just give up now, because you are nowhere near old enough to stand a chance against both of us. You poisoned me, and it's damn hard using my churka to keep it from really affecting me, but I've got about 20 to 30 years on you in the use of poisons and cures. I did beat your granny after all," Tsunade said with a mocking wink at the end as Sasori fumed. "I don't care if you beat the old bat, I surpassed her years ago," Sasori yelled out as he reached into his Akatsuki cloak and got out a scroll, "and I'll show you now." He unraveled the scroll to show the symbol for 3 on it, and in a cloud of smoke, brought forth a big puppet that hovered in midair right over his shoulders. The puppet looked human-like, besides the lines on his face that clearly made it a point that he was a puppet with the casual lines used to open and close a mouth. He was covered in rags. His arms had various incisions as if they could open. While Tsunade and Jiraiya were slack-jawed and wide-eyed at the sight of his puppet, mainly because they knew who it was and what it meant for him to be in possession of it, Sasori thought over the remains of his Hiriko puppet and frowned. It wasn't completely destroyed, just the bottom of it. He didn't really think anyone would be crazy enough to go under a deadly weapon that only laid a foot or so off the ground, but then again she was a Sannin. Thankfully it wasn't damaged beyond repair. While human puppets' parts were hard to come by because he was the only one who could make them, that on top of they were incredibly hard to repair, even for him. Still, he had reason to repair him, and make his pride and joy better. The slug princess had shown him that his battle strategy, and one of his favorite puppets, had a major weakness in them. When he got out of this battle and back to base, he was definitely going to add some defense attachments to the belly of Hiriko. He did know one thing though: you couldn't use such a strategy against this puppet. Tsunade and Jiraiya both gaped at the released puppet for a moment before recovering their composure. Even they, two of the legendary Sannin, had to admit that killing a Kage, any Kage-level ninja, was a tough battle that no one would know the outcome of ahead of time. So for them to see this puppet, and know who it was made from, well, they knew that Sasori couldn't simply be captured for interrogation anymore. He had to die, because kidnapping, killing, and making a puppet out of a Kage-level ninja, especially the strongest Kazekage of all time, was not something they took lightly. The boy was on a whole another level than his granny, the third Kazekage. I haven't seen that face in a long time, Tsunade Jiraiya said as he shook his head with a boyish grin. Tsunade chuckled beside him as she cracked her knuckles, knowing the real battle was to begin. No, Jiraiya, I haven't. It's been about 20 years since the world in whole has last seen him, but here we are face to face with his stuffed corpse. So, human puppets, huh kid, that's Tsunade said as she lowered her head, but then brought it back up to give Sasori a hard glare. Despicable. Say what you like, Lady Tsunade, but I find his now state a true work of art, Sasori said as he moved the puppet slightly so it rested on his shoulders like a trophy wife. Art, kid, stuffing squirrels is one thing, but to do it to your own species is another. Though, I suppose as ninja it's not in the top 10 of bad things. Hell, maybe not even in the top 100. Jiraiya said as he shrugged his shoulders. Thinking it over, Tsunade shrugged as well because Jiraiya was right. The kid wasn't even a tenth as bad as their former teammate. I wish we didn't have to kill you here, kid, because I'd love the chance to compare notes with you about that human puppet of yours, Tsunade said as she raked her hand through her hair with a sigh. Now that I think about it, it's a pretty good thing ninja-wise anyways. Thank you both, but that wouldn't stop me from killing you, Sasori said with a slight smirk. But that didn't last long when a giant toad landed atop him and his puppet. Wow, how the hell did he not see that coming, Jiraiya said as Tsunade shrugged. The giant toad dispelled to reveal a black dome of sorts where Sasori and his puppet had been. Impossible to have survived the weight of the bringing down the house jutsu toad. That one toad weighs more than a small village, Jiraiya said as the dome slowly broke apart to show a pissed-off Sasori. Okay, now I'm mad, Sasori said as he shrugged off his puppet and launched it at them. They were so dead now. Here it comes, Jiraiya said, getting into a battle stance. I can see it, Tsunade said, getting into her own. Sakura watched as the battle between the Sannin of Konoha and Sasori of the Red Sand. She knew of him from the Konoha criminal history class at the academy. Apparently Sasori was a rather skilled puppeteer, but he felt like Suna was holding him back. He was said to be very skilled, and now she was seeing him fight against the last two loyal Sannin. Even though she knew they could win, she wasn't sure how long it would be before that poison affected Lady Tsunade. Even now, as she hid in the bush at the edge of the water, she could tell from the way Tsunade was dodging the puppet that the woman was trying very hard to show she wasn't affected. Sakura's eyes widened dramatically as she saw that Tsunade was being led into a trap. While Jiraiya was dodging the iron sand abilities of the third Kazekage puppet, Tsunade was doing the same and evading the puppet itself. She had to do something. She hastily pulled out a kunai and steeled her nerves. She needed to help Lady Tsunade. Sasori was just standing back and watching as his plan unfolded itself. At first he had decided to kill Jiraiya with his poisons since the man was the main fighter, but that plan died within the first second since the man started moving faster and more gracefully than before. Sasori had then switched tactics and gone after Tsunade. The woman might be able to hold off his poison at their current level, but if he pumped her full of more she'd be in greater danger. Plus, after he escaped from this damn village, he'd be sure to get started on poison which no medic, not even this damn slug princess herself, would be able to cure. He could easily see her getting closer and closer to her death as the tail of Hiriko slowly rose up into its position. Soon she'd be impaled on its scorpion tail, and he could then crush the toad sage with the iron sand's full power. Yes, the woman was in place, time to spring the trap. Now you're dead, Sasori yelled as he had a hand back. The third Kazekage puppet rushing forward as Tsunade's kunai clashed against its bladed mechanisms. The puppet pushed her back a bit, but that was all that was needed as the tail of Hirako came shooting out at her. A clanging sound was heard as a pink blur passed near Tsunade. Tsunade turned around to the source of the sound as she punched the third Kazekage away. Behind her was that little pink-haired girl she saw when she had healed Sasuke Uchiha. The girl was holding back that tail she had ripped off earlier. She had wondered where that went, but she could think on that later. Girl, what the hell are you doing here? All non-jonin ninja or higher were sent inside their homes. Get the hell out of her. Girly Tsunade yelled as Sakura pushed off the tail and stood ready. It wasn't that she ungrateful for the girl saving her, but still. I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade, and you can tell Naruto to punish me later, but I want to stay and fight. I'm not the weak little girl anymore. I'm tired of sitting on the sidelines while Naruto and Sasuke do all the fighting. I can help, Sakura said as Tsunade stared at the girl in wonder, remembering a time long since pasted. Flashback. Sarutobi-sensei, I'm not a little girl anymore. I can fight too, Tsunade said as Sarutobi sighed, smoke billowing out as he did so from him smoking his pipe. That may be true, but you will not. These intruders are after you as the granddaughter of the first Hokage and grandniece of the second. It would be unwise to allow you to do battle simply because the others are getting hurt to protect you, Sarutobi said as Tsunade pouted and crossed her arms. Both of them were inside a bunker with Sarutobi, as the third Hokage, being the final defense against the waterfall and cloud intruders. They fight to keep you safe, and to be sure you are never in this state again, isn't that right? Sarutobi said as he opened the metal bunker door to reveal completely battle-worn and torn Jiraiya and Orochimaru, both keeping each other up by hanging on the other's shoulder. Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Yes, Sarutobi-sensei's right, Tsunade-chan. We'll always protect you. Now maybe you'll go out with me, Jiraiya said through ragged breath as he fainted to the floor. Thee is right, Tsunade. You are our teammate, our family. I'll protect you with my life, little sister, Orochimaru said, though keeping himself composed he too collapsed right next to Jiraiya. You see, Tsunade, they wish to protect and keep you safe, because they are more than your teammates. They, like everyone else in village, are your family. They are your brothers, and they will always want to protect you, Sarutobi said as Tsunade stared at the unconscious forms of her teammates. No, her brothers. End of flashback. Girly Tsunade said, not knowing the girl's name. It's Sakura, Sakura Haruno, Lady Tsunade. Sakura said as Tsunade blinked, but then nodded with a smile. The girl had guts if nothing else. Before either of them could react, the tail sped forward and wrapped itself tightly around Sakura. Sakura Tsunade screamed out as the tail ed away when she tried to punch it. The thing seemed to move with a mind of its own as it hopped and slithered away from both Tsunade and Jiraiya in their attempts to rescue the screaming pink-haired girl. Sasori was finding himself greatly assumed by the scene in front of him. Him, the greatest puppet master of all time, making two of the legendary Sannin run about like fools behind a wooden tail which he was controlling. Yes, today was a great. Sasori's eyes widened as a blur appeared behind him. He didn't get the chance to turn and see who it was as the person started striking him at his chakra points. Sasori jumped away before the person could strike them all. It was a good thing puppeteers could reopen their chakra points, or else he would have been in trouble. Damn it! Who the hell are you? Sasori asked as he made the tail and girl come to his side as he moved away from everyone else. Hayashi Hyuga, Lord of the Hyuga clan, and this is my nephew Niji Hyuga, prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi said with a small bow of respect, with Niji doing the same. It will be a pleasure to assist in your defeat today, Sasori of the Red Sand, kidnapper and killer of the third Kazekage, Niji said as he slipped into the gentle fist stance alongside his uncle. Everyone stay back or the girl dies, Sasori said as he flexed his index finger, making the stinger of the tail rest against Sakura's neck. The slug princess may have been able to survive this long by speeding up the white blood cell production process and creating a natural vaccine in her body. But does this girl have the same skill and experience to do so? I think not. Sasori finished with a smirk as Tsunade glared at him and Jiraiya gritted his teeth while the two Hyuga grew more rigid in their stances. Now let's play a game, Sasori said as he outstretched his other hand and sent the third Kazekage to do battle with them. Today was becoming fun. My, you certainly are a troubling one, Hokage-sama, Deidara gasped out as he could feel his neck about to snap under the pressure of the boy's grasp on it. Really now, because people have been saying it my entire life, Naruto said as Deidara grinned at him. How did they get to this point, you may be asking? It was directly after the explosion that Yamato started doing battle with Deidara. Yamato used several earth and water-style jutsu, hoping to catch Deidara off guard when he suddenly used a wood-style jutsu. Before they even got to that point in the battle, Naruto had burst out of the roof and caught the guy by the neck, hoping to snap it as he gazed at the man coolly. Naruto didn't much like the grin the Mad Bomber had on, so he snapped the guy's neck like a toothpick before he could try anything. Imagine their surprise when the guy turned a grayish-white and became clay. Yamato's eyes widened as the clay clone started glowing. "Oh bother," Naruto said before the thing exploded in his grasp. Coming out of the same hole Naruto had, Deidara dusted himself off as Yamato glared at him. "Whoa, you'd think he'd be smarter than to actually think I'd let him strangle me." "Don't cha," Deidara said as he grinned at Yamato. "I'm gonna kill you," Yamato said furiously as he went through 3 hand signs. "No need, I'll do it first." A calm voice cut through the air. Deidara and Yamato's eyes widened when out of the smoking explosion, out came a completely unharmed Naruto with his sword already in mid-swing to lop off Deidara's head. "Back down the rabbit's hole," Deidara shouted as he fell backwards, Naruto's katana passing over his head, cutting his bang of blonde hair as he fell into the hole head first. Naruto went through a few hand signs as he took a deep breath and held it. Fire-style forest flame jutsu. The Naruto blew out heated flames that went down the hole, coming up the other from where he had first been, but not before Deidara had jumped out and high into the air. Deidara twisted his body as he landed atop his already prepared clay bird from earlier. He soared around Naruto and Yamato as he looked down at them. "Hokage-sama, how do you keep doing that?" Yamato said as he stepped beside his Kage. "Shadow clones, Yamato. I'm able to switch with them in the blink of an eye, because they are me," Naruto stated, not taking his eyes off of the bird as Yamato looked at him in awe, remembering another time on the battlefield. Flashback. "Hokage-sama, how were you able to get through that field of paper bombs? That should have been impossible." A younger Chunin, Yamato asked as Minato patted his head with a smile. "My Hiraishin jutsu allows me to move at instantaneous speed from one seal matrix to the other. One moment I'm there, and in the same I could be here. It's like I've always been standing here," Minato said as Kushina knocked him over his head. "Idiot, don't give away your techniques," Kushina raved as Minato chuckled. "Yeah well, we best get back to base away." End of flashback. "Yamato, stand back," Naruto said evenly as he stepped to the railing of the Hokage mansion, snapping Yamato out of his thoughts. "What are you gonna do, Hokage-sama?" Yamato asked as Naruto turned back to him, a small smile on his face that let Yamato know that he was both safe, and that he had asked a really stupid question. "Whatever it takes to protect my village as its Hokage," Naruto said, standing on the railing. "Let me out, you insufferable woman. Naruto's out there fighting those people who work with my brother. I need to help him kick their asses," Sasuke said as he pounded on his front door, trapped inside his house while chuckles could be heard from the shadows. "No can do, Sasa boy." Hokage-sama's orders were to keep every genin, civilian, and academy student within their homes. The Chunin are patrolling the streets, and the jonin of all ranks are on standby to help with the battles, Inoshi said as she rose from the shadows, clad in all her A&B gear. "So what? I don't care about his stupid orders. He is gonna get himself killed. I have to go. He needs my help," Sasuke said as Inoshi sighed and sat on the wooden floor, patting the spot next to her for him to seat. He crossed his arms, thankful that in the privacy of his own house he could pout and be as childish as he was now while he sat. "Listen, young Padawan, Hokage-sama is doing everything he can to keep all of you safe. The only genin that got out of it was that Hyuga prodigy kid, and he's there to help the Sannin to close up things alongside his clan head. Something about that Haruno girl being caught." Whatever else Inoshi was going to say found itself suddenly cut off by 7 things all in a split second. The first was the sound of chirping birds. The second was the sight of blue lightning in the palm of Sasuke's hand as he shot at the door. The third was the resulting explosion Sasuke's Chidori caused as it made contact with said door. The fourth was the disappearance of said boy as he hopped off into an out-of-sight roof. Inoshi blinked as she struggled to make sense of the situation, but found that she couldn't. For a genin to break through an Umbu-level barrier seal was something near impossible, but having known Sasuke for his entire life, she knew she should have expected the sort from him. So there was only one thing left in her thoughts. Was it something I said no? She asked herself as she blinked again, getting up and following after the boy to be sure he wouldn't die, because she knew if he did then she'd be next. Kabuto, call forth the Sound Ninja 4. I have an assignment for them, Orochimaru said through gritted teeth. It was now time to put his plan into action. As you wish, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto said, smirking as he turned away from his master. He scoffed, knowing full well that he had but one master, and he would do anything and everything to serve him well. Orochimaru-sama has a mission for you 4. Kabuto said with his smirk still in place, as he adjusted his glasses while gazing into the shadows where 4 figures were. About damn time, a girl muttered as a large figure rose to full height, easily twice as big as her. Some action, another figure said, this one male, I'm in a voice of almost identical nature spoke directly behind him. Then let's not waste time talking, the big figure said as another dropped his head from where he was on the ceiling. Indeed, the one of the ceiling said with a grin on his face. Kabuto couldn't help but let his smirk grow even wider. Plans were being put in place. The plans of many were now falling into place, but the true question was whose plans would succeed where others will fail. Thanks for watching my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe and comment below your favorite part. Don't forget to support author and his story, link in the description. Sayonara, see you in the next video.